Rusal loses legal battle with Rio Tinto over alumina refinery stake. Appeal option pending. Russian aluminium producer Rusal has lost a lawsuit against Rio Tinto in an Australian court seeking to restore its share of alumina produced at a jointly owned refinery in Queensland. This outcome is due to Australia's sanctions. Following Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, Rio Tinto now controls the refinery, limiting Rusal's access to alumina. Rusal is contemplating an appeal and emphasizes that the ruling doesn't affect its worldwide operations. The case highlights the impact of geopolitical tensions on international business relations and commodity supply chains. Morgan Stanley has initiated wait-in-line coverage on Pluxee, a company that specializes in the employee benefits market. The investment bank has set a weighted price target of €32, indicating a potential upside of 7%. In their report, Morgan Stanley highlights Pluxee's profitable growth and robust balance sheet, which they believe will support the company's expansion plans. They also anticipate potential MA opportunities for Pluxee in the near future. However, Morgan Stanley notes that Pluxee's growth may lag behind that of its competitor, Edenred, on several key indicators. Despite this, they remain optimistic about Pluxee's prospects and recommend the stock is a weighted buy. In summary, Morgan Stanley has initiated wait-in-line coverage on Pluxee with a 7% upside target, praising the company's profitable growth and robust balance sheet. While acknowledging potential competition from Edenred, they remain confident in Pluxee's future prospects. Tesla is recalling 2.2 million vehicles, including the highly anticipated Cybertruck, due to safety concerns. The recall affects Model S, Model X, Model Y, and Model 3 vehicles, as well as the Cybertruck, which is still in development. The company has not provided a detailed explanation for the recall, but it is believed to be related to potential safety issues with the vehicle's touchscreen displays and rear-view cameras. Tesla has not yet announced when the recall will begin, but it is expected to start in the coming weeks. This is the second major recall for Tesla in less than a year, following a recall of 158,000 vehicles in 2020 due to concerns about the vehicle's center console. President Trump has stated that he would not reappoint Jerome Powell as chairman of the Federal Reserve. This announcement comes amidst ongoing trade negotiations with China and concerns over the strength of the U.S. economy. While Powell's future at the Fed remains uncertain, it is important to note that the president's influence over monetary policy decisions is limited. The Federal Reserve is an independent entity, and its decisions are based on economic data and analysis, rather than political considerations. Finland is set to join NATO with a significant contribution to the alliance's operations. As part of its commitment, Finland is deploying up to 8 fighter jets and a mine-hunting naval vessel to support NATO operations in 2024. This move is a direct response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and strengthens the alliance's deterrence and unity message. The Finnish Navy vessel will be responsible for clearing sea mines and collaborating with NATO forces in the Baltic Sea. Meanwhile, the fighter jets will patrol and engage in military exercises in Romania and Bulgaria, including the Black Sea. This deployment not only enhances Finland's role within NATO, but also contributes to the overall strength and preparedness of the alliance. Chevron has announced that it is raising its quarterly dividend by 7.9% to 163 cents per share. This increase reflects the company's strong financial performance and its commitment to returning value to shareholders. The new dividend rate will be effective for the company's fourth quarter 2022 dividend payment, which is expected to be made in December 2022. Jiski Real Credit has announced its plan to conduct refinancing auctions for loans from Coverpool E on February 7th and 8th, 2024. The auctions will offer a total of 3.75 billion Danish kroner in bonds with maturities ranging from 1 year to 8-year terms. The auctions will take place in intervals, with different bond allocations and interest rates specified for each session. Inquiries can be addressed to Jiski Real Credit's Anders Lund. Cigna Group stock experienced a significant surge of 4% in pre-market trading following the release of its Q4 financial results. The company reported a net income of $2 billion and an adjusted earnings per share increased to $6.79, surpassing market expectations. The robust performance was driven by growth in pharmacy and medical customers, contributing to the exceedance of revenue forecasts. Despite a decline in customer relationships due to a contract non-renewal, Cigna announced a 14% dividend increase, demonstrating its commitment to enhancing shareholder value. Chevron's Q4 2023 earnings reported at $2.48 billion. Adjusted earnings hit $6 billion, a decrease from Q4 2022's $7 billion. Chevron returned a record $26.30 billion to shareholders in 2023. Annual worldwide and U.S. production reached record levels. Dividend increased by 8% to 163 cents share. Impairment charges in U.S. upstream cost. Chevron $1 billion. Foreign currency effects impacted earnings by $479 million. BNP Paribas, France's leading banking group, has reported the breakdown of its net banking product across retail banking, finance and investment banking, and institutional and private management. The retail banking sector accounts for 54% of the total and includes operations in France, Belgium, and Italy. Finance and investment banking, which includes consulting, capital markets, and financing activities, makes up 32.5% of the NBP. As of the end of 2022, BNP Paribas managed €1,008 10 billion in deposits and €857 billion in loans. The bank's net banking product is primarily located in Europe, accounting for 78.9%, followed by North America with 13.2%, and Asia Pacific with 7.9%. Oil prices saw a rise after the OPEC group decided to maintain production levels. However, these gains are expected to be short-lived as China's economic growth worries persist. The decision to extend cuts beyond Q1 will be made in March. Despite the Federal Reserve's rate hike pause, oil prices are facing weekly losses due to geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and concerns over China's economy. These factors have led to a bearish sentiment in the market, causing oil prices to end the week lower. Chevron's Q4 earnings have exceeded expectations, reporting an adjusted EPS of 345 cents with sales reaching $47.10 billion. Despite incurring $1.8 billion in upstream impairment charges and facing $1 billion in decommissioning obligations, Chevron has announced an 8% dividend hike to 163 cents per share. This demonstrates the company's commitment to enhancing shareholder value amidst challenging market conditions. Thousands of residents in Connecticut are facing a long waitlist for CT housing vouchers amid increasing demand and limited supply. The rental assistance program waitlist has been closed for 17 years due to cost increases. The shortage of affordable housing units and rising rents have strained the state's budget. The situation is similar in Massachusetts and New Jersey, where waitlists are lengthy and close frequently, with people waiting years for assistance. The officials emphasize the need for efficiency improvements in the rental assistance programs. ILYE. Swedish electric motorcycle maker Cake has filed for bankruptcy due to a lack of funding. Despite recent expansions and product launches, the company has faced internal and external financial challenges, including a failure to attract new investors. This has resulted in a stalled C-round funding and the suspension of salary payments. Founder and CEO Stefan Nitterborn cited various factors for the company's current situation, including a global recession and a challenging venture capital landscape. Cake's ownership is divided among a few key stakeholders, with multiple share classes and dividend priorities complicating funding efforts. U.S. Treasury yields stabilized ahead of jobs report with potential Fed rate cut. As the release of the January payrolls report looms, U.S. bond yields have taken a pause in their recent fluctuations. The 2-year Treasury yield has risen slightly, while the 10-year and 30-year yields have seen modest changes. Economists predict that the report will show 185,000 new jobs with an unemployment rate of 3.8% for January. The market is eagerly awaiting this release as it may provide insight into the Federal Reserve's upcoming interest rate decision. In light of recent declines in bond yields and stress in regional banks, there is growing anticipation for a potential rate cut in March. The stabilization of Treasury yields ahead of this critical report could have a significant impact on the market and investor sentiment. Here's the script for the news report. Chevron's stock rose by 1% after the release of its financial reports, erasing earlier pre-market losses. Company's strong performance in the second quarter of 2023, with revenue of $39.10 billion exceeded analysts' expectations. Chevron's earnings were $3.10 billion, or $1.54 per share, compared to a loss of $8 billion in the same period last year. The company's stock has been on an upward trend since the release of the financial reports, and investors are optimistic about Chevron's future prospects. Chevron's fourth quarter profits took a hit, falling by over 40% to $21.30 billion. This decline was attributed to impairment charges. However, the company made history in 2023 by distributing a record $23.60 billion to shareholders through dividends and buybacks. Chevron increased its quarterly dividend by 8% to 163 cents, demonstrating its commitment to delivering value to investors. Despite the drop in profits, Chevron maintained strong production, reaching 3.1 million barrels per day. The decline in crude oil prices did not impact the company's overall performance. Chevron adapted to the volatile market conditions and strategically invested in new assets. Deutsche Bank has issued a neutral stance on Safholland, a German company specializing in chassis systems and components for commercial vehicles. The company operates across 4 regions, including EMEA, Americas, APC in China, catering to both OEMs and the aftermarket. Safholland's product portfolio includes axle and suspension systems, fifth wheels, and more, marketed under well-known brands such as SAF, Holland, and New Way. Chevron's Q4 earnings exceed expectations despite revenue decline. Chevron Corp reported a Q4 net income of $2.40 billion, down from $6.40 billion joy, with adjusted earnings per share at 3.45 cents, surpassing the 3.19 cents consensus. Revenue fell to $47.10 billion, below the expected $50.93 billion decrease. The company attributed the revenue decrease to impairment charges and decommissioning costs. Despite the dip, Chevron increased worldwide production, with U.S. production growing 14%. CEO Mike Wirth highlighted the company's strategic acquisitions to meet energy demand, including PDC Energy and a stake in ACES Delta. The stock rose 130% pre-market, although it has declined 12.5% over the past year compared to the S&P 500 17.4% gain. DoubleTree Suites by Hilton Orlando Disney Springs area has undergone a multi-million-dollar renovation, transforming its 236 all-suite property. Located near Orlando's popular attractions and convention center, this hotel now boasts modern design and enhanced amenities. The updated meeting spaces, cafe and lounge, and renovated fitness center offer a range of options. For guests, the coastal-inspired aesthetic, featuring a warm color palette and local artwork, creates a welcoming atmosphere for visitors. German Parliament ratifies 2024 budget, upholding debt limits. After months of contentious negotiations, Germany's parliament has approved the 2024 budget, adhering to the nation's constitutional debt limit. The budget permits €39 billion in new debt, capping deficits at 0.35% of GDP. As Europe's largest economy, Germany remains dedicated to fiscal discipline pintoresque. Meta's shares surged 17% following the announcement of its first dividend, new share repurchases, and robust financial results. The company, which has been investing heavily in metaverse technologies and AI infrastructure, revealed a $50 billion share repurchase plan and a $0.50 per share quarterly dividend. This strategic move reflects Meta's confidence in its growth prospects and commitment to rewarding shareholders, with CEO Mark Zuckerberg potentially receiving over $175 million per quarter. The dividend also marks Meta's commitment to capital efficiency and is seen as a positive step amidst broader market optimism. BAE Systems has expanded its UAV capabilities by acquiring Molloy Aeronautics, a company specializing in electric UAVs for both civil and military applications. With a workforce of around 80, Molloy's technology will be integrated into BAE's product offerings, contributing to the joint development of new technologies. This acquisition aims to expand customer services globally. Barclays has upgraded Delivery Hero C to a buy rating due to its strong performance in the global online food delivery industry. The Germany-based company operates in over 40 countries across Europe, the Middle East, North Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Delivery Hero offers services from a variety of brands and has a diverse menu of cuisines available through both web and mobile platforms. The company has been successful in expanding its reach and increasing its customer base, making it an attractive investment opportunity. A woman in Georgia has been detained for defacing a religious icon of Joseph Stalin in Tbilisi. Nada Peradze was ordered detained for 5 days after she was caught scribbling on the icon, which led to a large-scale protest in the capital. Peradze is being represented by the Georgian Young Lawyers Association and has been charged with petty hooliganism. However, her lawyer's defense strategy is not yet known. The incident has sparked demands for severe punishment, with religious groups and right-wing organizations claiming that the act offended their beliefs. The European Medicines Agency has begun evaluating Regeneron Pharmaceuticals' linvoseltamab, a potential therapy for multiple myeloma patients who have relapsed or not responded to prior treatments. This review follows Regeneron's recent application for approval with the US FDA, aiming to provide a targeted treatment for a specific group of multiple myeloma patients with limited options. London Metal Exchange reported a decrease in tin inventory by 80 metric tons to 6,415 metric tons on February 2, 2023, compared to the previous second day. Over the past week, there was a cumulative decrease of 100 metric tons, reflecting a 1.53% reduction. In the last month, there was an additional decrease of 1,315 metric tons, amounting to a 17.1% reduction. Since February 3, 2021, the LN tin inventory has fluctuated between a high of 8,205 metric tons and a low of 645 metric tons, with an average value of 3,301.67677503 metric tons. The current inventory level of 6,415 metric tons is 48.53% higher than the average. Exxon's Q4 adjusted earnings per share came in at $2.48, surpassing estimates of $2.22. This represents a significant increase in profitability for the company. The energy sector has been facing challenges recently, including fluctuations in oil prices and geopolitical tensions. However, Exxon's strong financial performance demonstrates its ability to navigate these challenges and generate substantial earnings. Investors may be encouraged by this positive result, indicating that Exxon is well positioned to continue its growth trajectory in the coming year. In a recent research note, Bernstein has downgraded Vertex Pharma from outperform to market perform. This change in rating has caused some investors to question the future performance of the company. However, it's important to note that Bernstein still maintains a positive outlook on Vertex Pharma despite the downgrade. The company has been performing well in the pharmaceutical industry with a strong pipeline of drugs and a solid financial position. It's possible that the downgrade is more of a reflection of the market conditions rather than a direct reflection of the company's performance. In any case, investors should continue to monitor the company's progress and keep an eye on any updates from Bernstein. Cigna Group has raised its 2024 adjusted profit forecast to at least $28.25 per share, a 25-cent increase following a fourth quarter earnings beat. The insurer reported an adjusted income of $6.79 per share, surpassing expectations and lower than predicted medical loss ratios of 82%. These results attributed to favorable pricing and cost controls. Assuaged concerns about rising care costs and influenced the company's revenue, which also exceeded estimates. Hope Bancorp has announced that it will maintain its dividend payment at $0.14 per share with a yield of 5.1%. This decision is supported by the company's strong earnings coverage. With over 10 years of dividend payments and a forecasted 29.4% growth in earnings per share, the payout ratio is expected to remain at 42% over the next 3 years. Despite a recent decline in earnings over the past 5 years, Hope Bancorp has consistently grown its dividend at an annual rate of 11% since 2014. However, investors are advised to be cautious as future challenges may arise, although earnings are projected to rise but remain low. In a surprising move, Byron Allen's Allen Media Group has proposed a $30 billion acquisition of Paramount Global. The offer includes 14.30 billion dollars for shares and taking on $15 billion in debt. This deal, if successful, would mark a significant expansion for Allen's media empire, which includes the Weather Group and Thorio. Despite recent layoffs and restructuring at Paramount, Allen's offer reflects a serious interest in a company that has drawn attention from other potential buyers like Redbird Capital and Skydance Media. Multiple insider acquisitions have been made by Vine Therapeutics insiders, indicating a positive outlook for the company. Despite the higher prices, insiders have been acquiring shares, which suggests confidence in the stock's value. Lead independent director Patrick Lepore's purchases are particularly noteworthy, as they indicate a strong belief in the company's future prospects. The insiders' shareholdings in Vine Therapeutics currently stand at 6.9%, which is a significant percentage. This high level of insider ownership suggests that the Insiders are aligned with shareholders, which can be seen as a positive sign for potential investors. When insiders have a stake in the company, they are more likely to work towards its success as their personal wealth is tied to the company's performance. Overall, the multiple insider acquisitions by Vine Therapeutics insiders indicate a positive outlook for the company. The fact that insiders are willing to purchase shares at higher prices suggests that they believe the stock is undervalued. Additionally, the high level of insider ownership indicates alignment with shareholders, making Vine Therapeutics a potentially attractive investment opportunity. Dover Corporation has announced its full year 2023 financial results, with revenues at $8.44 billion, net income at $1.6 billion, and a profit margin of 13%. Earnings per share were also in line with expectations. Despite a flat performance year-on-year, the company forecasts a 3.5% revenue growth over the next three years. The American machinery industry is predicted to grow at a rate of 3.2% during the same period. Dover shares have risen by 4.4% from last week, although the company is showing two warning signs in Simply Wall's investment analysis. As Bank of Marin Bancorp's ex-dividend date approaches, investors are assessing the eligibility and sustainability of the company's dividend. The upcoming dividend of $0.25 per share, payable on February 15th, offers a tempting yield of 5.30% at a recent stock price of $18.91. However, the high dividend payout ratio of 80% raises concerns about reinvestment and earnings growth. The company's recent 12% drop in earnings over the past 5 years adds to these concerns, as it may make it difficult for Bank of Marin Bancorp to maintain its dividend payouts in the long term. Investors should carefully consider these factors before deciding whether to purchase the stock before the ex-dividend date. Investing in the evolving intimacy wellness industry. PLB Group's growth potential. Despite its controversial beginnings as Playboy Enterprises, PLB Group's stock may benefit from evolving social norms and a growing global market for intimacy products. The brand, recognized by 90% of Gen Z, has a potential total addressable market of $62.3 billion by 2030. However, the stock has seen a 62% decline in the past year and currently carries a market cap of $85 million. The bulls must make a compelling case to overcome skepticism, as short interest stands at 13.11% of the float. Chevron has reported higher than expected earnings of $2.4 billion in Q4, surpassing analyst forecasts. The company also raised its quarterly dividend by 8% to 163 cents a share, following record annual production. Despite a 17% drop in its stock due to operational challenges and lower commodity prices, Chevron's stock rose 130% following the news. ExxonMobil's Q4 earnings have exceeded estimates, reporting an adjusted EPS of $2.44 billion. The company's strong performance can be attributed to its focus on optimizing operations and capital allocation. Additionally, ExxonMobil has announced that lithium production is set to begin in 2027, further diversifying its portfolio and positioning itself for future growth. This development is expected to enhance the company's competitive advantage in the energy sector. Jubilant Pharmova Limited, an Indian pharmaceutical company, has reported a net profit of $668 million for Q4, reversing a prior year loss of $156 million. The company's total revenue rose 8% to $16.7 billion, with its radiopharma business accounting for over 40% of the total. This marks the fifth consecutive quarter of revenue growth, driven by high-margin radiopharmaceuticals. Jubilant Pharmova is involved in the U.S. manufacturing and supply of radiopharmaceuticals, which are key to its future revenue. The company's shares rose by 7%, reaching a 2-year high. LyondellBasell has reported a Q4 net income of $185 million, with an EBITDA of $639 million and cash flow from operations of $150 million. The company also achieved a remarkable 171% cash conversion. In addition, LyondellBasell has returned $406 million in dividends to shareholders and made significant decisions regarding its significant Moretech recycling plant and ethylene oxide business. The company has divested its ethylene oxide business for $700 million and agreed to buy 35% of NAPIT for $500 million. ExxonMobil Corporation has reported a staggering $36 billion profit for the full year 2023, outperforming expectations. The company's impressive performance can be attributed to Its strong presence in three core sectors: refining and distribution, petrochemicals, and hydrocarbon exploration and production. Exxon's major products include refined fuels, chemicals, and natural resources such as oil and gas. The company has a significant market presence in the U.S. and other international markets. Algeria's 2023-24 wheat imports are projected to reach a record 8.7 million metric tons, surpassing the previous high of 8.4 million tons in 2016-17. This increase is attributed to a low domestic harvest and robust purchases by the government-run procurement agency. Imports are expected to remain at 8.7 million tons in the following year due to persistent drought and stable consumer demand. Despite the conflict in the Black Sea region, Algeria continues to import wheat from Russia, receiving over 130 million tons since July 2023. Snam S.p.A., a major player in Europe's natural gas transportation sector, has unveiled its strategic plan for 2023-2027. The company's pipeline network spans 38,000 kilometers, primarily focused on transporting natural gas, which accounts for 63.2% of its net sales. Additionally, Snam is involved in gas storage, comprising 14.8% of its volume, operations and regasification, contributing 1.2%. The remaining 20.8% of sales is generated from a diverse range of activities, including energy efficiency projects, biogas production, and infrastructure services. Barclays has reiterated its buy rating for Deutsche Telekom AG, a major player in the telecommunications industry. The company's operations primarily involve telecommunications services, accounting for 96.4% of net sales. With 245.4 million mobile subscribers, Deutsche Telekom offers various services, including fixed telephony, data transmission, and internet services. T-Systems, responsible for information and communication system development, contributes 2.7% to sales. The company has a strong presence in Germany, Europe, and North America, with a 21.9% market share in Germany, 11.6% in Europe, and 66% in North America. The London Metal Exchange reported an increase of 114 metric tons in the nickel inventory on February 2, 2023, bringing the total to 71,162 metric tons. This marks a slight uptick compared to the previous day. Over the past week, the LME nickel stockpiles have experienced an accumulated increase of 19,860 metric tons, representing a 2.87% rise. In the month leading up to this point, the inventory saw an additional increase of 6,852 metric tons, amounting to a 10.64% growth. Historical data reveals that the LME nickel inventory has fluctuated between a high of 2,646,060 metric tons and a low of 36,810 metric tons since February 3, 2021. The average inventory level has been 100,417.57 metric tons. The current inventory level of 71,262 metric tons is 40.91% below the average. Signa Group has announced a 14% increase in its dividend and a revenue forecast for FY24, expecting higher revenues than FY23. However, adjusted earnings are anticipated to be lower than market estimates. Despite a 11.7% increase in fourth quarter revenues and strong profit gains, the company's adjusted earnings per share fell short of expectations. In pre-market trading, Signa's stock showed a significant gain. Tesla is recalling 2.2 million vehicles due to a brake warning light issue. The company has received reports of a technical glitch that causes the brake warning light to illuminate on the dashboard, even though the brakes are functioning properly. While there have been no reported accidents or injuries related to this issue, Tesla is taking the precautionary measure of recalling all affected vehicles to address the problem. The recall affects Model S, Model X, and Model 3 vehicles produced between 2017 and 2022. Tesla is currently working on a software update to fix the issue and will notify owners of the affected vehicles via email. China's banking sector witnessed robust growth in the wealth management industry in 2023, with a substantial increase in investors and product launches. The number of investors holding wealth management products surged by 17.84% to reach 114 million, while the number of newly launched products skyrocketed to 31,100, accumulating a staggering 57.8 trillion yuan in assets. This growth was fueled by the entry of 39,800 new products from 258 banks and 31 wealth management companies, marking a remarkable 14.86% increase since the beginning of the year. Chevron Corp surprised analysts with its Q4 earnings report, surpassing expectations by $0.34 per share. The company also announced a dividend increase of nearly 8%, indicating a strong rebound from a challenging 2023. Chevron's record production was driven by its U.S. operations, and the company reported a $370 billion write-down for California assets and Gulf of Mexico infrastructure. Despite underperforming stock and operational setbacks, CEO Mike Wirth has expanded share buybacks and made the Hess Corp acquisition. However, Chevron has faced challenges in comparison to ExxonMobil Corp and has experienced setbacks in projects like Tengiz in Kazakhstan. Tesla is recalling approximately 2.19 million vehicles due to a brake issue related to insufficiently large visual warnings. The recall was announced by the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. This recall impacts Tesla models produced between 2014 and 2021. The issue affects certain Model S, Model X, and Model Y vehicles with brake warning lights that may not illuminate sufficiently to alert drivers of a potential problem. Tesla has stated that it is working on a software update to address the issue and will notify owners of the affected vehicles via email. It is important for Tesla owners to keep an eye out for any updates or notices from the company regarding this recall. Brookfield Business Corporation has reported its Q4 adjusted EBITDA at $600 million, surpassing market estimates of $566 million. This represents a significant increase in profitability for the company during the quarter. Jadestone Energy plc has reported a 20% increase in annual oil production to 13,813 barrels per day in 2023. The company's CEO has announced significant growth in production and diversification for 2024, including the completion of the COLH2 acquisition and higher volumes from Malaysia. Jadestone Energy shares rose marginally following the announcement. The anticipated acquisition of COLH2 stake is set for mid-February. Here is the script for the news report. Exxon's stock rose by 2.6% today as the company's Q4 adjusted earnings per share came in slightly above estimates. Despite the positive performance, some analysts are still cautious about the future of the oil and gas industry. However, Exxon's strong financial position and continued investment in renewable energy sources give them a competitive edge in the market. Brookfield Business Partners has announced a record adjusted EBITDA of $2.5 billion and strong capital recycling for 2023. The company reported a net income of $1.4 billion in Q4, with strong business performance and capital recycling efforts contributing to over $2 billion in proceeds. For the year, the company had a net income of $1.4 billion, up from a loss of $14 million in 2022. The adjusted EBITDA for the year was $2.50 billion, an increase from $2.4 billion in 2022. The company's business services segment saw a significant increase in adjusted EBITDA to $900 million, driven by improved performance and acquisitions. The industrial segment's adjusted EBITDA was $855 million, while infrastructure services reported $853 million. The company's adjusted FO increased across all three segments, with the highest contribution from the business services segment. ExxonMobil has just announced its fourth quarter earnings, and the results have surpassed expectations. The company reported adjusted earnings of $2.48 per share, which is higher than what analysts had predicted. In addition to this, ExxonMobil also announced a 4.40% increase in its dividend. This is great news for shareholders, as it means they will receive more money in dividends. However, the company did not provide specific details on the factors that contributed to this positive performance. Despite this, it is clear that ExxonMobil is doing well and continues to be a major player in the oil and gas industry. Brookfield Business Partners has reported a net income of $1.23. The company's strong business performance included $2 billion from capital recycling. CEO Anuj Ranjan emphasized the quality of the company's operations and the potential for value creation. Adjusted EBITDA reached $2 billion, up from $2.85 billion in 2022. Limited partnership unit earnings per share were $6.49 for the year. European Medicines Agency validates tisotumab vedotin for cervical cancer treatment. The European Medicines Agency has validated a marketing authorization application for tisotumab vedotin, an antibody drug conjugate for treating recurrent or metastatic cervical cancer. This follows successful data from the Phase 3 innovative V301 trial. Approval could make tisotumab vedotin the first ADC authorized for cervical cancer treatment in the EU. President Trump has vowed not to reappoint Jerome Powell as Federal Reserve Chairman if he wins the 2024 election. He claims that Powell is lowering interest rates to benefit President Biden's re-election, which would favor the Democrats. Trump believes that the stock market's positive performance is due to traders' optimism about his potential return to office. Senator Ben Cardin has urged the U.S. to consider imposing sanctions and removing Hungary from the U.S. visa waiver program due to its unreliable behavior within NATO and the EU. The criticism comes from Senator Cardin, who has expressed his frustration with Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's actions in stalling EU aid to Ukraine and delaying NATO's succession of Sweden. This issue has caused significant frustration among European nations, leading to calls for action against Hungary. Senator Cardin suggests that sanctions may be necessary, including under the Global Magnitsky Act, to address Hungary's behavior. DT Midstream will release their Q4 and FY23 financial results on February 16th. The company has scheduled a conference call for 8:30 a.m. ET to discuss the results. Investors, media, and the public can access the live webcast. International access numbers are also available. In a recent article, we take a closer look at the concept of funding relief in private sector defined benefit pension plans. This legislative change has had a significant impact on companies, reducing the required contributions they must make. By disconnecting interest rate fluctuations from required contributions, companies are now able to better manage their pension funding obligations. The funding relief measures began with the 2006 Pension Protection Act and have continued through subsequent legislative changes, widening the interest rate corridor and stabilizing funding requirements. This has provided much-needed relief for companies facing financial pressures related to their pension plans. Ferrari's stock price received a boost today as Auto BHF raised its price target to E400 from E360, maintaining its outperform rating. This comes after Ferrari. The company reported solid Q4 results that met expectations but exceeded in terms of price effect. The analysts increased their EBIT estimates by 2% for 2024, citing a strong order book and product pipeline that should drive continued sales growth and margin expansion until at least 2027. Reliance Steel Aluminum has acquired Cooksey Iron Metal in a recent deal. However, the terms of the acquisition have not been disclosed. This move is expected to strengthen Reliance Steel Aluminum's position in the metal industry and provide them with additional resources and capabilities. Cooksey Iron Metal has been a leading provider of metal products and services for many years, and their expertise will be a valuable addition to Reliance Steel Aluminum. This acquisition is a strategic move that will allow both companies to benefit from each other's strengths and achieve greater success in the future. Reliance Steel Aluminum has successfully acquired Cooksey Iron Metal Company in Corpus, a metal service center based in Georgia. The acquisition, which occurred for an undisclosed amount, is aimed at expanding Reliance's presence in the southeastern market. Cooksey, founded in 1917, is known for its exceptional customer service, product quality, and quick delivery standards. Following the acquisition, Cooksey will operate under Metals USA, and its current management team will continue to lead the company. This strategic move is expected to strengthen Reliance's market position in the Southeast and further enhance its capabilities in the metals industry. Blackstone Secured Lending is set to announce its Q4 and FY23 earnings on February 28. The company will be hosting an earnings call via public webcast at 9:30 a.m. ET. In addition, the earnings release will be available ahead of the call on February 28. A webcast replay will also be available on BSL's website post-event. Amazon has just launched a new AI-powered conversational assistant for shoppers called Rufus. This new tool is designed to help customers make better purchase decisions by providing personalized assistance and product recommendations. Rufus is integrated into Amazon's mobile app and draws from the company's vast product catalog, reviews, and web data. Initially, Rufus is only available to a limited number of users, but the company plans to expand access to more users in the coming weeks. Amazon has a long history of incorporating AI into its operations, and the launch of Rufus is just the latest example of the company's commitment to innovation. Experts predict that this new tool will have a significant impact on customer experiences and brand growth. Eton Pharmaceuticals has launched nitisin 1 capsules for the treatment of hereditary tyrosinemia, type 1, a rare condition affecting fewer than 500 patients in the U.S. The company's Eton Cares program offers $0 copay for eligible patients, supported by Optime Care, a specialty pharmacy. The product is available exclusively through Optime Care, which will manage the patient support services and prescription fulfillment. Eton Pharmaceuticals expects to capture a significant share of the estimated $50 million annual nitisin 1 market. Reliance Steel has acquired Cooksey Iron Metal Company for an undisclosed amount. Cooksey processes and distributes finished steel products and has been headquartered in Tifton, Georgia since 1917. The company operates 3 locations in Georgia, Florida, Alabama, and South Carolina and serves a diverse customer base, including trailer manufacturers. Metals USA, a Reliance subsidiary, will manage Cooksey operations. Cooksey reported $90 million in annual net sales in 2023. Eton Pharmaceuticals has launched nitisinone capsules to treat hereditary tyrosinemia type 1, a rare disease affecting fewer than 500 U.S. patients. The medication is offered at a $0 copay for eligible commercially insured patients through Eton Cares and is available exclusively through Optime Care. The current market for nitisinone is estimated to surpass $50 million annually. In this financial report, we will be discussing the latest earnings of Church Dwight. The company's Q4 adjusted earnings per share came in at 65 cents, which is in line with the estimated 65 cents. This represents a solid performance for the company in the final quarter of the year. Meta has joined the exclusive M&M Tech Sector Group, which includes NVIDIA and Microsoft. This move comes as Meta is recognized as a leader in AI and is poised to unlock up to $60 billion in revenue. Analysts at Raymond James Beck highlight Meta's potential to enhance user engagement and create AI-infused tools for marketers. This follows Meta's significant stock price increase and announcements of AI investments, AI-powered chatbots, and new products. As a result, Meta's stock is expected to reach new highs, with analysts upgrading their price targets. India's foreign exchange reserves have increased to $616 billion, a rise of $590 million from the previous week's $616 billion. This increase is due to the Reserve Bank of India's intervention to stabilize the rupee, which has been trading between 83.75 and 83.65. The currency saw a slight gain of 0.2% for the week, closing at 82.9175. InvestNet PMC has made a strategic investment in NAS Technology, a leading EV charging service company in China. This move signifies the growing potential of the Chinese EV charging sector and highlights InvestNet's commitment to diversifying its investment portfolio. NAS Technology Inc. is the first U.S.-listed EV charging service company and has been included in the investment portfolio of PMC Diversified Equity Fund, a mutual fund managed by InvestNet, a leading global TAMP platform. This development was disclosed through SEC Form 13MF data, which shows US-based institutional investors' quarterly holdings. InvestNet's interest in NAS reflects their confidence in the company's ability to capitalize on the growing demand for EV charging services in China. As the market for electric vehicles continues to expand, NAS is well positioned to benefit from this trend, and InvestNet's investment will further strengthen its position as a key player in the Chinese EV charging sector. Red Rock Resources plc has announced the appointment of David Lanegas as a strategic consultant to enhance its natural resource exploration and development portfolio. Lanegas, who has held executive roles in oil and gas and Bitcoin mining, will work closely with Red Rock's chair, Andrew Bell, to advance key assets and enter the oil and gas sector. Bell believes that Lanegas' appointment is timely and that the value of Red Rock's assets could be worth more than the current stock price. Eton Pharmaceuticals has launched nitisinone capsules for the treatment of HE1 disease. The company is offering eligible patients a $0 copay through their Eton Cares program. The market for nitisinone is estimated to exceed $50 million annually, and the product is currently available exclusively via Optime Care. This new treatment option provides hope for patients suffering from HE1 disease, a rare genetic disorder that affects the breakdown of certain amino acids. In FY 23, Church Dwight reported a 9.2% increase in net sales, reaching $5.87 billion. This growth was driven by a 530% increase in organic sales, led by strong performance in consumer products. However, the provided information did not mention any details about digital data. Regeneron has announced that the European Medicines Agency has accepted its application for a bispecific antibody used in the treatment of multiple myeloma. This therapy is designed for patients in the third line of treatment. The EMA's acceptance marks an important step towards regulatory approval in Europe, bringing hope to patients and healthcare professionals alike. Bristol Myers has released its earnings forecast for 2024, predicting adjusted earnings per share between $7 and $7.40. This is slightly higher than the estimated $7.11 per share. The company expects to see continued growth and profitability in the coming year. AstraZeneca has announced positive phase 3 trial results for its treatment, acoramide, for transthyretin cardiac amyloidosis, a rare and fatal disease. The trial in Japan has shown improved survival and reduced disease severity by stabilizing transthyretins. This is great news for patients suffering from this condition. Acoramide is expected to be brought to Japanese patients soon, with data presentations and regulatory reviews to follow. Cano Health, Inc. has recently disclosed a series of transactions conducted by Elliott Cooperstone, a principal shareholder with a 10% ownership stake. On January 30th, 2024, Mr. Cooperstone divested himself of 12,703 shares at a price of $2.70 per share. This was followed by the sale of 8,935 shares at a price of $2.59 per share on January 31st, 2024. Subsequently, on February 1st, 2024, an additional 1,100 shares were sold at a price of $2.53 per share. The total number of shares sold by Mr. Cooperstone in January and February 2024 is 22,748. Charter Communications has reported its Q4 revenue at $13.7 billion, which is in line with the estimated $13.70 billion. The company's revenue has remained consistent, and it has been performing well in the market. This is a positive sign for the company and its investors. UK Antitrust Authority investigates Thermo Fisher's $3.10 billion Allink acquisition. The UK antitrust regulator is scrutinizing Thermo Fisher Scientific's $3 billion acquisition of Allink Holding. The Competition and Markets Authority is examining if the merger could lead to a diminished competitive landscape in the UK. Chinese researchers have made a significant discovery regarding metabolic changes in primates during pregnancy. By studying cynomolgus monkeys, they found metabolic adaptations that could potentially shed light on the mechanisms of pregnancy-related diseases. Through analyzing 273 samples from 23 maternal tissues, they identified metabolic disturbances and reprogramming in various tissues. This research, published in Cell, enhances our understanding of primate pregnancy adaptation and could inform strategies for disease prevention. WisdomTree Q4 2023. Hits $100 bell an ounce, operating margin up 520 basis. WisdomTree has reported its Q4 2023 results, and the company has exceeded $100 billion in total assets under management. The company has also seen a significant expansion in its operating margin, up by 520 basis points. Diluted earnings per share came in at $0.16, with adjusted earnings per share at $0.11. WisdomTree has also experienced 13% organic growth across its products. However, the company has also reported net outflows of $0 billion, primarily from fixed income and commodities. The average advisory fee remained unchanged at TIA, 0.36%. Operating revenues for the quarter came in at $90.8 million, which was stable compared to the previous quarter. Overall, WisdomTree's Q4 2023 results show strong growth in AUM and operating margin, but also some challenges in certain areas such as net outflows and commodities. In this week's Financial Times Weekend Crossword #6776, test your knowledge and challenge your brain power. And for those who want to delve deeper, Editor's Digest with Rula Khalaf offers a free glimpse into her favorite stories. The FT app also includes interactive crosswords for subscribers, while the Daily Cryptic, Polymath, and Weekend Crosswords are available for all to enjoy. Don't miss out on this opportunity to expand your horizons and have some fun. FactSet, a prominent financial digital platform and solutions provider, has declared a quarterly cash dividend of $0.98 per share, payable on March 21, 2024, to shareholders of record as of February 29, 2024. This action underscores the company's dedication to delivering financial data, analytics, and technology to over 8,000 clients. Worldwide, FactSet is listed on the NYSE and NASDAQ under the tickers FDs. In the fourth quarter of 2023, Charter experienced a decrease of 61,000 residential and small to medium-sized business internet customers. However, the company's total customers base grew to 30.6 million by the end of the year. Despite the drop in internet customers, Charter added 155,000 new internet customers in 2023. On the mobile side, Charter saw a significant increase of 546,000 residential and small to medium-sized business mobile lines in Q4. The total number of mobile lines reached 78 million, with 2.5 million added in 2023. Overall, Q4 revenue for Charter was $13.7 billion, a 0.3% increase year over year. This growth was driven by residential internet revenue. Despite the decrease in internet customers, Charter's overall customer base and revenue continue to grow. Singapore has taken a significant step in safeguarding its political landscape by invoking its foreign interference law on a naturalized citizen, Chan Man Peng Philip. The Ministry of Home Affairs has accused Chan of susceptibility to foreign interests, leading to the implementation of the law. Under this law, Chan is required to annually disclose his political donations and any foreign affiliations he may have. This marks the first time the law has been invoked since its passage in 2021, highlighting the government's commitment to preventing political interference from abroad. Chris Autry, a 64-year-old man, has been struggling to find a new job after being laid off. He has applied for over 500 positions, but despite 30 years of experience in corporate call centers, he has not been successful in securing a job. He believes that ageism may be the reason for his unemployment, as he feels it affects the response rate to his applications and the way he is perceived in interviews. Randy G., also 62, has not been able to find permanent work after being laid off at 57. Both men attribute their ongoing unemployment, despite their experience and skills, to age-related discrimination. They are not alone in their struggles. Many older workers are facing challenges in finding employment, even with decades of experience. The problem of ageism in the workplace is not new, but it is a persistent issue that affects many older workers. Employers may perceive older workers as less adaptable, less tech-savvy, or less able to work in a fast-paced environment. These perceptions can lead to discrimination in hiring, promotion, and compensation. The impact of ageism is not just on the individual worker, but also on society as a whole. Older workers are an important part of the workforce, and their experience and skills should not be wasted. When older workers are excluded from the labor market, it can lead to a loss of knowledge and expertise, as well as a decrease in economic output. There are steps that can be taken to address ageism in the workplace. Employers can focus on skills and abilities rather than age when making hiring decisions. They can also provide training and development opportunities to help older workers stay up to date with new technologies and trends. Additionally, policymakers can explore ways to incentivize employers to hire and retain older workers, such as tax credits or subsidies. In conclusion, Chris Autry and Randy G. are just two examples of older workers who are struggling to find employment despite their experience and skills. Ageism in the workplace is a persistent problem that affects many older workers, and it has significant implications for individuals and society as a whole. The Income Tax Department has decided to proactively eliminate pending tax demands below Rs. 25,000 for the assessment year 2009-10 and Rs. 10,000 for the assessment years 2010-11 to 2014-15 on approximately 80 lakh taxpayers. This was announced in the interim budget. The director of the Central Board of Direct Taxes, Nitin Gupta, confirmed that these demands will be removed from the records and taxpayers will not be contacted. However, taxpayers can view these cases on their e-filing portal and address any issues they may have. This move aims to alleviate the burden on taxpayers and expedite the refund process by addressing long-standing discrepancies and easing the administrative burden. Universal Electronics Inc. will host its Q4 and 5/23 financial results call on February 15th. The live conference call will provide an update on the company's financial and business performance. To participate in the call, interested parties must register in advance for dial-in access. Additionally, the call and its replay will be available on UAE's website for 90 days. In today's digital age, managing user consent for personal data and cookie usage has become a crucial aspect of website operations. Many websites rely on collecting and using personal data and cookies to provide users with a more personalized experience. However, it is important for websites to obtain user consent. Before collecting and using this information, privacy policies and user consent are key elements of a website's data collection practices. It is important for websites to have clear and concise privacy policies that are easy for users to understand. Users should be able to give informed consent before their personal data is collected and used. Failure to obtain user consent can result in legal consequences for websites. As a financial reporter, it is important to stay updated on the latest developments in data privacy and security. Goodyear India's Q3 earnings slide on weak agricultural demand. Goodyear India reported its first quarterly profit drop in 5 quarters, with a 10.5% fall to 218.6 million rupees in Q3. This decline was due to subdued demand in the farm segment and a 14.2% decrease in revenue from operations. Despite an 8.8% reduction in material costs, overall expenses fell 14% to 5.66 billion rupees. The company's cost management and product range improvements helped mitigate the impact of higher raw material costs and lower volumes. Italian Exhibition Group has seen a significant increase of 8.9% in its stock price following the release of its financial report for FY 2023. Despite a slight decrease in preliminary revenues compared to the previous year, investors remain optimistic about the company's future prospects. In contrast, Geox shares have experienced a 5.5% decline after the company reported a 2.2% decrease in consolidated revenues for FY 2023, primarily attributed to a negative performance in their directly operated stores channel. Nvidia has also seen a decrease of 5.30% in its stock price, which may be due to profit-taking after its recent rise. Public Property Invest, a Norwegian property firm and an associate of Swedish landlord SEB, is exploring the possibility of an initial public offering and listing on the Oslo Stock Exchange. With SBB holding a 44.8% stake in TPI, the plan involves transferring portions of its property portfolio and organization, encompassing assets worth approximately 9 billion Norwegian kroner. This strategic move aims to access equity and credit markets, aligning with SVB's long-term objective of maintaining its stake, while propelling PPI's growth. The IPO is seen as a means to capitalize on the strong fundamentals of the Norwegian property market. Salt Lake City's Hotel Monaco has unveiled its newly renovated space, featuring a contemporary design and a new cocktail lounge. The 4-month project has transformed the historic building, incorporating a neutral color scheme inspired by the region's geology and updating the meeting space. The hotel's focus on luxury and personalized service is evident, with a local art collection and stunning views adding to the guest experience. To celebrate the opening, the hotel has introduced 2 new packages for both guests and locals. 3 crypto enthusiasts have become millionaires overnight after profiting over $1 million each from Solana's Jupiter airdrop event. The Jupiter airdrop on the Solana blockchain has been generating a lot of buzz lately, and it seems that some traders have hit the jackpot. According to reports, 3 lucky individuals have managed to earn a whopping sum of money from this event. The eligibility for the airdrop was based on engagement with Jupiter, which means that those who actively participated in the ecosystem were more likely to qualify. Around 955,000 wallets were able to qualify for the airdrop, which is a significant number. The JUP token, which underpins governance and decision-making, has been trading at $0.63, and it is expected to provide future opportunities for those actively involved in the ecosystem. This success story highlights the potential of the Solana blockchain and the Jupiter ecosystem. As more people become interested in crypto and blockchain technology, events like this are likely to become more common. It is important to remember, however, that not everyone will be as lucky as these 3 individuals. Investing in cryptocurrencies always carries a risk, and it is essential to do your research and consult with a financial advisor before making any investment decisions. Regional banking stocks are expected to face a challenging trading session today as investors react to the news Regeneron's Q4 revenues increased by 1% to $3.43 billion, while full year 2023 revenues grew by 8% to $13.12 billion. However, the growth in digital data revenue for both Q4 and in the full year is unclear. Dupixent's global net sales saw a significant increase of 31% to $3.2 billion in Q4, and a 33% increase to $11.5 billion for the entire year. U.S. net sales for Eylea HD and Eylea amounted to $1.446 billion in Q4 and $5.89 billion for 2023. Chinese military's 9 ousted members targeted for severe misconduct. China has disclosed that the removal of 9 military members of parliament in December 23 was due to alleged serious violations of law and discipline. The National People's Congress Committee made this revelation in a recent gazette without specifying the nature of these violations. The ousting occurred months before the announcement and follows a series of high-level military dismissals. US intelligence suggests that corruption within the Chinese military is eroding its capabilities. Charter Communications has reported a decline in its fourth quarter earnings, down to $1.6 billion from $1.8 billion in the previous year. This decrease is attributed to a decrease in internet and video customers, as well as accelerated cord cutting. The company lost 61,000 internet subscribers and 257,000 video customers, which has impacted their overall earnings. However, there is some positive news as the company's wireless business saw growth with 546,000 new customers. Despite the losses, Charter's revenue slightly increased to $13.71 billion, slightly exceeding analysts' expectations. In a recent announcement, Guardian Capital Group has made plans to acquire Sterling Capital from Truist. This move is set to expand Guardian Capital Group's presence in the financial sector and provide them with a wider range of investment opportunities. Sterling Capital is a well-known player in the industry, and this acquisition will undoubtedly strengthen Guardian Capital Group's position as a key player in the market. The terms of the deal have not been disclosed, but it is expected to be completed in the near future. This acquisition is a significant development for both companies and will have a significant impact on the financial landscape. Guardian Capital Group Limited has reached an agreement to acquire Sterling Capital Management LLC from Truist Financial Corporation for $70 million in cash with potential future earnouts. This acquisition is expected to close in Q2 2024 and will significantly enhance Guardian's asset management capabilities, solidifying its presence in the United States. Sterling Capital Management, founded in 1970, currently manages an impressive $76 billion in assets, offering a range of services including separate accounts, model portfolios, and mutual funds. Following the acquisition, Sterling's management team will continue under Guardian, ensuring stability and continuity for clients. Expert analysis: potential 16% upside for iShares Russell 2000 Value ETF. The iShares Russell 2000 Value ETF has an implied analyst target price of $173.08, suggesting a 15.77% upside from its recent price of $149.31. 3 underlying holdings: Charisma Therapeutics Inc., Pasita Therapeutics Inc., and Longboard Pharmaceuticals Inc. Are expected to significantly outperform, with CARM seeing a 362.96% increase and LDX a 104.88% rise. Analyst justifications for these targets are crucial for investors to assess, as optimism could be grounded or outdated. Financial reporter Alex is broadcasting live from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania on Groundhog Day 2024. Today, the town's most famous resident, Punxsutawney Phil, made his annual weather prediction. And for the first time ever, you can watch the live stream of the event right here. The tradition of Punxsutawney Phil predicting the weather dates back to the 1880s. Despite the lack of scientific data, millions of people around the world eagerly await the rodent's forecast each year. So, tune in now to watch Punxsutawney Phil emerge from his stump and find out whether we'll have 6 more weeks of winter or spring. It's just around the corner. Chinese State Council discusses enhancing business climate and regulatory fines. Premier Li Qiang chaired a meeting to discuss improving regulations and supervising fines. The council reviewed a guideline for regulating fines and is amending regulations. Additionally, efforts are underway to bolster emergency management and respond to weather-related disasters. China's State Council is considering new measures to further enhance the country's business environment. This move comes as part of the government's ongoing efforts to streamline regulations, reduce administrative burdens, and create a more favorable climate for businesses. The specific measures being discussed include simplifying business registration procedures, reducing unnecessary approvals, and strengthening intellectual property protection. These proposed actions are aimed at making it easier for domestic and foreign investors to operate in China, while also promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. By continuously improving the business environment, the State Council hopes to attract more investment, boost economic growth, and foster a more dynamic and competitive market. Guardian Capital Group Limited has reached an agreement to acquire Sterling Capital Management LLC from Truist Financial Corporation. The acquisition will see Sterling, which has approximately $76 billion in assets under management, sold for $70 million, subject to adjustments. This move will enhance Guardian's investment management portfolio and significantly expand its operations and asset base. Akamai Technologies Inc. Cordias shares experienced a slight decline of 150%, ending the day at $123.23. This drop occurred despite a broader market downturn, suggesting that there may be specific factors affecting Akamai's stock performance. One notable aspect is that the stock fell short of reaching its 52-week high, which could have contributed to the decline. Despite a recent two-day winning streak, Akamai stock underperformed compared to some of its competitors, such as Cognizant Technology Solutions Corp. And Arista Networks Inc. However, it outperformed Synopsys Inc. on the same trading day. The stock's trading volume exceeded the 50-day average, indicating heightened investor interest in the company. It is important to consider the broader market conditions and industry trends when analyzing Akamai's stock performance. Any developments or announcements from the company, as well as changes in the technology sector, could also impact the stock's future movement. In conclusion, Akamai Technologies Inc. experienced a slight decline in its stock price despite a general market downturn. While the stock fell short of reaching its 52-week high, it outperformed some competitors and saw above-average trading volume. Investors should continue to monitor market conditions and company-specific news for potential future impacts on Akamai's stock performance. The combined market cap of the Magnificent Seven tech giants, including Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, Nvidia, and Tesla, is now equivalent to the GDP of 11 major cities, totaling $12.5 trillion. This remarkable size and influence of these companies is sourced from Bank of America. Despite the unconventional comparison, the strategists note that the Magnificent Seven's market performance contributed significantly to the S&P 500's returns in January, with Tesla's struggles excluded. The current price action suggests a bubble, with an optimal strategy being a mix of high-performing tech stocks and distressed assets like China and small caps. Regeneron Pharmaceuticals has reported Q4 revenues of $3.43 billion, surpassing expectations. The company's Eylea drug generated sales of $1.46 billion with the higher dose version, contributing significantly. Regeneron has also submitted an FDA application to expand the use of Dupixent for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The company's performance aligns with its earlier projections. Azerbaijan SOCAR is taking precautions amid Red Sea tensions by rerouting its oil to Thailand through the Cape of Good Hope. The company has decided to divert the Azeri BTC oil from the Red Sea to avoid potential disruptions caused by Houthi threats in the region. The Tylos I, carrying 1 million barrels of oil, left Sihan on January 22 and is scheduled to arrive in Sri Racha on March 8. The Greek firm Dynacom is managing the cargo. However, both SOCAR and Dynacom have declined to comment on the matter. Church Dwight has reported a profitable Q4, reversing a prior year loss with a profit of $153.70 million. This was due to increased prices and sales volumes, resulting in revenue rising to $1.53 billion, slightly exceeding expectations. The company also announced plans to exit its underperforming Megalac dairy supplement business. Despite this, Church Dwight anticipates 4-5% organic sales growth in 2024, driven by strong demand for recent acquisitions such as TheraBreath and Hero. The European Union has renewed sanctions on Zimbabwe's arms and defense industries. This decision comes as a response to the deteriorating human rights situation in the country, including reports of extrajudicial killings and forced disappearances. The sanctions target individuals and entities involved in human rights abuses and violations of international humanitarian law. The EU has also expressed concern over the lack of progress in implementing reforms and improving the rule of law in Zimbabwe. The renewal of these sanctions sends a clear message that the EU will not tolerate human rights abuse and calls on the Zimbabwean authorities to take concrete steps towards democracy and respect for human rights. Oil prices are on the rise, and analysts are warning that the situation could worsen due to ongoing Houthi attacks and U.S. production growth. Despite it, recent records in U.S. oil production, the price increases have been gradual thanks to increased domestic output. However, the IEA predicts a slight rise in U.S. crude output to 13.1 million barrels per day in 2024, which may not be enough to offset the impact of geopolitical tensions. As a result, consumers could see higher prices at the pump in the coming months. Benin is planning to issue its first U.S. dollar-denominated bond, aiming to raise around $700 million. This marks a shift from its previous issuance in the West African CFA franc pegged to the euro. The bond is expected to yield around 8% and has been assigned to CDI, JP Morgan, and Societe Generale as bookrunners. Benin's debut bond sale follows Ivory Coast's successful $2 billion issuance in January, as African nations gradually re-enter the international bond market after a hiatus due to pandemic, geopolitical tensions, and rising interest rates. Picton Property Income's NAV declines amid sector resilience. Picton Property Income Limited reported a decline in its net asset value, but highlighted the resilience of its commercial portfolio, consisting of 49 properties across various sectors. The United Kingdom-based investment company boasts a diverse portfolio, including industrial, office, retail, and leisure properties, and operates through its wholly owned subsidiaries. CBO's Q4 adjusted earnings per share came in at $2.06, slightly exceeding estimates of $2.04. This represents a solid performance for the company in the final quarter of the year. Batter Bank has kept its sell rating on Metro Ag, a global wholesale and food services company. The company operates in 35 countries under two segments, Metro Wholesale and Real. It offers services under the Metro and Real brands and manages around 751 warehouses and 79 delivery depots. The company also provides food service distribution through its subsidiaries. U.S. consumer spending fell 0.9% to $2 trillion in December, while construction spending continued to rise throughout 2023. Despite a 5.30% decrease in local currency terms, Mexican remittances reached a record $63.3 billion, a 7.6% increase. New Zealand's consumer confidence also increased, reflecting optimism that inflation is easing and interest rates will not rise further. In a recent report, Needham has reaffirmed its buy rating for Apple and has set a price target of $220. This comes as no surprise, considering Apple's consistent performance in the market. The company has been killing it with their innovative products and services, from the iPhone to the Apple Watch to the AirPods. And let's not forget about their growing ecosystem of devices and software. It's clear that Apple is still going strong, and Needham is confident that the company will continue to dominate the tech industry. So, if you're thinking about investing in Apple, Needham says now is the time to buy. In a recent financial report, Twist The Shift Group has announced that it will be reporting its Q4 and full year 2023 financial results on February 22. The company will be hosting a conference call and webcast at 8:30 a.m. ET. The presentation, materials, and a replay of the call will be available online. Dial-in numbers and a conference ID have also been provided. The Shift Group is a North American specialty vehicle manufacturer. Financial reporter Alex announces that Samuel J. Reif, the current executive chairman of Sabey Biotherapeutics, will take on the role of CEO, effective February 2nd, 2024. This leadership change comes during a strategic realignment for the biopharmaceutical company, which is now concentrating its efforts on developing immunotherapies for type 1 diabetes. Dr. Eddie J. Sullivan remains president and a board member, overseeing operational and research functions. Financial reporter Alex is pleased to announce that Jeff's Brands Ltd. has signed an exclusive distribution deal with the solar product manufacturer. This allows its subsidiary, Fort Products Ltd., to market and sell the products globally on the Amazon marketplace without geographical restrictions. This is a significant move for Fort, as it follows their success in selling the products on the UK Amazon marketplace. The deal reflects Fort's commitment to expanding its product offerings in the renewable energy sector by world. AbbVie has announced its FY23 net revenues, which amounted to 54.4% drop from the previous year. The company's adjusted diluted EPS also saw a decline of 19.30%, down to $11.11. The company's 2022 GA diluted EPS was $2.72, a significant decrease of 59% compared to the previous year. This drop can be attributed to the biosimilar competition faced by Humira, which contributed to a decrease in immunology portfolio revenues of 9.6%. Despite this, AbbVie's oncology portfolio revenues also experienced a decline of 10.1%, with Imbruvica contributing $3.6 billion. The company's Skyrizi and Rinvoq, on the other hand, performed well, with revenues of $776 billion and $397.5 billion, respectively. Overall, AbbVie's FY23 results were impacted by the competition faced by its key products, resulting in a drop in both earnings and revenues. In the latest financial report, AbbVie has announced its Q4 adjusted earnings per share at $2.79, surpassing the estimated $2.76. This indicates a strong financial performance for the company in the last quarter of the year. Cigna stock surged by 5% following the company's upward revision of its financial projections. This positive outlook has attracted investors' attention and boosted market confidence. The company's revised guidance indicates potential growth and success in the near future. It is crucial to adhere to community guidelines in commentary and discourse, emphasizing respectful and relevant communication. Failure to comply with these guidelines may result in account suspension. Here is the script for the news report. Belgium has summoned the Israeli ambassador in response to a bombing of a Belgian Development Agency building in Gaza City. The foreign minister expressed concern over the attack, which violated international humanitarian law. The Ministry of Development Cooperation reported no casualties, and the Israeli ambassador committed to an investigation. Belgium has previously called for a humanitarian ceasefire and criticized Israel's handling of the conflict. Saya's Q4 2023 revenue increased by 14.5% to $751 million. The company's operating income also saw a significant rise of 21.5% to $112.70 million. Digital data revealed an 18.1% increase in LTL shipments per day, while LTL tonnage rose by 8.2%. LTL revenue per hundredweight, excluding fuel surcharge, increased by 11.7%, and LTL revenue per shipment, excluding fuel surcharge, rose by 2.4%. However, the company's full-year diluted earnings per share were $13. IS Holdings has reported a 10% increase in revenue to $634 million in Q1 fiscal 2024 compared to the previous year. Operating income rose by 43% to $58 million, while net income attributable to IIS increased by 55% to $41 million. Diluted earnings per share also increased to $1.87. Adjusted net income attributable to IS rose by 106%. Remaining performance obligations and backlog stood at approximately $1.5 billion and $1.50 billion, respectively, as of December 31, 2023. Cuba has postponed an increase in public transportation fares, responding to public discontent after a planned fuel price hike was delayed due to a cyber attack. The delay in the fuel price hike was met with relief by the public, who had criticized the broader economic reforms aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit, but criticized for causing inflation and insufficient support for domestic production. The postponement of the fare increases is an effort to ease tensions and address the economic challenges facing the country. Take-Two Interactive Software Inc.'s stock dipped 0.64% to $166.94, underperforming the market despite a mixed trading day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose slightly, while the S&P 500 index fell slightly. Despite this, the company remains $2.62 shy of its 52-week high. Trading volume was below the 50-day average. Saia Inc. has reported increased sales and profits, as well as enhanced market share despite the industry downturn. The company's fourth quarter earnings rose to $89.20 million, up from $70.90 million in the previous year, with operating revenue increasing by nearly 15% to $751 million. This growth can be attributed to the company's ability to gain market share and expand its network. In addition to this, Saia Inc. has announced the acquisition of 17 terminals from Yellow, a bankrupt competitor, for $236 million. This move is aimed at strengthening Saia's network and expanding its market presence. The acquisition will also allow Saia to increase its fleet and improve its services, which will further contribute to its growth and profitability. Despite the challenges faced by the industry, Saia Inc. has shown resilience and adaptability, which has led to its success. The company's ability to gain market share and make strategic acquisitions has positioned it for continued growth and profitability in the future. In a recent report, Barclays has downgraded its price target for Apple from $165 to $158 while maintaining an underweight rating. This news comes as a surprise to many investors who have been closely following the tech giant's stock. The downgrade has caused a slight drop in Apple's stock price, but it remains one of the most valuable companies in the world. Some analysts believe that the downgrade is due to concerns over the company's ability to innovate and compete in the highly competitive tech industry. However, others argue that the downgrade is simply a reflection of the market's overvaluation of Apple's stock. Regardless of the reason, investors should keep a close eye on Apple's future performance and upcoming product releases. Proskauer Rose Law Firm has reached a settlement with its former CLO, Jonathan O'Brien, over allegations of theft of confidential information. The law firm accused O'Brien of downloading proprietary data before joining a competitor, Paul Hastings. Proskauer Rose asked the court for a non-disclosure agreement. However, the details of the settlement were not disclosed. Evercore ESI has upgraded Global Payments to outperform and raised its price target to $185. This comes after the company's strong earnings report and positive outlook for the future of the payments industry. In this report, we will take a closer look at the reasons behind this upgrade and what it means for investors. Global Payments recently reported its fourth quarter earnings, and the results were impressive. The company beat analysts' estimates with both revenue and earnings Bank of England's Monetary Policy Committee, or MPC, is shifting its focus to underlying inflation. This means that they will be looking beyond the surface-level fluctuations in prices and instead concentrating on the underlying forces driving inflation. By doing so, the MPC hopes to gain a better understanding of the factors that are contributing to price increases and develop more effective policies to address them. This approach is particularly important in the current economic climate, where inflationary pressures are rising, and it is crucial to have a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Wabtec Corporation's stock price surged to a new 52-week high, reaching $133.40 with a 139% increase. This remarkable achievement took place amidst a broader market uptrend, with both the S&P 500 and Dow Jones Industrial Average indices experiencing gains. Despite a slight dip in trading volume below the 50-day average, investors showed strong interest in Wabtec Corporation, propelling the stock to this new peak. Imperial Oil Limited has declared a quarterly dividend of $0.60 per share for the first quarter of 2024. The dividend is payable on April 1st, 2024, to shareholders of record as of March 4th, 2024. This dividend amount is consistent with the previous quarter's $0.50 per share, aligns with it. The company's reputation for financial stability and consistent dividend payments, with an uninterrupted 29-year streak of annual dividend increases, Imperial Oil continues to demonstrate its commitment to delivering value to its shareholders. Imperial reports a Q4 net income of $1.37 billion and an operating cash flow of $141 billion. Upstream production has increased to 452,000 barrels per day, the highest in 30 years. Kearl has seen its highest quarterly production since 2011. Imperial has initiated steam injection at Cold Lake Grand Rapids and achieved a breakthrough in solvent-assisted SAG technology. The downstream performance has been strong with 94% refinery utilization. Shareholders received $2 billion in returns in cents Q4 with a 20% increase in dividends. In a recent statement, the Bank of England's Governor, Andrew Bailey, highlighted that the need for restrictive policy does not mean rates need to stay at the current level indefinitely. This comes as a relief to many economists and analysts who have been calling for a reassessment of the BOE's monetary policy stance. The BOE has been facing pressure to raise interest rates in response to rising inflation, which has been exacerbated by the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. However, the central bank has been hesitant to do so, citing concerns over the impact on economic growth. Governor Bailey's statement suggests that the BOE is now willing to reconsider its position on interest rates. While the need for restrictive policy remains, the bank is open to the possibility of adjusting rates in the future. This could be in response to changes in the economic outlook or new data on inflation and growth. The news has been welcomed by businesses and consumers alike who have been grappling with the impact of high inflation on their finances. Many had feared that further rate hikes would exacerbate the cost of living crisis and hamper economic recovery. However, some analysts remain cautious, pointing out that the BOE's decision will ultimately depend on the data. They warn that if inflation continues to rise, or if there are signs of a slowdown in growth, the bank may be forced to reconsider its position and raise rates. Overall, the BOE's statement suggests that the bank is willing to be flexible in its approach to monetary policy. This could provide some relief to businesses and consumers who have been facing a challenging economic environment. However, the BOE's decision will ultimately depend on the data and the evolving economic outlook. HR Block has introduced a new tax-themed gaming experience in Minecraft. The experience includes a customized version of the game, a playable Surblock character, and a live-streamed Minecraft competitive league tournament with a prize pool of $100,000. The initiative aims to engage young adult gamers who are new to tax filing and highlight HR Block's support. Additionally, the company is offering downloadable skins and emotes for Minecraft players to enhance the gaming experience. The MCL tournament begins on February 3rd. Sterling Check Corp will release their Q4 FY23 financial results on March 6, 2024. The company has announced a conference call scheduled for 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. To register for the call, dial 1-833-471-1428 within the U.S. or 1-929-526-1599 for outside the U.S. The access code is 152,183. A live audio webcast will also be available on the company's investor relations website. Additionally, replay and presentation materials will be available post-call. TeraWulf, a leading Bitcoin mining company, achieved significant milestones in January. The company reported self-mining 313 BTC with an impressive monthly average of over 10 BTC daily. The power cost averaged $16,737 per BTC mined, highlighting the company's commitment to efficient mining operations. Furthermore, TeraWulf's Lake Mariner Building 3 reached full capacity, achieving 7.1 S. The company is now anticipating reaching 7.9 As by early February, showcasing its continuous growth and expansion. In addition to its current achievements, TeraWulf is actively working on the construction of Lake Mariner Building 4, which is expected to further increase the company's mining capacity. By mid-2024, TeraWulf aims to reach 10 As, solidifying its position as a major player in the Bitcoin mining industry. Canoe Financial LP has been honored with 5 FundGrade AI awards for exceptional performance in 2023. The awards, given annually, recognize the most performing funds that have maintained a high fund grade throughout the calendar year. The Canada-based company, which manages assets worth $14.7 billion, specializes in financial asset management. For Canadians, W.W. Granger has released its earnings outlook for 2024, projecting earnings per share in the range of $38 to $40 to $40. This estimate falls slightly below the current consensus estimate of $38.61. Despite the slight miss, the company remains optimistic about its future growth prospects and anticipates strong financial performance in the coming year. Playa Hotels Resorts will release their Q4 2023 financial results on February 22, 2024. The company has announced a conference call scheduled for February 23, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. Est. The call will be accessible via dial-in or webcast on the company's investor site. A replay of the call will be available until March 1, 2024. Digital data will also be included in the financial results discussion. Lipocine Inc. has made a significant move by transferring the commercial rights for Tlando, an FDA-approved oral testosterone replacement therapy, to Verity Pharma. This transfer ensures that patients in the U.S. will continue to have access to this important medication. In exchange for the commercial rights, Verity Pharma has paid a $5 million fee with an additional $11 million, despite a reported operating margin dip of 40 basis points to 13.9%. The adjusted operating margin improved by 80 basis points to 14.6%. Diluted EPS increased by 4.7% to $7.89, while the adjusted APS rose Group Crit has announced its intention to acquire OpenJobs Metis, an Italian temporary employment agency. The acquisition will be made at a price of €16.50 per share, with Crit gaining a 57.7% stake in the company. This move will also trigger a mandatory tender offer for outstanding shares. However, the deal is subject to certain conditions, including the finalization of share disposal agreements and administrative approvals. Ethereum co-founder Vitalik Buterin is contemplating the intersection of cryptocurrency and global politics. In a recent blog post, Buterin discussed his evolving views on crypto and politics, particularly his involuntary association with Russian President Putin. He detailed his 2017 meeting with Putin, now realizing its potential impact on legitimizing a controversial figure. Buterin believes that cryptocurrency leaders must be more mindful of their actions and the potential consequences they can have on the industry and society as a whole. Buterin also connected this to the recent collapse of FTX, highlighting the unpredictability of crypto leaders and the importance of ethical stewardship. The FTX collapse has brought to light the need for transparency, accountability, and responsible leadership in the crypto industry. Buterin emphasized that it is crucial for crypto leaders to prioritize the well-being of their users and the advancement of the industry over personal gain. In addition to his views on politics and ethical leadership, Buterin also shared his personal growth amid the FTX collapse. He acknowledged the challenges he faced and the lessons he learned, including the importance of staying true to his values and remaining vigilant in the face of adversity. Overall, Vitalik Buterin's reflections on the intersection of cryptocurrency and global politics, his involvement with controversial figures, and his personal growth amid the FTX collapse provide valuable insights into the evolving landscape of the crypto industry. As a leader in the crypto space, Buterin's commitment to ethical stewardship and responsible leadership serves as a reminder of the importance of prioritizing the well-being of users and the advancement of the industry. NVIDIA's stock is on the rise, and it's no wonder why. The company's chips are in high demand for AI training, and it's not just us saying so. Tech giants like Meta and Amazon have been investing heavily in NVIDIA's technology, with Meta even increasing its projected capital expenditure for 2024. This increased investment in AI has had a positive impact on NVIDIA's stock, which rose by 2% pre-market. And it's not just NVIDIA that's benefiting. Other hardware providers and broader market indices have also seen gains. So, what does this mean for the future of NVIDIA stock? Well, without tech giants like Meta and Amazon backing them, it's safe to say that NVIDIA's stock is poised to set a new record. AbbVie's Q4 earnings per share surpassed expectations despite lower profits. The company reported a Q4 profit of $822 million, a significant drop from the $2.47 billion in the previous year. However, adjusted earnings were $2.79 per share, beating analyst estimates of $2.77 per share. Revenue also decreased by 5.4% to $14.3 billion. Prisma Health Swamp Rabbit Trail Green Line closure for bridge projects survey. The green line of the Prisma Health Swamp Rabbit Trail will be closed on Verde Boulevard from Phoebe 6 to 8 for survey work ahead of preliminary bridge design. The closure aims to assess conditions for a potential future bridge project. While Imperial Oil Ltd. reported a decline in its fourth quarter profit, totaling $47 billion. This decrease was influenced by both lower oil prices and maintenance-related reductions in refinery throughput volumes. The Canadian Integrated Oil Company's net income per share also saw a drop, falling from C$2.86 to C$2.47 year-over-year. TeraWulf, a leading Bitcoin mining company, has announced that it achieved a hash rate of 7.1 S in January, thanks to the full energization of Building 3 at Lake Mariner. The company is now set to reach 7.9 ES in early February with the deployment of new 19 XP miners. TeraWulf is also making progress on Building 4, which is under construction and expected to bring the company's hash rate to 10 AS by mid-2024. Additionally, TeraWulf is utilizing 91% zero-carbon energy for Bitcoin mining, making it a leader in sustainable mining practices. Exxon is taking legal action against activist shareholders who are attempting to force the company to take more aggressive action on climate change. The oil giant has filed a lawsuit in a federal court in Texas, alleging that the shareholders' proposals violate its corporate charter and bylaws. Exxon claims that the proposals seek to micromanage the company's operations and interfere with its ability to make business decisions. A lawsuit is the latest development in a long-running battle between Exxon and its shareholders. In recent years, activist investors have become increasingly vocal in their calls for the company to do more to address climate change. They argue that Exxon's business model is at odds with the Paris Agreement and that the company needs to take a more proactive approach to reducing its carbon footprint. Exxon has consistently rejected these calls, arguing that it is already doing more than many of its peers to address climate change. The company has invested billions of dollars in low-carbon technologies and has pledged to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. However, activist shareholders are not satisfied and have continued to push for change. The lawsuit is likely to be a long and contentious process. Both sides are expected to file motions and counter-motions, and there may be several rounds of legal arguments before a final resolution is reached. In the meantime, the battle between Exxon and its shareholders is likely to continue, with both sides digging in for a protracted legal and public relations war. IBM has made a strategic move to enhance its mainframe modernization capabilities by acquiring the assets of AInvest. This acquisition will not only strengthen IBM's consulting business, but also expand its expertise in this field. Following the release of IBM's Watson's Code Assistant for Z, an AI-powered tool, this acquisition further solidifies IBM's position in the market. Advanced employees with over 30 years of experience will join IBM Consulting, significantly boosting IBM's presence in mainframe application modernization, particularly in finance and insurance. The financial details of the deal remain undisclosed, but it is expected to be completed in Q2 2024. W.W. Grainger reported higher fourth-quarter earnings and sales, surpassing the prior year's figures despite slightly missing analyst sales expectations. Earnings reached $395 million, up from $384 million, with adjusted earnings per share at 8.33 cents. Sales increased to $4 billion, but fell short of the anticipated $4.44 billion. The company forecasts sales of $17 billion, and earnings per share between $38, and 50 cents for 2024, lower than analyst expectations. Grainger Inc. announced today that it has achieved increased Q4 earnings and revenue growth. The company reported a 530% increase in revenue, reaching $4 billion for the quarter. This is a significant improvement compared to the previous year's revenue of $3 billion. Additionally, Grainger Inc. saw a rise in earnings per share, increasing from $7.54 to $7.89, totaling $395 million in earnings. This represents a year-over-year growth in profit for the company. Revance Therapeutics has secured a permanent J-code for its cervical dystonia treatment, Daxxify. This coding ensures reimbursement for commercial insurers, Medicare, and other government programs, aiming to simplify billing and enhance patient access. The FDA approved Daxxify in August 2023, following positive results in Phase 3 trials for efficacy, safety, and tolerability. Red Cat Holdings, Inc. has expanded its drone technology offerings into the Middle East, showcasing its Teal 2 drone system at the World Defense Show in Saudi Arabia. This move targets U.S. allies and aims to address regional security and defense needs. Teal 2, known for its versatility and affordability, is Blue UAS certified and FAA Remote ID approved. The company's VP Marketing, Stan Malwack, will also participate in a panel discussion on the exploitation of disruptive technologies in the defense industry. Red Cat Holdings is making a move into the Middle East defense market, showcasing its Teal 2 drone at the World Defense Show in Riyadh. The company is looking to meet regional security needs with its drone technology, which is ideal for both governments and businesses, with the ability to provide real-time data and imagery. The Teal 2 drone is a valuable asset for surveillance and security operations. The expansion into the Middle East defense market is a significant move for Red Cat Holdings as it looks to tap into the growing demand for drone technology in the region. In a significant move, Crew Capital has successfully facilitated the strategic sale of JS Mechanical Contractors to Comfort Systems USA. This acquisition aligns with JS's goal to maintain its operational success while preserving its cultural legacy since its establishment in 1976. As the exclusive advisor in this transaction, Crew Capital played a crucial role in this pivotal moment for the Utah-based mechanical construction services company. In a bold move to combat inflation, the Bank of England has announced that it will maintain restrictive interest rates until the persistent inflationary pressures are fully squeezed out of the economy. The BOE's Monetary Policy Committee has voted unanimously to keep the base rate at its current level of 0.5% despite growing calls for an increase. This decision comes as a surprise to many analysts who had anticipated a gradual rise in interest rates. The BOE's stance on maintaining restrictive rates is aimed at curbing inflation, which has been stubbornly high in recent months. Despite some signs of easing, the Consumer Prices Index remains above the government's target of 2%. In its latest inflation report, the BOE warned that inflationary pressures could persist into the second half of the year, largely due to rising energy prices and supply chain disruptions. The decision to keep rates unchanged is a calculated gamble by the BOE as it seeks to balance the risks of inflation with the potential impact on economic growth. While higher interest rates would help to rein in inflation, they could also dampen consumer spending and business investment, slowing economic activity. The governor of the BOE, Andrew Bailey, acknowledged the challenges of managing inflation and maintaining economic growth. In a statement, he emphasized the importance of addressing the root causes of inflation, including global supply chain disruptions and rising energy costs. He also noted that the BOE would continue to monitor the situation closely and be prepared to act if necessary. The impact of the BOE's decision on financial markets remains to be seen. Sterling fell slightly in major currencies in response to the announcement, as investors digested the implications of maintaining restrictive rates. However, the BOE's commitment to controlling inflation has been reaffirmed, and this may provide some reassurance to investors in the longer term. As the UK continues to navigate its way through the pandemic and the challenges of post-Brexit trade, managing inflation and maintaining economic stability will be key priorities for the BOE. The jury is still out on whether this bold move will pay off. UK and Italy collaborate on innovative migration partnerships. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni are taking a proactive approach to tackle illegal migration by forging new partnerships in Europe and along migration routes. In a recent phone call, the two leaders discussed strategies to strengthen cooperation in addressing this issue. While the specifics of these innovative partnerships have yet to be disclosed, the collaboration between the UK and Italy demonstrates a shared commitment to finding effective solutions to manage migration flows. The partnership aims to promote legal and safe migration while addressing the root causes of illegal migration. By working together, the UK and Italy hope to enhance their ability to prevent and combat irregular migration, protect vulnerable individuals, and ensure that those who do not have the right to enter or remain in their countries are removed. This collaboration is particularly timely as both countries face significant challenges in managing migration. Italy has been a key entry point for migrants and asylum seekers arriving in Europe, while the UK is grappling with the issue of illegal immigration and the challenges it poses to its social and economic fabric. The UK and Italy's commitment to addressing this issue through innovative partnerships demonstrates their recognition of the need for a comprehensive and collaborative approach. By sharing information, resources, and expertise, they hope to create a more effective and sustainable migration management system that benefits both countries and the wider European region. While the details of these partnerships are yet to be revealed, it is clear that the UK and Italy are determined to work together to tackle illegal migration and its associated challenges. This cooperation not only serves the interests of their respective countries, but also contributes to the broader goal of promoting orderly and safe migration in Europe. Introducing Collexo, a new decentralized lending platform that promises to shake up the digital finance world. With unique features and a presale price of just $0.02, Collexo is quickly gaining attention in the cryptocurrency scene. Despite stiff competition from established players like Litecoin, with its strong network performance, and Shiba Inu, which has seen substantial returns for early investors, Collexo's innovative platform stands out. The platform's focus on user convenience, robust security measures, and profit-sharing aims to revolutionize the way we approach decentralized lending. In addition to its unique features, Collexo is also offering investors the opportunity to participate in its presale phase, which is already attracting significant interest. With the potential for substantial returns, Collexo is a platform worth keeping an eye on as it continues to gain traction in the rapidly evolving world of cryptocurrency. Southern Copper expects its production to increase by 2.7% in 2024 compared to 2023. This forecast is based on the company's ongoing efforts to enhance its operations and infrastructure. Southern Copper anticipates that this growth will contribute to the overall expansion of the copper industry and support the economy. Comfort Systems USA has completed the acquisition of JS Mechanical Contractors, a move that is expected to significantly boost the company's annual revenues. With all the addition of JS Mechanical Contractors, Comfort Systems USA will see an increase of approximately $145 million to $160 million in annualized revenues, while an additional $12 million to $50 million in earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. The acquisition is projected to have a neutral to slightly accretive impact on earnings per share for both 2024 and 2025. This is a positive development for Comfort Systems USA as it continues to expand its business and increase its revenue streams. JS Mechanical Contractors is a well-established company in the mechanical contracting industry, and its acquisition by Comfort Systems USA will allow the company to further strengthen its position as a leading provider of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning services. In a statement, the CEO of Comfort Systems USA said, "We are excited to welcome JS Mechanical Contractors to the Comfort Systems USA family. Acquisition aligns with our strategic growth plan and will allow us to provide our customers with an even higher level of service and support. Overall, the acquisition of JS Mechanical Contractors is a positive development for Comfort Systems USA, and it is expected to have a significant impact on the company's annual revenues and earnings." BW Offshore Limited has received regulatory approval for a $1 billion bond issue prospectus. The company plans to issue senior unsecured bonds due by 29 November 2028 with ISIN 13,077,560. The bonds are set to be listed on the Oslo Stock Exchange by 5 February 2024. The prospectus is available on the company's website. Macy's has announced a transition in its leadership. Effective next week, Tony Spring will take over as CEO and chair-elect of Macy's, succeeding Jeff Gennette, who announced his retirement last March. Gennette will step down as chair post-shareholder meeting. This leadership change comes at a significant time for the company, as Macy's is currently considering a $5 billion acquisition offer from Arkhouse and Brigade at $21 a share. Crédit Agricole Normandie Siena demonstrated resilience in 2023 amid economic uncertainty, maintaining its position as the top choice for locals. The bank's commitment to customer support was evidenced by its assistance to over 3,000 clients affected by Storm Ciara, amounting to nearly €9.50 million in claims. Despite a challenging year marked by rising interest rates, the bank sustained its lending, recording a slight increase in outstanding loans to €17.20 billion and a stable market share. The bank attracted over 30,000 new customers, with a total of 680,000 clients and a 5.4% rise in savings to €21.50 billion. Biorad Laboratories Inc. is in talks to merge with Qiagen NV in a deal valued at over $10 billion. The negotiations are ongoing, and final agreement may take weeks or may not happen at all. Both companies are significant players in the life sciences sector and have experienced increased market capitalization due to the surging demand for diagnostic testing during the COVID-19 pandemic. Bonsai International recently hosted its first investor webinar on January 29. The webinar featured CEO Joe Davey discussing the company's vision for 2024. Bonsai chose to use Demio for the webinar, which provided an engaging and interactive platform for investors to participate. A replay of the webinar is available on Bonsai's investors webpage for those who were unable to attend. Pre-market decliners: BFRI, Sing, JTR, SKX, and others. Before markets opened, several stocks experienced significant declines, with Biofrontera leading the pack with a 10% drop. Charter Communications and Skechers USA also suffered losses of 9%, followed by Singulate and Cadrenal Therapeutics at 9%. Atlassian Corporation fell 7% after its Q2 earnings release. These losses set the tone for the start of the trading day. Imperial Oil reported a decrease in Q4 2022 net income to CAD 137 billion, or CAD 2.47 per share, due to lower commodity prices, despite a rise in crude oil production to 390,000 barrels per day. Revenue fell to CAD 13.11 billion, missing analyst expectations. The downstream and chemicals operations experienced revenue declines, while the upstream sector saw a slight increase in revenue. Imperial's refinery throughput also decreased to 407,000 barrels per day. Revenue from online gaming platforms has seen a massive surge of 400% since the implementation of a 28% GST levy on bets placed on e-gaming platforms. The monthly GST collection from these companies has increased to approximately Rs 1,200 crore. This significant increase in revenue can be attributed to the clarification provided by the GST Council and the mandate for foreign e-gaming firms to register. As a result, there has been increased tax compliance in the industry. However, overseas companies have resisted registration and frequently changed their VPNs and websites to evade blocks. Despite these challenges, the GST Council's tax on online gaming platforms remains in effect. Bio has announced a public offering of 5 million shares at $1.10 per share, targeting healthcare investors. The offering also includes Series B1 and B2 warrants for 5 million shares each with an exercise price of $1.10 and a 5-year and 18-month expiration, respectively. The company aims to raise approximately $5.55 million, which will be used for general corporate purposes and working capital. The offering is expected to close on or around February 6, 2024. GRI Bio's shares are currently down 20.5% in pre-market trading. Royal Bank of Canada has assigned a buy rating to Shell's refining and diversified energy portfolio. Shell is a prominent player in the oil and gas industry, with its operations divided among refining, marketing of petroleum products, LNG production, and renewable energy generation. The company's sales are primarily concentrated in refining, accounting for 37.9% of its total sales, followed by the marketing of petroleum products at 31.6%, LNG production at 14.4%, and renewable energy generation at 13.9%. Shell's operations span across various regions, including Europe, Asia, Oceania, Africa, the United States, and the Americas, with Europe contributing the largest share at 35.7%, followed by Asia, Oceania, Africa at 33.2%, the United States at 22.8%, and the Americas at 8.30%. RBC's buy rating reflects confidence in Shell's ability to capitalize on its diversified energy portfolio and its strong market position in the oil and gas industry. US average earnings YoY actual 4.5% average earnings in the US have risen to 4.5% year-on-year, according to the latest data. This is higher than the forecasted 4.1% and the previous 4.1%. The increase in average earnings is a positive sign for the U.S. economy, indicating strong growth and potential for increased consumer spending. However, it also raises concerns about inflation and the potential impact on businesses and consumers. As we continue to monitor the economic landscape, it will be important to keep an eye on wage growth and its effects on the overall economy. Here is the script for the news report. The U.S. labor force participation rate for August came in at 62.5%, matching the forecast and slightly below the previous month's revised rate of 62%. This indicates that the number of employed Americans increased slightly, but the labor In recent developments, money markets have adjusted their expectations for future ECB rate cuts following the release of US data. This has led to a decrease in the predicted number of basis points in 2024 from around 140 before the data to 130 currently. These adjustments indicate a re-evaluation of future monetary policy and economic conditions. Russian Interior Ministry has charged Alexei Navalny's lawyer, Olga Mikhailova, with extremism and issued a wanted notice. She has already left Russia at the time of the charges. This arrest is part of a broader crackdown on Navalny's support network, with 3 other Navalny lawyers previously detained. President Trump has criticized the Federal Reserve's chairman, Jerome Powell, accusing him of being political and influenced by external forces. In an interview with Maria Bartiromo, Trump expressed his concerns about the United Auto Workers Union, border crossings, and the future of the Federal Reserve. Dream successfully completed a non-brokered private placement, issuing 2,133,333 units for $160,000. Each unit consists of 1 common share and 1 warrant, exercisable at $0.10 for a period of 2 years. Notably, insiders Peter Leipniks and Matt Warrenin participated in the offering, with Leipniks acquiring 166,666 units, and Warrenin purchasing 800,000 units. This transaction was considered a related party transaction and was exempt from the formal valuation and minority approval requirements under MI 61-101. The securities issued are subject to a hold period until May 3, 2024. Financial News is reporting that activist investor Barrington Capital is urging Mattel to consider selling its American Girl and Fisher-Price brands. Barrington Capital believes that these brands have been underperforming and are negatively impacting Mattel's shareholder value. Despite the growth of the broader toy market, Mattel shares have remained stagnant for 2 decades. Barrington Capital, which owns an undisclosed stake in Mattel, suggests that the company explores strategic alternatives for these segments, including possible divestment, due to continued declines in revenue. The firm also criticizes Mattel for excessive stock-based compensation and for adding back share-based compensation to its adjusted EBITDA. Barrington proposes a $2 billion share repurchase program and the promotion of Michael Dolan to chair. Pfister Hotel is undergoing a $20 million renovation project to enhance its historic guest rooms and public spaces. Following the completion of ballrooms and meeting spaces, the hotel will refresh the lobby, public areas, and Pfister Cafe. The guest room renovations will incorporate a blue and green color scheme, updated furnishings inspired by the late 1800s, and new bathrooms with modern amenities and Wisconsin-themed decor. This project will enhance the hotel's historical charm while offering contemporary comforts. Pui Inc., a leading wealth management services provider in China, has announced a potential investment of up to $1 billion from White Group. The agreement includes an investment of up to $500 million in Pui and the same amount in Fanhua. This move is aimed at expanding White Group's presence in China's wealth management sector and creating long-term economic value in China and Southeast Asia. Macy's has announced the appointment of Tony Spring as its new CEO, effective February 4. Spring, who has been with the company for 40 years, succeeds Jeff Gennette. He has served as EVP and Bloomingdale's chairman and was previously appointed as CEO-elect in March. After Gennette retires, Spring will become a board chair. Today, I'm joined by Steve Yates, a senior fellow at the America First Policy Institute. In a recent interview on Mornings with Maria, Yates made a striking comparison. He likens dealing with China to dealing with the devil. So, what does this mean, and why does he feel this way? Let's dive into his thoughts on the matter. Yates highlights the difficulties in addressing China's political influence in Taiwan. The Taiwan issue has always been a sensitive one, and China's influence on the region poses challenges. Yates believes that engaging with China can be compared to interacting with the devil. This might stem from the fact that China's intentions are often unclear, making it hard to predict their actions. Furthermore, Yates also mentioned the ongoing battle against fentanyl, a deadly drug that has claimed countless lives. He accuses China of being involved in The production and distribution of fentanyl. This is a major concern for the United States, as the influx of fentanyl from China poses a significant threat to public health. Yates argues that China's involvement in the fentanyl trade is another aspect that makes dealing with them akin to interacting with the devil. So, why does Yates feel this way? It could be attributed to the complexity of the issues at hand and the uncertainties that come with engaging with China. The challenges in addressing China's influence in Taiwan and their alleged involvement in the fentanyl trade might have led him to draw this parallel. In conclusion, Steve Yates' comparison of dealing with China to interacting with the devil highlights the complexities and uncertainties faced when engaging with the country. The issues of China's political influence in Taiwan and their alleged involvement in the fentanyl trade add to the challenges. Understanding these perspectives is crucial as we navigate our interactions with China and strive for better outcomes. Fitch Ratings has issued a warning that a change in oil investment strategy suggests markets should not depend too heavily on Saudi Arabia to handle future increases in consumption or supply disruptions. This change in strategy indicates a shift in the global oil market dynamics, and it is important for investors to take note. Exxon executives criticized Biden's ban on new gas export licenses. ExxonMobil Corp's CFO, Kathy Michaels, criticizes the Biden administration's halt on new natural gas export licenses as a misstep in the transition to net zero emissions. She argues that reducing liquefied natural gas production slows down climate progress since LNG is 50% cleaner than coal. Exxon's Golden Pass Line terminal, under construction with Qatar, is set to begin operation next year with all necessary approvals. Fitch Ratings has warned that Saudi Arabia's halted oil expansion could contribute to the tightening of the oil market. This comes as a result of the country's decision to halt its oil production expansion due to low oil prices. The ratings agency predicts that if global oil consumption grows strongly, by the end of 2030, the impact of this halt could be significant. Fitch Ratings goes on to say that the oil market could face a supply crunch, leading to higher prices as demand continues to outpace supply. Hui Inc., a prominent Chinese wealth management firm, has announced a significant partnership with Singapore White Group for a potential investment of up to $500 million. This collaboration with a privately owned Singapore-based investment firm aims to bolster long-term economic value for both parties, particularly in China and Southeast Asia. In a recent note to investors, Wedbush has upgraded its price target for Amazon to $220 while maintaining an outperform rating. This represents a significant increase from their previous target of $185. Wedbush cited several reasons for the upgrade, including Amazon's continued dominance in e-commerce and its growing presence in other industries such as cloud computing and artificial intelligence. The firm also noted that Amazon's recent acquisition of Whole Foods has opened up new opportunities for growth in the grocery sector. With this upgrade, Wedbush believes that Amazon is well positioned to continue its strong growth trajectory and generate significant returns for investors. Meta's stock price received a boost today as Susquehanna upgraded their price target to $550. Despite the recent challenges faced by the company, Susquehanna maintains a positive view on Meta's future prospects. This upgrade comes after careful analysis and evaluation of Meta's strategies and potential growth opportunities. Investors are optimistic about the company's ability to overcome current obstacles and capitalize on emerging technologies. As a result, Meta's stock price saw a significant increase following the announcement. Tractor Supply Company's stock rating has been maintained at neutral by Wedbush, with the price target being lifted to $235. This indicates that Wedbush believes the company's stock will remain relatively stable in the near future. The previous price target was $220. This news is important for investors to consider when making decisions about buying, selling, or holding Tractor Supply Company's stock. In a recent report, Susquehanna has maintained a neutral stance on Schneider National while increasing its price target to $27. This indicates that the company's performance is expected to remain consistent in the near future. Despite the positive revision, it's important to note that the initial price target was already surpassed by the current trading price of Schneider National already. In a recent report, Susquehanna has maintained a neutral stance on Landstar while increasing its price target to $170. This suggests that the company's performance is expected to remain consistent in the near future. However, investors should still conduct their own research before making any investment decisions. Amazon's stock price received a boost today as Susquehanna upgraded their price target to $220, maintaining a positive outlook for the company. This represents a significant increase from their previous target of $180. The news has investors excited about the future growth potential of the e-commerce giant. Zambian financial officials are currently in negotiations with Chinese banks regarding debt restructuring. The talks are taking place in China and are focused on finding a resolution to Zambia's ongoing debt crisis. The Zambian officials are meeting with representatives from the Export-Import Bank of China, among other Chinese banks. This comes at a time when Zambia is facing a prolonged default on its sovereign debt. The negotiations are aimed at finding common ground on debt relief terms with bilateral creditors, including China. However, progress has been hampered by disagreements over the terms of debt relief. In November, China and other creditors rejected a deal with international bondholders, citing the need for more substantial relief. The outcome of these negotiations will have a significant impact on Zambia's economic future and the well-being of its citizens. Breaking news: Fanhua Inc., a leading financial services provider in China, has signed a framework agreement with Singapore's White Group TD Limited for a potential investment of up to $500 million. This partnership aims to enhance Fanhua's financial services and expand its market presence in China. The agreement is yet to be finalized, and White Group, known for its innovative business solutions in technology, real estate, and healthcare, intends to generate long-term economic value in China and Southeast Asia. SP 500 futures reverse course following stronger than expected jobs data. Futures for the SP 500 retreated after a strong jobs report showed a 353,000 increase in non-farm payrolls for January, higher than the expected 180,000. This result could delay the Federal Reserve's planned rate cuts. Despite the unemployment rate remaining steady at 3.7%, economists had anticipated a rise to 3.8%. Apple's quarterly earnings exceeded expectations, but the revenue forecast for the December quarter fell below analysts' estimates. The stock initially dropped by 1.2% but declined further after the guidance was released. Despite the uneven macroeconomic environment, Apple continues to invest for the long term, with CEO Tim Cook hinting at AI-related initiatives. Overall, the company reported a slight year-over-year revenue decrease, with mixed results across product lines. SBA Communications has announced the retirement of Jason Silverstein, Executive Vice President, Site Leasing, effective August 1, 2024, after 30 years with the company. Donald Day will succeed Silverstein, having previously held the role of Senior Vice President, Services. Nicole Thomas will transition to Day's former position. The changes take effect on the same date. Santos Limited has granted Kumul Petroleum Holdings Limited a payment extension for the acquisition of a 2.6% stake in PNG LNG. The original deadline was set for January 31, 2024, but has been extended. Kumul has already paid $352 million and secured additional funding, giving them more time to complete the $576 million cash portion and assume $160 million in debt. Santos retains control until final completion. Additionally, Kumul holds a call option to purchase a further 2.4% share in PNG LNG by June 30, 2024, for $524 million in project finance debt. Sutton Harbour Group plc has refuted allegations of lease non-compliance at the former Plymouth City Airport site. The company has invested over £27 million in AInvest, managing and safeguarding the site since its closure. Sutton Harbour is preparing a master plan for phased development, which includes institutional, business, and housing components. Despite concerns raised by the council, the company asserts full compliance with lease covenants and is prepared to defend its interests if necessary. Following the statement, shares in Sutton Harbour rose by 4.2%. Lazard Asset Management has acquired over 5% of Eutelsat Communications, a leading global satellite operator. Eutelsat, founded in 1977, is dedicated to promoting sustainability and operates a diverse workforce. The company supports over 1 billion viewers and emphasizes a socially responsible work environment. Lifeized Wellness Inc. has sold its CanMart subsidiary to 1,463,663 BC Limited, a Tierra Corp affiliate for CAD 5 million plus inventory value. This move enables LifeAce to focus on the growth of its microcellular sciences and Aussie vapes, which will enhance cash flow and streamline operations. By divesting CanMart, LifeAce is relieved of the regulatory constraints imposed by the cannabis industry, paving the way for strategic opportunities and value creation. Saya's Q4 2023 results show a significant increase in revenue and operating income. The company reported a Q4 2023 diluted EPS of 333 cents, up from $2.65 in Q4 2022. Full-year EPS for 2023 was 13.26 cents, slightly down from 13.22. Q4 revenue rose 14.5% to $751.10 million and 10 cents million, while operating income grew 21.5% to $112.70 million. The operating ratio improved to 85% from 85%. LTL shipments per workday increased 18.1%, while tonnage rose 8.2%. Here is the script for your broadcast. The USD-JPY currency pair has seen a significant rise of 1% today, reaching a value of 147.9. This is the highest level that the pair has reached in the past few months. The Japanese yen has been weakening against the US dollar, which is driving this increase. Experts believe that this rise is due to the ongoing strength of the US economy, which is attracting more investors to the dollar. The US Federal Reserve has also been raising interest rates, making the dollar more attractive to investors. The weakening of the Japanese economy is also contributing to the rise of the USD-JPY pair. Japan's GDP growth has been sluggish, and the country is facing a number of challenges, including an aging population and a decline in exports. It is important to note that the fluctuations in currency markets can have a significant impact on international trade and investment. Companies that do business with Japan may be affected by this rise in the USD-JPY pair, as it may become more expensive for them to import goods from Japan or export goods to Japan. In conclusion, the rise in the USD-JPY pair to 147.9 is a result of the strength of the U.S. economy and the weakening of the Japanese economy. It is important for investors and businesses to monitor these fluctuations closely to make informed decisions. The Dow Jones Industrial Average experienced its worst six-day losing streak since 2005, influenced by a surge in long-term interest rates and rising oil prices. Despite a positive October jobs report with smaller than expected job creation and a drop in the unemployment rate to 4%, investors reacted negatively due to concerns over a slowing economy and a looming election. The Dow fell 32.5 points to 1196.04, and the Nasdaq Composite Index and S&P 500 Index also closed lower for the week. Blackbaud has reached a settlement with the FTC over its 2020 data breach. The deal, which is still awaiting final approval, concludes the case without any penalties or payment required from the company. Blackbaud's CEO highlights the company's dedication to privacy and ongoing efforts to strengthen cybersecurity. January's robust U.S. job growth shifts the Fed's easing timeline. U.S. non-farm payrolls grew by 353,000 jobs in January, with upward revisions to December's figures, indicating a strong and resilient economy. Higher average hourly earnings suggest worker productivity is supporting hiring, potentially insulating the economy from recession this year. This robust employment data may delay the Federal Reserve's plans to ease monetary policy as the central bank assesses whether this growth warrants a rate cut. KfW, a state-owned bank in Germany, is considering acquiring a 25% stake in ThyssenKrupp's Warship division to help offset financial guarantees for clients. The decision is expected before summer and is part of ThyssenKrupp's efforts to restructure, which include talks with Czech firm EDF for a 50-50 joint venture involving ThyssenKrupp Steel Europe. CEO Miguel Lopez emphasized the importance of a favorable outcome, despite a challenging steel industry outlook. Evaxion Biotech has announced a share issuance priced at $4 per American depositary share or pre-funded options, raising a total of $15 million. The offering includes participation from Merck's subsidiary MSD Global Health Innovation Fund. The pre-funded options have an exercise price of $4 per ADS and are immediately exercisable, expiring 5 years post-issuance. The emission is expected to close on or around February 5, 2024, subject to customary closing conditions. Proceeds will be used to advance Evaxion's preclinical and clinical pipeline and for general operating expenses and capital needs. Evaxion Biotech has set the price for its public offering at $15 million. The company, specializing in AI-driven immunology-based vaccine research, is offering 3,750,000 American depository shares at $4 each. The offering is supported by Merck's MSD Global Health Innovation Fund. The underwriter, H.C. Wainwright Company, will receive fees and expenses. Evaxion plans to use the proceeds to advance its clinical and preclinical projects, cover operating expenses, and strengthen its cash position. The offering is outlined in a registration statement filed with the SEC. In a recent development, Thoma Bravo has successfully completed its acquisition of EQs. This acquisition marks a significant milestone for both companies as they join forces to enhance their market presence and capabilities. Thoma Bravo, a leading private equity firm, has been actively seeking opportunities to expand its portfolio, and EQs, a prominent player in the financial technology sector, represents a strategic fit for their growth strategy. With this acquisition, Thoma Bravo aims to leverage EQs' innovative solutions and further strengthen its position in the industry. EQs, on the other hand, will benefit from the financial backing and expertise of Thoma Bravo, enabling it to accelerate its growth trajectory and capitalize on emerging opportunities. This acquisition is expected to create value for both companies and their stakeholders, and we will continue to monitor the developments in this space. Fortis Inc. saw its shares rise by 0.86% to $53.86 on Monday, outperforming the Canadian market. Despite this increase, the stock remains $8.14 below its 52-week high. Trading volume was higher than the 50-day average volume. Evaxion Biotech announces price of IPO offering ahead of AI-driven clinical research. Evaxion Biotech AS is offering 3,750,000 American depository shares at a combined public offering price of $4 each. This follows a capital investment from MSD Global Health Innovation Fund in December 2023. The offering includes pre-funded warrants equivalent to the number of ads purchased. In a recent study by MIT, it has been found that it is not financially feasible for companies to replace human workers with AI. The study focused on computer vision tasks and revealed that for most cases, it is more cost-effective to maintain human labor, high expenses associated with hiring. The development and deployment of AI technology may slow down its widespread adoption for years to come. While AI may eventually disrupt the job market, its current financial burden may hinder its implementation in the workforce. In a recent note to investors, Wedbush has raised its price target for Meta platforms from $475 to $520 while maintaining an outperform rating. This suggests that the company's stock has the potential to increase in value. The company's strong performance in the digital advertising industry and its ability to adapt to changing market trends have contributed to its success. Wedbush analysts believe that Meta's innovative strategies and continued investment in emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence and virtual reality, will drive future growth. As a result, investors may want to keep an eye on Meta's stock in the coming months to see if it reaches the new price target. Malaysia's economy is projected to expand by 4.7% in 2024, according to MIDIEF research. This growth is expected to be driven by improvements in external trade and sustained domestic spending. However, potential downside risks such as geopolitical tensions, supply disruptions, financial market volatility, and a possible U.S. economic recession could impact Malaysia's growth. The domestic economy will need to be monitored for factors affecting the price outlook and spending activities. In 2023, GDP growth was at 3.8%, below expectations due to weakness in external trade and manufacturing. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has clarified that the new $54.4 billion package for Ukraine is to support its economy and not for arms procurement. This aid is crucial for Ukraine's survival as its economy is failing without European and U.S. support. Orban stated that the funds will not be used for weapons and highlighted the potential consequences of not providing aid, such as the collapse of pensions and payments. This aid is part macro-financial assistance to Ukraine until 2027, and it is provided regardless of reforms and anti-corruption measures. A Houthi attack on a UK merchant ship in the Red Sea has heightened tensions in the region. The militia has targeted several Israeli-affiliated vessels as part of their campaign against Israel. This comes as Israel continues its military campaign in Gaza. The U.S. has formed a coalition to counter up the militia's actions, but key allies have withdrawn, causing setbacks. Houthi officials maintain that their actions are necessary and will continue until Israel's aggression ends. They have also trained over 165,000 reservists, indicating readiness for further conflict. Catalent has strengthened its capabilities for producing inhalable dry powders at its Boston facility. The company has upgraded its capsule filling operations to enhance its capacity for potent drugs. The enhancements include the installation of isolators, misting showers, and airlocks, alongside drum dosing technology and AMV sensors for precise powder handling. These upgrades have increased the site's annual capacity by 300 million capsules, with one-third of the additional capacity dedicated to potent drugs. The upgrades complement Catalent's expertise in inhalation drug development from concept to commercial manufacture. Knight-Swift Transportation Holdings, Inc. has increased its quarterly cash dividend from $0.14 to $0.16 per share. This marks the fifth increase in 5 years, resulting in a 167% overall increase. The company's board of directors has approved this change, with future dividends dependent on the board's review of financial performance and final determination. The next dividend is payable to shareholders on record as of March. InVL Technology has received approval for a revised prospectus under Lithuania's CIU laws. This move ensures compliance with the law on collective investment undertakings and is a prerequisite for the company's operations. The updated prospectus adheres to the requirements of Lithuanian securities law and follows previous submissions to the Bank of Lithuania.wa. The latest data from StockTwits shows that the U.S. labor market is stronger than expected. In January, the non-farm payrolls surpassed estimates, and the unemployment rate dropped to 3.7%. This indicates a robust job market and suggests that the economy is continuing to recover from the impacts of the pandemic. The latest figures also show that the number of jobs created in December and November was revised upwards, indicating that the labor market is continuing to improve. Covestro's stock experienced a significant drop of over 6% following the failure of takeover negotiations with AInvest. The German chemical company had previously expressed optimism about a potential deal, with AInvest offering around €60 per share. However, the negotiations have stalled, causing the share price to plummet to its lowest point since early July. Despite the decline, the shares are still about 3% higher than their pre-rumor value. GE CEO Larry Culp assesses past achievements as the company prepares for a corporate breakup. After taking over in 2018, Culp led GE through financial turmoil, reducing debt and improving cash flow in industrial businesses. Now, GE is set to split into GE Aerospace and GE Vernova, with GE Healthcare Technologies already spun off. Culp believes this restructuring is necessary for the company's future success. In a surprising turn of events, the professional and business services sector witnessed the largest jobs increase in January, with a remarkable 74,000 jobs added. This significant surge far exceeds the monthly average of 14,000 jobs added in 2023. The impact of this growth is expected to reverberate throughout the economy, as it signals a strong demand for skilled workers and services. Experts predict that this trend will continue, indicating a robust outlook for the sector in the near future. Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory, Inc. has recently seen a series of share acquisitions by Jeffrey Richard Gagan, a director and a holder of more than 10% of the company's shares. On January 31, 2024, Mr. Gagan purchased 74,096 shares at a price of $0.49 per share, and on the same day, he also bought 745 shares at $0.49 per share. Subsequently, on February 1, 2024, he acquired an additional 32,200 shares at $0.48 each. Additionally, Global Value Investment Corp., a company in which Mr. Gagan holds a significant stake, also increased its position in RMCF by purchasing 74,841 shares, $4.09 per share on January 31, 2024, and 32,200 shares at $0.48 per share on February 1, 2024. The Ukrainian Defense Ministry has suspended an official amidst a corruption probe related to weapons procurement. Defense Minister Rustem Umerov took this action against Tumas Makur from the Technical Policy Department. The suspension comes after an investigation by the SBU, which uncovered a $40 million embezzlement scheme involving unfulfilled artillery shell payments. This move demonstrates Umerov's dedication to fighting corruption, a crucial issue since his appointment last year during Ukraine's conflict with Russia. Fa Fine Dreams, a joint venture between BYD and Fa, has started mass production of blade batteries for Hongqi vehicles, utilizing BYD's blade battery technology. The Qianchengchun plant, with a total capacity of 45 GW and an initial 15 GW, is projected to supply batteries for nearly 600,000 vehicles upon full operation. The substantial investment of RMB 18 billion demonstrates the dedication to providing cutting-edge battery packs for new electric models, with the initial batch catering to Hongqi's lineup. Islamic leaders in India call for government intervention to end mosque temple disputes. Indian Muslim leaders, including Maulana Khalid Saifullah Rahmani and Maulana Syed Mahmood Madani, have called for an end to disputes over mosques and Hindu temples. They expressed concern over the threat to Muslims and their places of worship. Their appeal follows a court ruling allowing Hindus to worship Ariyan, a 17th-century mosque which Hindus believe was constructed after a temple's destruction. Critics accuse the ruling BJP of promoting a pro-Hindu agenda and discrimination against Muslims, while the government denies such allegations. Akanda Corp has entered into a non-binding letter of intent to sell its RPK cannabis subsidiary in Germany, indicating the company's plan to divest assets. This move may negatively impact its business going forward. Additionally, the SEC filing announcing the effectiveness of Akanda's S-1 registration statement has likely not driven. Significant, investor interest. Mondelez International has announced the appointment of Brian McNamara to its board of directors, effective February 1, 2024. McNamara, currently the CEO of Haleon plc, brings with him a wealth of experience in the consumer products industry, having previously held roles at GSK Consumer Healthcare, Novartis Ag, and Procter & Gamble. His expertise is expected to greatly enhance Mondelez's strategic direction. Dirk van de Put, CEO of Mondelez, expressed his enthusiasm for McNamara's addition to the board, stating that his extensive experience will be invaluable in guiding the company's future growth and success. Attention all viewers, I'm Alex, your financial reporter, and I have some exciting news to share with you today. Bitcoin has surpassed $43,000 and it's causing quite a stir in the market. The surge in short-term trading volume, indicated by the SLRV ratio, suggests that investor interest is on the rise. This trend mirrors what we saw in July 2021, and it's causing many to take notice. But what could be driving this surge in Bitcoin's value? Some experts believe it could be due to an anticipated financial product that could attract traditional financial entities into the crypto market. This could have a significant impact on investor confidence in market dynamics, as it would bring more legitimacy to the crypto space. It's fascinating to see how the crypto market is evolving and how Bitcoin is becoming more widely accepted as a legitimate form of investment. As we continue to monitor the situation, I'll keep you updated on any further developments. Stay tuned! EigenLayer is a new protocol that allows users to restake their staked Ethereum to support decentralized applications and services. This protocol is unique because it extends the security benefits of staked ETH to other protocols and blockchains, acting as a power routing system. By doing this, EigenLayer promotes free market governance and enhances its DeFi presence. The value of EigenLayer comes from the locked ETH, which creates a community grid for economic security and decentralization. This protocol automatically associates specific AVS with restaked rollups, making it easier for users to participate in the DeFi ecosystem. Link price under pressure as net flow in Chainlink hits key resistance. Analyzing the market dynamics, a significant increase in net flow has been observed in Chainlink, indicating potential selling pressure at a key resistance level. This suggests that the Link price may face challenges in the near future. The market sentiment around Chainlink is currently unclear, as there is a mix of optimistic and pessimistic opinions surrounding the network. In an effort to accelerate the deployment of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, Atlante, a subsidiary of NOAA, has signed a memorandum of understanding with REN, Portugal's electricity transmission network operator. The agreement outlines the development of 5 projects that will utilize Atlante's innovative speedy grid connection solution for fast charging stations. This technology enables direct charging of electric vehicles from extra high voltage transmission lines, offering both high charging power and expanded infrastructure in areas with existing transmission networks. Goldman Sachs' custody head Richard Lofgren reports growing demand from Rias. Richard Lofgren, head of advisor engagement for Goldman Sachs Advisor Solutions, highlights the company's growing custody business for registered investment advisors. He declines to disclose the number of RIAs on the platform, but indicates a promising outlook as more advisors seek advanced tools for wealthy clients with intricate financial requirements. Goldman Sachs considers this area a strategic priority and plans significant investments in the near future. As NFP surprises markets with higher job creation, triggering bond yield spike and stock market pullback, the CAC 40 fell by 0.3% to around 7,640 points. After strong US job growth figures surpassed expectations, raising concerns about a soft landing scenario. Yields on 10-year and 30-year U.S. Treasuries increased, while the dollar appreciated against the euro and yen. Despite this, the Euro Stoxx 50 slightly increased. Wall Street is predicted to open slightly lower. French manufacturing and industry output increased in December. Singulate Inc. has announced a public offering of $7.5 million worth of common stock and warrants. The offering includes 3,750,000 shares priced at $2 per share and accompanying warrants with varying expiration dates. The closing is expected in early February, subject to customary conditions. The proceeds will be used for research and development, commercialization, and general corporate purposes. The offering is registered with the SEC, and the final prospectus is available on their website. JELD-WEN Holding Inc. stock experienced a significant drop of 7% following the announcement that its largest shareholder intends to sell its entire 15% stake in the company. JELD-WEN plans to purchase nearly half of those shares, with the deal valued around $437.56 million at the last closing price. However, the share value has yet to be determined. Notably, JELD-WEN will not receive any proceeds from the sale and has instead decided to repurchase $200 million worth of shares from the offering. This move has raised questions among investors and analysts regarding the company's future prospects and financial stability. NYC introduces modern open gangway trains for increased subway comfort and capacity. New York City has taken a major step towards improving the subway experience for its passengers. The introduction of the R211 open gangway train allows passengers to move freely between Max Kaiser, a renowned figure in the finance world, has taken to Twitter to criticize Ripple, Cardano, and Binance Coin, labeling them as shitcoins. In a contrast, he has praised Nuggetrush, a new play-to-earn game, for its accessibility, security, transparency, and diverse gaming options. Kaiser's commentary comes at a time when he has also touched on Ripple's growing non-zero balance wallets and Cardano's innovative third-generation blockchain platform. Binance Coin continues to evolve, introducing the GT protocol. Nuggetrush, a community-driven play-to-earn game, has raised over $2 million during its pre-sale, surpassing its rival Myro in popularity and financial success. Nugs has gained significant attention with its innovative P2E gaming and noble philanthropic goals. The token has seen an aggressive price increase and does not impose a buy-sell tax, making it an attractive option for investors. In contrast, Myro is facing challenges with slow transactions and governance issues, further highlighting the superiority of NugX. TerraWolf, a leading Bitcoin mining company, announced that it achieved an average of over 10 Bitcoins per day in January. The company reported a total of 313 Bitcoins mined during the month. TerraWolf's power cost averaged $16,737 per Bitcoin, which is equivalent to approximately $0.05 per kilowatt hour. Each Bitcoin mined had a value of $42,810. Despite the positive production numbers, the company's shares experienced a slight decline of 1.6% to $1.84 in pre-market trading. In a recent development, a West Virginia construction firm owner, Craig G. Phillips, has successfully won the bid for the former Alderson Broaddus University campus for a sum of $5 million. The property in Philippi, which once belonged to the defunct private university, will now be in the possession of Phillips. However, he has not yet disclosed his plans for the campus. It is expected that the sale will be finalized within the next 30 days. The university, which was facing significant financial difficulties, filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in August and subsequently ceased operations. This sale marks the end of an era for the university, which was founded in 1890 and had been operating in Philippi for over a century. The campus had been put up for auction earlier this year, with several interested parties expressing their interest in acquiring it. Craig G. Phillips, the winning bidder, is the owner of a West Virginia construction firm. While he has not revealed his plans for the former Alderson Broaddus University campus, the sale of the property is a significant development for the local community. The campus had been a prominent feature in Philippi for many years, and its sale attracted a lot of attention. The future of the campus remains uncertain, but with the sale now officially underway, the community will be eagerly watching to see what plans Phillips has for the property. Some have speculated that the campus could be repurposed for other educational or commercial uses. Others have suggested that the new owner may choose to demolish the existing buildings and develop the land for other purposes. Regardless of what plans Phillips has for the campus, the sale of the former Alderson Broaddus University property marks the end of an era. For the university and its community, it is a reminder of the challenges that many educational institutions face in today's economic climate and the need for innovative solutions to ensure their long-term sustainability. Total Energies has resumed operations at its Port Arthur refinery in Texas following a power outage on January 16. The refinery, which has a capacity of 238,000 barrels per day, was shut down as a result of the outage. However, internal utilities have now been reactivated, and the refinery is gradually resuming normal operations. The refinery is a significant contributor to the region's energy production, and its resumption of operations will help to ensure a stable energy supply in the area. Alecta, Sweden's largest pension fund, has delayed the release of its full-year results until February 28. This delay is due to the ongoing valuation of its major holding, Heimstaden Bostad AB, which has been facing financial difficulties. The adjustment comes as Alecta's previous losses in the U.S. banking sector led to management changes. The fund is also under investigation for its investment in Heimstaden and faces challenges amidst a property market crisis. China dealt with 315,000 administrative reconsideration cases in 2023, focusing on resolving disputes through reconsideration. A total of 37,000 cases were settled through mediation, with a 12.6% mediation rate and 70% case closure rate. The government aimed to align reconsideration with litigation and enhance coordination between judicial departments. The Ministry of Justice is planning to further refine administrative reconsideration under the revised law. In a recent development, Exxon has been actively rebuilding its inventory of pre-drilled wells. This strategic move is aimed at ensuring a steady supply of oil and gas for the company in the future. By investing in the pre-drilling process, Exxon is taking proactive steps to secure its position in the market and maintain its competitive edge. This approach not only helps the company in responding to fluctuations in demand, but also in capitalizing on potential opportunities that may arise. Exxon's focus on building a robust inventory of pre-drilled wells underscores its commitment to providing reliable energy resources and demonstrates its dedication to meeting the evolving needs of consumers. Angola's January gross reserves have reached $14.5 billion, according to the latest data from the country's central bank. This is a significant increase from the previous month and demonstrates the country's strong economic position. The government has been working hard to diversify the economy and attract foreign investment, which is paying off with this positive economic growth. Senate Leader Schumer has announced a vote for next week on the long-awaited border security bill. This bill combines immigration reforms with military aid for Ukraine and Israel. While seen as a significant step towards addressing the U.S. immigration system, the deal faces opposition from both conservatives and progressives. The bill, which has been in the works for months, was negotiated by a group of senators in the White House. Net Zero Infrastructure plc, a special-purpose acquisition company focused on renewable energy, reported no revenue and a steady net loss of £277,849 for the half-year ending September 30. The company's cash reserves decreased to £254,271 following administrative expenses and advisory fees for a cancelled acquisition. Despite this, Net Zero is continuing to advance its plans for a reverse takeover of Qiaopeg Pharmaceuticals Holding AD, a company that holds a patented drug delivery platform and drug development pipeline. Solo Brands has experienced a significant decline of over 56% since January 5th. The company's stock price has dropped to $2.63, marking a significant decrease. For investors, this downward trend has raised concerns among market observers and investors alike. It is important to monitor the company's performance and assess the factors contributing to this decline. U.S. stocks experienced mixed performance at the start of trading on Friday. The Dow Jones Industrial Average saw a decline of 70 points, while the S&P 500 showed a modest increase of 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite also saw a positive trend, rising by 0.27%, despite the mixed performance. The overall market sentiment remains cautious as investors continue to monitor the ongoing developments in the global economy and geopolitical landscape. In today's market, tech giant Apple experienced a significant drop in its stock price at the opening bell. The company's shares plummeted by 4.1% as investors reacted to disappointing sales figures in the crucial Chinese market. This decline marks the largest drop for Apple since January 2019 and has raised concerns among industry analysts and investors alike. Fiber Biologics has experienced a significant decline in its stock price, dropping to $13.73, a decrease of over 75.04% since January 31. This sudden drop has raised concerns among investors and prompted an investigation into the company's financial performance. U.S. job market experienced a significant upswing in January with 353,000 jobs added, surpassing economists' forecasts. Revisions to November and December employment data showed an additional 126,000 jobs. The report reflects strong overall employment growth, higher pay, and payroll increases across various industries. Average hourly earnings saw a significant increase, both month-on-month and year-on-year. Despite reduced hours worked, wage growth suggests ongoing consumer spending ZCM Investment Holdings plc has sold a majority 51% stake in Mopani Copper Mines plc to International Resources Holding RSC Limited. ZCM retains a 49%. The transaction is valued at USD 1.1 billion and is set to finalize in 2024. The sale includes a USD 620 million equity investment and up to USD 380 million in shareholder loans. The arrangement follows ZCTM's acquisition of Mopani from Glencore in 2021, when debt repayment terms were restructured. Mopani's copper output will remain subject to Glencore's offtake rights until the debt is settled. ZCM shares dropped 6% following the announcement. Chairman Christian Taylor Wilkinson will step down from his position at GCM Resources plc following a request from major shareholder Polo Investments Limited. The resignation is set to take effect from February 28, and the company has begun the process of appointing a new chairman. This decision comes after a significant drop in GCM Resources shares, which fell by 29% following Polo Investments' proposal to remove Taylor Wilkinson from the board. India is reportedly considering canceling the permit of Paytm Payments Bank, a subsidiary of 197 Communications, as early as March. The Reserve Bank of India has been imposing restrictions on the bank since January 2024, barring it from offering various banking services, including accepting fresh deposits and credit transactions. Central Bank also ordered Paytm Payments Bank to stop accepting new customer accounts in 2022. A comprehensive audit by external auditors found persistent non-compliances and continued material supervisory concerns in the bank. The full extent of RBI's new directive remains unclear, but it could severely disrupt Paytm's offline merchant business, as well as the gateway business. Customers can continue to withdraw and utilize money from their accounts, but the RBI has ordered the settlement of all pipeline transactions and nodal accounts to be completed by March 15, 2024, and no further transactions shall be permitted thereafter. The potential cancellation of Paytm Bank's permit could have significant implications for the company and the Indian financial industry as a whole. Manitoba Premier Wab Kainuu has shared his net zero economic vision, outlining the province's plan to achieve a net zero economy by 2050. Kainuu emphasized the importance of transitioning to a sustainable economy and highlighted the potential benefits, including job creation and economic growth. The Premier also discussed the role of government in supporting this transition, including investments in infrastructure and innovation. He acknowledged the challenges ahead, but expressed optimism about the opportunities for Manitoba's future prosperity. India's Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, has highlighted the resilience of the country's export sector amidst global economic turmoil. Despite uncertainties, India's exports have shown robust growth, thanks to the expansion of traditional markets and the establishment of new trade relationships. The upcoming general election will focus on economic issues, and the government is committed to inclusive growth, as demonstrated in a fiscally prudent budget with increased infrastructure spending. Although concerns about Red Sea tensions affecting exports exist, the budget emphasizes reducing the fiscal deficit and increasing tax revenue. U.S. dealerships are expressing concerns over the Biden administration's push for rapid electric vehicle adoption, citing market readiness issues. An automotive news survey found that nearly 83% of dealers view the government's push as too aggressive, particularly regarding the Environmental Protection Agency's proposed emissions rules for 2027-2032. These regulations could 2032 result in EV sales reaching 67%, despite low consumer interest. Dealers are citing charging infrastructure, affordability, and inventory as barriers to EV adoption. Only 43% of dealers anticipate increased EV sales due to new tax credit rules. Here's the script for the news report. CDA has upgraded Macy's stock from sell to neutral, raising the price target from $14 to $18. This change is due to a less skewed risk-reward outlook for the company. Initially, there was skepticism about Macy's stock, which dropped by 13%, however. The situation has become more balanced, particularly after Macy's confirmed a $21 acquisition offer and announced layoffs. Despite this, analysts still express doubt about the feasibility and value of the deal. Jupiter's JUP token has been making waves in the crypto world. Despite a brief dip after launch, the token has shown signs of recovery with a 333% increase in the last 24 hours and a current value of 61 cents. Its market performance is positive, with the token's value peaking on January 31 at $0.74 cost floor. One of the recent developments that could potentially enhance Solana blockchain navigation is the integration of Jupe with Mercurio's fiat on-ramp. This integration is highly anticipated and could provide a significant boost to the token's adoption. The Jupe airdrop that took place recently has also generated substantial profits for traders, attracting global interest to the token. Adding to its intrigue, 3 wallets hold large amounts of Jupe, making it a token to watch in the crypto world. As we move towards 2024, Jupiter's Jupe token is definitely one to keep an eye on. President Putin has announced that Russia has upgraded 95% of its strategic nuclear arsenal, with 95% of the components being sea-based. This is a significant modernization effort that demonstrates Russia's commitment to maintaining a strong and advanced nuclear deterrent. The naval component of the force has been almost fully updated, reaching almost 100% modernization. This update will ensure that Russia's nuclear capabilities remain robust and effective in the face of potential threats. The Department of Investment and Public Asset Management has set a capital receipts target of Rs 30,000 crore for 2024. This includes Rs 20,000 crore from CPS-led disinvestment and the remainder from asset monetization. DIPAM's Secretary Tuhan Kantapandi stated that the government has merged the classifications of non-debt capital receipts to simplify the budget document. The estimates for 2025 include Rs 50,000 crore in capital receipts from various sources. Pandi anticipates completing the strategic sale of IBI Bank in the next fiscal year. In a surprising move, AIon Markets has decided to pull its $1.7 billion loan deal for repricing. The company cited market conditions and the need for a more favorable interest rate as the reasons behind the decision. The loan deal, which was initially agreed upon in 2022, was set to mature in 2025. However, with the current market volatility and rising interest rates, AIon Markets felt it was no longer in their best interest to proceed with the deal. The decision to pull the loan deal has raised eyebrows among investors and analysts alike. Some have expressed concerns about AIon Markets' financial stability and its ability to secure a new loan at a more favorable interest rate in the future. However, a spokesperson for AIon Markets assured investors that the company is actively exploring other financing options and expects to secure a new loan deal soon. In the meantime, AIon Markets will rely on its existing cash reserves and other sources of funding to meet its financial obligations. This development comes at a time when the financial industry is facing increased scrutiny and uncertainty. It remains to be seen how AIon Markets' decision will impact the overall market and other companies in the industry. Here's the script for the news report. Meta's stock surged 20% today, marking a significant increase in the company's value. This rise can be attributed to several factors, including the release of strong financial results and positive market sentiment towards the company's future prospects. Investors are optimistic about Meta's plans for growth and innovation, particularly in the areas of virtual reality and augmented reality. The company's recent acquisition of Within, a VR fitness app, has also fueled excitement among investors. Overall, the 20% increase in Meta's stock price reflects the market's confidence in the company's direction and potential for success. China's 60i population has reached 296.97 million in 2023, accounting for 21.1% of the total population, up from 280.04 million in 2022. This increase has raised concerns over the sustainability of pension system reforms. The aging population is putting pressure on the pension system, which is already facing challenges such as a declining ratio of workers to retirees. The government has been implementing measures to address these issues, including increasing the retirement age and encouraging private pension schemes. However, the sustainability of these reforms remains a concern, and further efforts may be needed to ensure a stable pension system for the growing elderly population. In a recent research note, Needham has upgraded the price target for Macom Tech to $100 while maintaining a buy rating for the company. This represents a significant increase from the previous price target of $80. The analysts at Needham believe that Macom Tech's strong financial performance and positive outlook justify the upward revision. The company's ability to deliver innovative solutions in the semiconductor industry has impressed the analysts, and they expect Macom Tech to continue its growth trajectory. With the upgraded price target, investors may want to take note of this promising company in the tech sector. Shopify's price target has been raised to $90 by Wells Fargo, who also maintains an overweight rating for the company. This comes as a result of Shopify's strong financial performance and continued growth in the e-commerce industry. Wells Fargo cites Shopify's innovative platform and expanding suite of services as key drivers for their optimistic outlook. With this updated price target, investors may want to keep an eye on Shopify as it continues to make strides in the market. Newlat Food Spa has acquired 154,832 of its own shares in January at an average price of $7.94 per share, totaling $1.2 million. The company $1.2 million now holds 1.5 million treasury shares, representing 3.4% of its share capital. The stock is currently trading down 0.7% at €8.04 per share. In a recent report, KeyBank has upgraded Meta's price target to $575 while maintaining an overweight rating. This suggests that KeyBank believes Meta's stock has the potential to increase in value. The report does not provide a reason for the upgrade, but it's possible that KeyBank is optimistic about Meta's future prospects. It's important to note that this is just one analyst's opinion, and other analysts may have different views on Meta's stock. In a recent report, KeyBank has maintained an overweight rating on Parker Hannifin and raised its price target to $575. This indicates that KeyBank believes Parker Hannifin's stock is worth buying and expects it to perform well in the market. The company's strong financial performance and positive outlook have contributed to this rating. Investors may want to take note of this recommendation and consider adding Parker Hannifin to their portfolios. KeyBank has reaffirmed its overweight rating on Revity and raised its price target to $126. This comes after the company's strong performance in the second quarter, with revenue growth of 14% year over year. Analysts are optimistic about the company's future prospects, citing its innovative products and market leadership. With this new price target, KeyBank believes that Revity shares have the potential for significant upside. Wells Fargo has recently upgraded the price target for Landstar System to $180 and maintained an equal weight rating. This indicates that Wells Fargo believes Landstar System stock has the potential to reach $180 in the future. However, it is important to note that the current market price may differ from the target price. It is always advisable to conduct thorough research and analysis before making any investment decisions. Charlotte invites public input for upcoming fiscal year budget planning. The City of Charlotte is seeking input from residents to determine budget priorities for FINE 2025. 4 budget listening sessions and a budget survey provide opportunities for community feedback, aiming to balance a $3 billion budget. The city values citizen engagement, viewing it as crucial in creating a financial plan that reflects community needs. Workshops, public hearings, and city streaming on YouTube will be part of the budget development process. Pyth Network's Pyth token gains 20%. Investors shift to a meme-based blockchain gaming presale. The Pyth Network has been making waves in the crypto world with its impressive 20% price surge. This surge has caught the attention of investors and traders alike, who are now shifting their focus to a new meme-based blockchain gaming presale. This presale is specifically designed to cater to the growing demand for new investment opportunities within the blockchain gaming market. The presale is offering a unique investment opportunity for traders seeking to capitalize on the booming blockchain gaming sector. By combining the popularity of memes with the potential of blockchain technology, this presale is poised to attract a significant amount of attention from investors. The presale is offering a limited number of tokens, which are expected to be highly sought after due to the potential for high returns. The Pyth Network's Pyth token has been gaining traction due to its innovative approach to data sharing and analysis in the financial industry. The token has been used by major financial institutions to enhance their trading strategies and improve their overall performance. The recent price surge can be attributed to the growing adoption of the token and the increasing demand for its use cases. The shift towards a meme-based blockchain gaming presale highlights the changing dynamics of the crypto market. Traders and investors are constantly seeking new opportunities to capitalize on emerging trends. The combination of memes and blockchain technology has proven to be a winning formula in the past, and this presale is likely to attract a significant amount of attention from the crypto community. In conclusion, the Pyth Network's Pyth token has gained a remarkable 20% price surge, and investors are now shifting their focus to a new meme-based blockchain gaming presale. This presale offers a unique investment opportunity for traders seeking to capitalize on the growing blockchain gaming market. With the potential for high returns and the popularity of memes, this presale is expected to attract a significant amount of attention from the crypto community. Singulate stock experienced a significant drop of 43% to 190 cents following the completion of a public offering at $2 per share. The company aimed to raise $7.5 million through this offering and has now raised a total of $15 million. The funds will be used for the development and commercialization of their lead candidate, CTX-1301, as well as general corporate purposes. Despite the drop in stock price, Singulate remains committed to advancing their innovative therapies and improving patient outcomes. In a recent update, Google has decided to discontinue the cached link feature in its search results. This feature previously allowed users to view an older version of a web page captured by Google. However, with the continuous improvement in web page loading times, this feature has become less relevant. Although the functionality can still be accessed through the cache operator, this too will be phased out in the future. Some speculate that Google may replace it. This feature was something similar to the Internet Archive's captures, but for now, it remains to be seen. In a recent report, Morgan Stanley has downgraded AInvest stock rating to underperform from equal weight with a reduced price target. The firm expressed concerns over the limited sales growth potential and the risk of falling margins due to HEM's frequent discounts. This change in rating follows the 50% surge in HEM's share price in 2023, driven by optimism about the company's margin recovery. However, Morgan Stanley now deems this recovery as unlikely. Johnson Fistel LP has filed class action lawsuits against Maison Solutions Inc., Data Nexus Limited, and BioNTech SE. The lawsuits allege securities law violations and seek to represent investors who suffered losses. The deadline for investors to join the Maison Solutions in class action is December 15, 2023. Mondelez International has announced the appointment of Brian McNamara, CEO of Haleon, to its board of directors. McNamara brings with him a wealth of experience from his previous roles in consumer products companies, including Novartis and Procter & Gamble. This appointment is set to strengthen Mondelez's strategic position by providing valuable insights, as stated by Mondelez CEO Dirk van de Put. Public Service 15-min chart. NCD KDJ death cross signals. A bearish signal was indicated by the occurrence of a moving average convergence divergence death cross and a KDJ death cross as of 9:45 on February 2, 24. This technical development suggests a possible continuation of the stock's downward trajectory, reflecting a shift in momentum towards a decline with the possibility of further depreciation in the stock's price. Solber has seen a significant increase in its stock price, surging to $0.73 and rising more than 102.22% since January 24. This sudden surge has caught the attention of investors and industry experts alike. What could be the reason behind this remarkable increase? Let's take a closer look at Solberoi and its recent performance. Italian del Wine et Talentino Lepsorial. House Speaker Mike Johnson called for immediate action to end the border crisis in an interview on Mornings with Maria. He emphasized that President Biden has the authority to put an end to the current situation at the border. Johnson discussed the Senate's proposed border bill and the ongoing efforts to impeach Secretary Mayorkas due to the continuous influx of migrants. The House Speaker urged President Biden to take swift action to address the crisis. Here's the script for you. Nikon stock jumped by nearly 23% following the announcement of a $5 million bought deal financing agreement. The company plans to sell 3 million shares at $0.10 each and 7 million flow-through shares at $0.17 each. Underwriters have an option to buy additional shares. Proceeds will be utilized for exploration expenses in Manitoba. Here's the script for the news report. Volkswagen Skoda Auto has reached an agreement with its labor union to increase wages in April 2024. The company plans to invest 1.7 billion euros in its Czech plants to support the increase. The investment will create new jobs and improve the production of electric and combustion engine cars. The labor union has also agreed to a new working schedule that will allow for increased production during overtime hours. The agreement is expected to boost Skoda Auto's competitiveness and productivity in the coming years. Singulate shares experienced a significant drop of 43% following the announcement of the public offering prices. The offering price was set at $5.25 per share, which was lower than the market price of $9 per share. This led to a decline in the stock's value, causing investors to lose confidence in the company. The public offering was oversubscribed, indicating strong demand for the shares. However, the lower offering price raised concerns about the company's financial health and future prospects. Singulate's management has not yet provided any explanation for the lower offering price, and the company's stock continues to face uncertainty. NBT Bancorp EVP Mahoney acquires 1163 shares at $37.13 each on February 1, 2024. NBT Bancorp Inc. disclosed that Executive Vice President and President of Wealth Management Mahoney Ruth H. acquired a total of 1163.03 shares of the company's stock. The shares were purchased at a price of $37.13 each on February 1, 2024. 197 Communications stock has taken a nosedive following the Reserve Bank of India's ban on Paytm bank operations. This has got investors and analysts worried, with JP Morgan's and Core Rudra downgrading the stock due to concerns about Paytm's payments business, which accounts for 59% of revenue. The RBI's actions have forced Paytm to rethink its strategy, impacting its near-term growth and profitability. 197 Communications is now accelerating partnerships with other banks to make up for the lost business. However, the stock's recent decline and the impact on Paytm's brand credibility raise concerns about market share losses. Here is the script for the news report. University Michigan Sentiment Final Actual 79. According to the latest data, the University of Michigan Sentiment Index came in at 79, slightly higher than the forecasted 78.9 and the previous reading of 78.8. This indicates that consumer sentiment remains strong despite concerns about the economy and the ongoing pandemic. Experts say that the resilience of consumers is a positive sign for the economy, as it suggests that people are still willing to spend money and support businesses. However, it's important to keep an eye on future developments and how they may impact consumer sentiment. Chevron shares experienced a reversal in their early slide, moving into positive territory despite a 30% year-over-year drop in 2023 earnings. The company reported earnings per share of $3.45, with revenue totaling $47.8 billion for the fourth quarter of 2022, surpassing analysts' expectations. However, Chevron's full-year earnings declined by 30% to $13.13 per share, and revenue decreased by 15% to $200.95. Contributing to the earnings dip include upstream impairment charges, decommissioning obligations from previously sold assets in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico, and foreign currency effects. Despite this, Chevron achieved significant milestones in 2022, such as returning more cash to shareholders and producing record amounts of oil and natural gas. The company's cash return to shareholders increased by 18% to over $26 billion, and annual worldwide net oil equivalent production surpassed 3.1 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, with a 14% growth in the United States. In the upstream segment, Chevron reported a loss due to various factors, including charges related to decommissioning obligations for previously sold assets in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico. However, the international upstream segment witnessed higher earnings, and the U.S. downstream segment reported lower earnings compared to the previous year. The international downstream segment, on the other hand, reported higher earnings driven by lower unfavorable foreign currency effects. Chevron also increased its quarterly dividend by 8% to $1.63. Lovesac investors, be aware. A securities fraud class action lawsuit has been brought against the company, alleging inadequate disclosures regarding last-mile shipping and freight costs. The accusations go further, stating deficient internal controls, inflated gross profit, and operating income. If you purchase Lovesac securities between March 30, 2023 and August 16, 2023, you may be eligible to join the class action. The lead plaintiff deadline is February 20, 2024. Contact the law offices of Howard G. Smith at 888-638-47 or for more information. Byron's OPS tender initiative sees substantial shares submitted. Laboratoires Byron, a French company specializing in homeopathic medicine, has reported over 560,000 shares tendered to the OPS. The company's products, derived from plant, animal, mineral, or chemical sources, are manufactured according to a pharmacopoeia-specified process. Sales are mainly from France, accounting for 52.4% of the total, with significant shares from Europe, North America, and other regions. Cable provider stocks took a hit today following the release of Charter Communications' Q44 report. The report showed a loss of internet subscribers and weaker earnings than expected. As a result, both Comcast and Altus USA saw their shares dip, while Charter's stock experienced a significant fall, leading the sector's decline. Charter's Q4 report revealed that they lost 61,000 internet customers, which was a stark contrast to analysts' expectations of a modest gain. This news sent shockwaves through the industry and had a negative impact on investor confidence. Despite these challenges, Charter reported earnings per share of $7.69, which fell short of the forecasted $8.76 per share. The decline in cable provider stocks comes at a time when the industry is already facing challenges from cord cutting and increased competition from streaming services. This latest news only adds to the industry's woes and raises concerns about the future of cable providers. Analysts are now closely watching how the industry responds to these challenges and whether they can find ways to attract and retain customers in a rapidly changing landscape. In the meantime, investors may be cautious about investing in cable provider stocks given the current uncertainties and risks facing the industry. Shareholders alert. Deadline set for class action lawsuits. The law offices of Howard G. Smith has announced class action lawsuits on behalf of shareholders of Golden Heaven Group Holdings Limited against the company for allegedly making false and/or misleading statements or failing to disclose information regarding the condition of its amusement parks and visitor numbers. Investors have until February 20th, 2024 to file a lead plaintiff motion. Attention investors of Future Fintech Group Inc. If you purchase securities between March 10th, 2020 and January 11th, 2024, you may be eligible to file for lead plaintiff in a class action lawsuit against the company. The deadline to file is March 18th, 2024. Investors who suffered losses may seek compensation under federal securities laws. The U.S. Treasury Department has announced new sanctions against Iran. These measures are aimed at further restricting the Iranian regime's ability to fund its malign activities and uphold stability in the Middle East. The Treasury Department has identified several entities and individuals involved in Iran's nuclear program, missile development, and support for terrorism. These sanctions will have a significant impact on Iran's economy and will send a clear message to the international community about the consequences of engaging in these activities. The U.S. remains committed to preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons and will continue to take all necessary measures to ensure the safety and security of the region. Ice canola prices dipped in early trading today, following a decline in major edible oils and crude oil. Negotiations between Israel and Hamas regarding hostage release affected crude oil prices, while a modest drop in the Canadian dollar added to the canola's decline. The ICE futures canola contracts saw around 9,100 contracts traded, with price changes ranging from 1.4 to 2 Canadian dollars per metric ton. In a recent report, Cantor Fitzgerald has reaffirmed its overweight rating on CrowdStrike and has set a price target of $240. This indicates the firm's confidence in the company's ability to continue its growth trajectory and deliver strong financial results. CrowdStrike is a leading provider of cloud-delivered endpoint protection and has been gaining market share rapidly. The company's innovative technology and strong financial performance have impressed investors and analysts alike. With this endorsement from Cantor Fitzgerald, it is clear that CrowdStrike is a company to watch in the cybersecurity industry. In a recent report, Cantor Fitzgerald has reaffirmed its overweight rating for Crinetics and set a price target of $50. This indicates the firm's confidence in the company's future growth potential and suggests that the stock may continue to rise. Crinetics is a biotech company that focuses on developing treatments for rare endocrine disorders. The company's pipeline includes potential therapies for congenital adrenal hyperplasia and Cushing's disease. With this positive rating from Cantor Fitzgerald, investors may want to keep an eye on Crinetics as it continues to progress in the biotech industry. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger has shown confidence in his company by investing in its stock during a period of market decline. Despite the stock's 91% increase in 2023, Gelsinger purchased 3,000 shares at an average price of $43.36 each. As an expert on AI, Gelsinger believes that AI will bring significant advancements to business and communication. He remains unfazed by the potential challenge from China in AI leadership. RegenHF's dissolution of main shareholders meeting announced for February 2, 2024. On February 2, 2024, at 3:00 p.m., the extraordinary general meeting of RegenHF was held, chaired by Deloitte EF as the auditing firm. The meeting approved a resolution with 67.9% of the voting rights in favor. Objections were raised against the resolution. Coursera. Cantor Fitzgerald has upgraded its price target for Coursera to $26, maintaining an overweight rating. This represents a positive change from their previous rating, indicating confidence in the company's future growth potential. Bitcoin continues to hold its ground above $43,000, with the CoinDesk 20 index showing a significant increase of over 3.2%. Chainlink's Link has been leading the way, surging nearly 30% in the last week. Following Meta's earnings report, AI tokens have also seen significant gains. Meta, formerly Facebook, reported a significant revenue increase and a $50 billion stock buyback, prompting AI tokens to rally. Binance has frozen $4.20 million of XRP following an exploit. While Ripple Labs' executive chairman, Chris Larson, faced a breach in his personal XRP accounts. The chart of the day from Glassnode shows a drop in the number of Bitcoin held by miners, reflecting a downward trend in their inventory prior to the Bitcoin halving in April. Sarajay Sports, backed by Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, is in advanced talks to establish a new cycling league. The firm is set to invest around €250 million in this venture, which is part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 economic diversification strategy. This move marks the country's expansion into a new sport following significant investments in others. The potential deal aims to rebalance profits from major races and is currently being discussed, with the involvement of ASO and RCS Sports uncertain. Introducing Swan Mining with CEO Rafa Zagari. A CoinDesk exclusive, Swan Mining, backed by Rafa Zagari, is a key player in the digital asset space. CoinDesk, a leading media outlet in cryptocurrency news, undergoes a change of ownership, now being part of Bullish Group, which is majority owned by Block.one, with a focus on maintaining journalistic integrity and adhering to strict editorial policies. Attention all finance enthusiasts. This is Alex with your daily update on the world of cryptocurrency. Today, we're taking a closer look at the future. Price forecast for Pepe Coin, an internet meme token that has been making waves in the market. According to a recent analysis, Pepe Coin is predicted to experience a dip in its price before regaining its value of $0.00. This suggests a temporary decline in the token's worth before a recovery takes place. However, the extent of this dip is not specified in the prediction. The token's past performance and future projections are being closely monitored in finance circles, as Pepe Coin has shown significant potential for growth in recent times. It's important to note that the cryptocurrency market is highly volatile and subject to rapid fluctuations, so it's crucial to exercise caution when investing in any digital asset. In conclusion, while the future of Pepe Coin remains uncertain, it's clear that this internet meme token is generating a lot of interest and attention in the finance world. As always, stay informed and keep a close eye on the market to make the most informed investment decisions. Goldman Sachs-backed electricity venture seeks expansion into consumer markets. Goldman Sachs' electricity firm, backed by the bank, is seeking to expand nationally. Despite its past struggles in the consumer division, Goldman Sachs is now prioritizing asset management. Rhythm, a Goldman-affiliated firm, aims to sell electricity contracts to homes, marking a Wall Street entry into retail energy. However, this move raises regulatory questions due to the growing role of private equity in energy, where it often operates with less oversight than traditional utilities. India and the Maldives held their second core group meeting, according to India's Ministry of External Affairs. The meeting took place in May and was co-chaired by India's Minister of State for External Affairs, V. Muralidharan, and the Maldives Minister of Foreign Affairs, Abdullah Shahid. The agenda of the meeting included discussions on bilateral relations, regional issues, and cooperation in multilateral forums. Both countries expressed their commitment to further strengthening their ties and working together towards common goals. Shah stock experienced a decline on January 31, 2024, which may be attributed to an analyst downgrade. According to an analyst from LifeSide downgraded JJ from buy to hold with a reduced price target of $15. The analyst cited operational challenges as the reason for the downgrade. This negative catalyst could have influenced the stock's decline. NKLA stock experienced a decline due to negative news coverage. InvestorPlace published articles stating that NKLA is a struggling meme stock and IV stock that investors should avoid. More recently, Motley Fool discussed NTLA's goal to produce zero-emissions trucks, but the future of its stock remains uncertain. These factors contributed to the decline in NKLA stock. AMC stock has hit a new low, plummeting beneath the $4 mark. This is a significant drop from its peak during the meme stock era, when shares reached $339.05 in June 2021. The current value of the stock is hovering around 4 to 1 cent, and it is on track to set a new record low close. CEO Adam Aron has expressed frustration with the stock's performance, which has fallen 92.5% in the past year, contrasting with the S&P 500's 18.9% gain. Apple CEO Tim Cook defends the $3,500 price tag for the Vision Pro, a spatial computing device, as representing tomorrow's technology today. In an exclusive interview, Cook highlights the device's potential for various uses and applications, citing a range of existing and potential use cases. He emphasizes that the Vision Pro is not just a gaming device, but has the potential to revolutionize industries such as healthcare, education, and entertainment. Cook also addressed concerns about social isolation, emphasizing the device's ability to enhance rather than detract from human connections. He explains that the Vision Pro is designed to facilitate better communication and interaction, allowing users to share experiences and connect in new ways. Cook acknowledges the significant investment in it, patents and technology required to bring this innovative device to market, while leaving open the possibility of alternative payment options in the future. Investors are on edge as Ørsted prepares to unveil its restructuring plan amidst financial challenges. The world's largest offshore wind developer has faced significant losses due to canceled projects and supply chain issues, leading to concerns over its financial outlook. Some analysts speculate that Ørsted may need to reduce its investment plans and cut dividends to meet its ambitious 2030 target of 50 gigawatts of renewable capacity. The company's CEO has stated that there are no active plans for a capital raise, but the market remains cautious about the possibility. Atara Biotherapeutics has seen a significant increase in its stock price, surging to $0.90 and showing a remarkable gain of over 103.85% since January 5th. This upward trend has caught the attention of investors and industry experts alike. In this report, we will explore the factors contributing to this remarkable surge and what it means for the future of Atara Biotherapeutics. Ion Markets has called off its attempt to refinance a $1.10 billion leveraged loan, aiming to secure lower interest rates on its debt. However, the company is moving forward with a $125 million incremental loan that will distribute profits to its owners. The deadline for commitments on this transaction has been extended, giving investors more time to consider the purchase. Ion, owned by Andrea Pignataro's Ion Group, has accumulated approximately $3 billion in private loans, largely from HBS investment partners, and holds approximately $12 billion in debt from subsidiaries. Here is the script for your report. The U.S. shipping industry is bracing for increased congestion at some U.S. ports in the next 4-6 weeks due to the Red Sea crisis. According to the Transportation Department, the ongoing conflict in the region has disrupted shipping routes, leading to potential delays and congestion at major ports. This could have a significant impact on the supply chain and could lead to higher prices for consumers. It is important to monitor the situation closely and prepare for potential capture a significant share by projecting electric vehicles to account for 25% of sales by 2025, up from the current 10% the German brand introduced electric vehicles last year and currently offers 5 electrified models, the most among manufacturers. Despite a low 2.3% electric vehicle market share, BMW plans to expand its presence in India with 16 car launches and an increased dealership network without additional plant investments. Truist Securities' Neil Dingman has praised Exxon's impressive production, highlighting the inventory quality as a key reason for sustained growth. Exxon's ability to maintain high-quality inventory has been instrumental in its success, according to Dingman. This approach has allowed the company to continue producing at optimal levels, even in challenging market conditions. Dingman believes that Exxon's commitment to inventory quality sets it apart from its peers and positions it for continued success in the future. President Donald Trump has stated that he would not reappoint Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell if he wins the upcoming presidential election. In an interview aired on Friday, Trump was asked if he would reappoint Powell, to which he responded, "No, I wouldn't. Powell's second 4-year term as chair will expire in 2026. Grupo Mexico, a major copper producer and transportation company, reported a 19% decrease in Q4 profit to $757.40 million compared to the previous year. Despite this decline, the company's revenue also dropped nearly 10% to $3.42 billion. The company operates significant railroads in Mexico and has a global presence in the mining sector. Rie Group SPA, a leading road and highway construction company in Italy, has recently undergone a name change and expanded its services to include the rehabilitation and maintenance of motorway tunnels and viaducts. The company now offers a range of specialized services such as hydro-demolition, scaffolding, and structural reinforcement for the restoration of both viaducts and tunnels. Furthermore, Rie Group SPA produces cladding and performs lighting engineering and varnishing tasks. AInvest plc, an Africa-focused mining firm, has secured GBP 375,000 in loan facilities from Tricarta Limited. The loan, led by an executive with a stake in AInvest, comes with interest rates up to 11%. This financing is intended to strengthen AInvest's working capital during ongoing discussions for institutional funding, which may be finalized by early 2024. AInvest plans to invest in its operations, including iron powder production. President Biden has been criticized by former State Department official Christian Whiten for lacking a clear strategy towards Iran. Whiten went further to suggest that Biden's recent leaking of his response plans could be preparation for bombing empty sites. This comes as reports have emerged stating that Iranian-backed terror groups have evacuated their positions. The lack of a clear strategy towards Iran has been a cause for concern among many, and Whiten's comments have added fuel to the fire. It remains to be seen how the Biden administration plans to address these concerns and develop a comprehensive strategy towards Iran. Close Brothers Group plc, a UK bank with a 145-year history, has seen its stock price plummet by 35%, resulting in the loss of a third of its value. This decline follows a review by the Financial Conduct Authority of 2 markets in which the bank operates: motor financing and premium finance insurance. As a result of the review, RBC Capital has downgraded Close Brothers, potentially impacting the interim dividend. The bank is also facing compensation claims and the possibility of an FCA crackdown on insurance premium financing. January 2023. U.S. consumer sentiment hits highest levels since July 2021. The Human Consumer Sentiment Index in the United States surged to its highest level since July 2021, reaching 79. The index, which measures consumer confidence, reflected an improvement in both personal financial situations and the overall economic climate. The component measuring current conditions rose significantly, as did the expectations index. Additionally, one-year inflation expectations dropped to 82.9%, falling back within the historical range before the pandemic. Klein Tools has joined forces with Lowe's Foundation to provide essential HVAC and electrical tools to 3 colleges across the country. The donation, valued at nearly $30,000, aims to support the skilled trades workforce and combat the shortage of qualified professionals in the field. The recipients of this generous donation include Miami-Dade College, Palm Beach State College, and Southside Virginia Community College. The grant and tool presentation events hosted by Klein Tools and Lowe's Foundation featured skilled trades content creators and instructors. These experts emphasized the Significance of promoting skilled labor success and addressing the retiring workforce. By providing these essential tools to students pursuing careers in the skilled trades, Klein, Tools and Lowe's Foundation are investing in the future of the industry and helping to foster the next generation of skilled professionals. Meta Platforms Inc. is making history on Wall Street. The company's stock surged as much as 21% on Friday, marking the biggest single-session market value addition ever recorded, surpassing the gains made by tech giants like Apple Inc. and Amazon.com Inc. in 2022. This monumental surge added roughly $200 billion to Meta's market capitalization, solidifying its position as the comeback kid of Wall Street. A surprisingly strong jobs report for January 2023 has caused concern among economists, including Mohamed El-Arian. The report showed that the U.S. economy added 353,000 new jobs, exceeding expectations, and wage growth was higher than anticipated. This has led to an increase in yields, which rose above 4%. The exceptional labor market performance complicates decisions on interest rate cuts for the Federal Reserve. It is unclear how the strong data will impact rate-sensitive sectors like commercial real estate. El-Arian warns that the Fed's policy decisions must be carefully monitored to avoid negative consequences. As recession fears persist, investors are seeking stability in their investments. Dividend stocks, particularly in the utility sector, offer a reliable source of income amidst economic uncertainty. Energy Corporation is a major producer and retailer of electric power, recently securing a $10 billion investment deal in Mississippi. American Water Works Company Inc. is a leading provider of water and wastewater services, showing promising year-to-date EPS growth. Brookfield Infrastructure Partners LP is a diverse infrastructure company with a strong cash position and potential for dividend growth. These three stocks provide a safe haven for investors seeking stable income during these challenging economic times. Total Energies is set to report its Q4 earnings on February 7th, following a 5.2% earnings surprise in the previous quarter. The company has been making strategic moves such as acquisition benefits, expanding its LNG operations, and repurchasing shares, which may have contributed to its performance. However, its utilization rate in refineries is expected to be over 80%, but its hydrocarbon production is forecast to be in the 2.4 to 2.5 MBD range, showing a 12.7% year-over-year decline. Despite this, the company's model does not suggest a strong likelihood of an earnings beat, with a 10.27% earnings surprise and a ZAX rank of 3 all-in. In a recent report, RBC Capital has raised the target price for Ball Corporation from $57 to $61. Despite this increase, the firm has maintained a sector perform rating for the company. This news comes after Ball Corporation reported strong financial results with revenue and earnings exceeding expectations. The company's performance has been driven by robust demand for its aluminum cans and packaging solutions. RBC Capital believes that Ball Corporation's strategic focus on sustainability and innovation will continue to drive growth in the sector. RBC Capital has downgraded the price target for Bio-Techne from $90 to $75 while maintaining a sector perform rating. This news has caused a stir in the market, especially among investors who were anticipating a higher price target. The downgrade has led to a decrease in the company's stock price, and many are wondering what factors influence this decision by RBC Capital. In this report, we will take a closer look at the reasons behind the downgrade and what it means for Bio-Techne and its investors. Sartorius AI, a leading provider of pharmaceutical and lab equipment, has received a neutral rating from Jefferies. The company operates in two segments, Bioprocess Solutions and Lab Products and Services. Bioprocess Solutions offers biopharmaceutical manufacturing tools, while Lab Products and Services supplies lab instruments and services. Key offerings include filters for sterilization, single-use bags, membrane adsorbers, and laboratory balances. Despite the diverse range of products, Jefferies maintains a neutral stance on the company. BMW has allocated over €500 million to its Steyr plant for the production of electric motors. The new facilities cover 60,000 square meters and are set to launch series production for the new class model by autumn 2025. This project highlights BMW's commitment to its Steyr site and its electric vehicle strategy. Oppenheimer has issued a buy recommendation for NASDAQ, indicating potential investment value. However, it's important to keep in mind that the tip ranks Smart Score. Performance is based on past results and may not reflect future actual returns. Past performance is not a guarantee of future returns, and actual results can vary significantly from back-tested results. Investors should consider factors like transaction costs, fees, and market volatility when evaluating investment opportunities. In a recent development, Apple has released a series of new tutorial videos on its YouTube channel, providing insights into the features and usage of its recently launched Apple Vision Pro. The videos cover various topics such as using Visiono's apps, supporting guest users, and a beginner's guide called First Timer. These videos are designed to assist consumers in understanding and utilizing the new device, which is now in the hands of early adopters. Hudbay Minerals, Inc. will be announcing their Q4 2023 results on February 23, 2024. The company has scheduled a call to discuss their copper-focused mining operations and growth projects. The results will be shared via a news release and webcast. Those who are unable to attend the live webcast can view the archived version on Hudbay's website. Clearfield Inc. stock surged 7% following the release of its Q2 earnings report. The company recorded sales of $34 million, a 60% decrease from the previous year, but exceeding analysts' expectations of $29.9 million. Despite the challenging market, Clearfield managed to outperform by reporting a 35-cent loss per share, better than the 42-cent loss anticipated by analysts. In addition to the robust earnings, Clearfield announced a share buyback program, repurchasing $12 million of its stock. This move reflects the company's confidence in its future prospects and long-term demand for its products. Clearfield is optimistic about meeting the Build America, Buy America Act's compliance by year-end, which will qualify the company for federal funding for U.S. internet expansion. This development further strengthens Clearfield's position in the market and is expected to drive future growth. In a new assessment by the UN Satellite Center, satellite imagery has revealed that approximately 30% of buildings in the Gaza Strip have been destroyed or severely damaged due to Israel's military campaign. The majority of the destruction occurred in Gaza City and Khan Yunis, leaving significant civilian infrastructure loss. In its wake, the ongoing conflict has resulted in the deaths of over 27,000 Palestinians, according to reports. Holzer LLC is investigating LifeStance Health Group for alleged non-compliance with federal securities laws. Hindenburg Research reported that the company's provider retention rates are lower than claimed, leading to a drop in the firm's stock price. Investors who suffered losses are encouraged to contact the legal team for potential class action lawsuits. China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Wang Wenbin, has reaffirmed China's sovereignty over Huanzhendao, an island in the South China Sea. Wang emphasized that the island is a part of China's sovereign territory, which extends beyond Philippine waters. He refuted Philippine claims over the island based on proximity, noting that international treaties and the South China Sea arbitration have no bearing on China's sovereignty. Wang reaffirmed that China exercises its sovereignty over the island and its adjacent waters peacefully. Analysts predict a rise in oil prices for 2024, with Brent and WTI expected to surpass current levels. According to financial experts, Brent crude is anticipated to average $82.26 a barrel in Q1, increasing to $83.82 by Q4. WTI is expected to average $78.02 in Q1 and $79.73 by Q4. Despite current market declines due to reduced demand and a stagnant Federal Reserve, ongoing Middle East tensions and tight supply support price levels. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced today that the state defense order has an impressive performance rate of almost 100%. This achievement highlights the effectiveness of the Russian military industry in meeting the country's defense needs. The state defense order is a crucial aspect of Russia's defense strategy, ensuring the readiness and reliability of military equipment and technologies. The fact that it is being fulfilled so efficiently demonstrates the robustness of Russia's defense capabilities. Ford's January sales show a mixed performance for electric and hybrid vehicles. All electric vehicle sales took a dip, particularly the Mustang Mach-E with a 73% drop from December. Hybrid vehicles performed better with a 4% increase. This contrast indicates a continued preference for hybrids in the U.S. market. Despite it, a 21% decline in overall sales from December, Ford's January sales were up 4% compared to last year, suggesting a stable market with modest growth. Expectations for 2024. Barclays recommends buying shares of Nike Inc. Amidst diverse product offerings and a global retail network, the company is a global leader in sportswear and equipment, with sales predominantly from footwear and apparel. Nike also offers sports gear and operates 1,032 stores, with distribution through independent distributors and online. Net sales are geographically diversified, with the largest share in North America. Ethereum users have a new opportunity to earn rewards through the AVO airdrop and farming program. AVO, a decentralized futures and options exchange, is giving away its AVO token to early adopters and incentivizing platform usage. The airdrop is linked to trading volume, fees, and user loyalty, with a farming boost for increased token earnings. To maximize rewards, traders are encouraged to actively and consistently engage with the platform. In 2024, the company anticipates a market downturn, resulting in a projected revenue of DKK 12.5 billion and an EBITDA of DKK 600 million. This forecast takes into account the uncertainties of geopolitical and macroeconomic factors, yet expects improvement by the end of the year. The company predicts negative growth in all markets, but with a potential recovery in the installation and industrial sectors towards the end of the year. The trade segment is expected to experience negative growth, leading to lower gross profit margins due to increased service costs. To counteract this, the company plans to reduce costs and implement cost-saving measures. Despite the economic challenges, the board intends to propose a dividend of DKK 30 per share at the annual general meeting. Average annual consulting salaries surpass $100, outshining tech. Pay consulting jobs are now paying an average of $103,000 a year, with salaries ranging from $94,300 to $231,400 depending on seniority and industry. Consultants help companies improve efficiency and productivity by solving systemic problems, often through project-based work with multiple clients. The consulting industry has now become the second most desirable industry after tech, with 12 consulting firms appearing on Glassdoor's list of best places to work. Jobs in consulting offer a range of qualifications depending on the industry, with many requiring a bachelor's degree and relevant experience. Some firms, like Bain Company, offer early career opportunities. U.S. stocks continue to rise, with the Nasdaq leading the way, up by 1%. This marks the third consecutive day of gains for the tech-heavy. The Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500 also saw positive growth, albeit at a slightly lower rate. Investors are optimistic about the future of the stock market, despite ongoing concerns about inflation and the global economy. Many analysts predict that the bull market will continue, driven by strong corporate earnings and a robust job market. Serbian President Aleksandar Vučić has vowed to continue providing financial aid to Kosovo Serbs despite the ongoing euro currency crisis. This comes as Kosovo has imposed the euro as the sole currency, a move that has been criticized by the US and EU for potentially threatening the survival of Serbs in Kosovo. However, President Vučić argues that Serbia is necessary for the survival of Serbs in Kosovo and insists on using the Serbian dinar. He claims that without financial aid, they will not be able to survive. Despite opposition from the U.S. ambassador and concerns from the EU, Serbia is continuing to channel financial aid through private banks. This is happening amidst a tense backdrop of ongoing conflict between Kosovo and Serbia. The U.S. and EU have expressed their worries about the impact of the regulation, but Serbia remains committed to supporting its citizens in Kosovo. Disney's board of directors has rejected billionaire Nelson Peltz's appeal for 2 board seats, citing his lack of media experience and strategic ideas. Peltz, who holds a significant stake in Disney, had argued that the company needed a new CEO to boost profitability and improve its competitive position against companies like Netflix. However, Disney's board disagrees, stating that the company has an effective strategy for growth and efficiency, focusing on its strong brands, cost-cutting measures, and dividends for shareholders. The rejection comes as a blow to Peltz, who had hoped to bring change to the company's leadership and direction. But the shareholder meeting is scheduled for April 3, and Disney shares dipped slightly in response to the news, while the Dow Jones fell as well. Poland has decided to extend its border inspections with Slovakia until March 2 in response to the increasing number of migrants from the Middle East and Afghanistan. This measure is aimed at preventing illegal migration and ensuring the safety of its citizens. The border controls were initially introduced on October 4 and have been repeatedly extended by Poland, the Czech Republic, and Austria. The The Czech Republic recently announced its plans to end its border controls. With Slovakia, all of the countries involved are part of the Schengen area, which allows for free movement within its member states. U.S. consumer confidence has reached its highest level since July 2021, according to the University of Michigan survey. The index increased to 79 in January, surpassing expectations, with a significant improvement in sentiment for the second consecutive month. Inflation expectations for the next year dropped to 2.9% from December's 3.1%. However, consumer opinions on the future economy remain divided, with 41% anticipating good times and 48% expecting bad times. Velux has revised its revenue and EBITDA projections for 2024, citing a market slowdown in Q4 2023 and early 2024. The company now expects revenue to be DKK 1250 billion and EBITDA at DKK 600 million. Geopolitical and macroeconomic tensions have affected the market outlook, but a global recovery is expected by the end of the year. Negative growth is anticipated in all markets and segments except for the new construction sector, which is expected to see slightly positive growth due to the green transition. Installation sector revenue is expected to decline, while marine offshore sales remain stagnant and the industry overall is negative. Financial reporter Alex is investigating Hovnanian Enterprises, Inc. for potential state law violations. Glancy Pronge Murray LP is calling for shareholders to contact them for more information about the claims and any questions related to their rights and interests. This announcement serves as attorney advertising in some jurisdictions. Crane stock has shown a bearish signal with the appearance of a MACD death cross on February 2, 2024 at 10:45 a.m. This is accompanied by a narrowing of the Bollinger Bands, indicating a decrease in volatility. These technical indicators suggest that the stock's price may continue to decline, along with a reduction in the range of price movements. Attention shareholders of Guidewire Software Inc. Glancy Pronge Murray LLP is investigating potential violations of state laws by the company's directors and officers. If you are a shareholder and have specific investment details, we encourage you to contact our firm for more information. This investigation is being treated as attorney advertising in some jurisdictions. RBC Capital has decided to maintain its outperform rating for Accuri and has set a price target of $187 for the company. This rating reflects RBC Capital's confidence in Accor's future growth potential and financial performance. Accor is a leading global manufacturer of innovative high-performance products and solutions, primarily for the electrical industry. The company has been performing well in the market and has been gaining the trust of investors. RBC Capital's decision to maintain its outperform rating for Accor is a clear indication of the company's strong position in the industry. Tyra Biosciences stock skyrocketed by 25% following the announcement of a $200 million private placement financing. The company plans to issue 15.4 million shares at $13.01 per share to strengthen its balance sheet and support the development of its drug candidates, Tyra 300 and Tyra 200, as well as preclinical programs in drug discovery. This significant infusion of capital is expected to close soon, and it will enable Tyra Biosciences to pursue its growth strategy and advance its innovative therapies. RBC Capital rates Invesco ultra-short duration ETF outperform and sets a $193 target. The Belgian Migration Ministry is challenging a court order to pay NGOs for the care of asylum seekers. The court had ruled that the state-owned agency Fidasel did not provide adequate shelter for asylum seekers and ordered them to pay €90 million to a group of NGOs. The NGOs plan to use the funds for emergency aid, food, and support for asylum seekers facing basic rights violations. However, the Migration Ministry is contesting the ruling, arguing that the court does not have the authority to interfere with the government's handling of the asylum seekers. Despite an influx of refugees, Belgium's reception capacity of nearly 36,000 places is currently full, and the government has faced criticism for its handling of the situation. EU agreements aim to distribute migration pressures more evenly. A raccoon has caused a power outage in Toronto by tampering with electrical equipment, affecting 7,000 people and causing disruptions in traffic and elevator operations. The incident highlights the creature's impact on infrastructure and underscores the need for animal-proofing utilities. Evergrande Nev has suspended contract revisions with NetUTN regarding a HK3.89 billion share deal. The deal was intended to support Evergrande's restructuring, but the company is currently uncertain about its future. The agreement would have given NWTE a 27% stake in Evergrande NEV. The suspension comes as Evergrande faces financial troubles, including a recent court order for liquidation due to its inability to restructure its offshore debt. Terra's price forecast indicates a possible rebound for Luna amidst market fluctuations. Analyzing key resistance levels, this article is based on facts and data. It also addresses common misconceptions and fears in the market, highlighting the importance of a well-informed investment approach. The Clean Power Alliance has signed a PPA with Coast Energy to install solar plus storage backup power systems at 11 public facilities in Southern California. The systems are expected to come online by late 2025 and are part of CPA's Power Ready program, which supports critical community infrastructure. The multi-site PPA is expected to deliver a combined 150 MW of solar capacity and 117 MW of battery storage, enhancing resiliency and providing free renewable energy during power outages. Supertree CEO proposes going private. Stock surges 109%. Supertree PLC's CEO, Julian Dunkerton, has announced his plan to take the company private. This proposal has led to a significant surge in the company's stock price, which has increased by 109%. According to reports, Dunkerton is currently in discussions at a preliminary stage to secure financing for the entire share capital. This move comes after he requested the company to consider potential financing sources, as mentioned by the transaction committee. The announcement of going private has had a positive impact on the market, resulting in a substantial increase in Supertree's stock price. Investors are optimistic about the future of the company under private ownership. It is worth noting that this proposal is still in its early stages, and there are no guarantees that it will be successful. However, if it goes through, it will be a significant development for Supertree and its shareholders. As we continue to monitor this story, we will keep you updated on any further developments regarding Supertree's potential going private transaction. Greta Thunberg has been found not guilty of breaching public order during an oil protest in London. The judge ruled that the police's communication and organization of the public order were insufficient, leading to the acquittal of Thunberg and 4 other activists. This incident highlights the toughening of protest policing following recent disruptions by environmentalists. Zillow's chief economist, Orphy Davengue, has challenged the notion that the Federal Reserve is the primary driver of high mortgage rates. Instead, he has cited the influence of the 10-year Treasury yield and argues that mortgage rates are more closely tied to inflation, economic growth, and expectations for future economic conditions. Davengue suggests that mortgage rates have been influenced by factors such as cooling inflation, labor market trends, and housing market normalization, leading to recent reductions in rates. NVIDIA shares have reached a record high, experiencing a significant increase of 3.4%. This surge in stock price has attracted the attention of investors and industry experts alike. The reasons behind this remarkable growth can be attributed to several factors. Firstly, NVIDIA's strong financial performance and robust revenue growth have played a crucial role. The company's impressive quarterly results, coupled with its ability to consistently beat market expectations, have instilled confidence in investors. Furthermore, NVIDIA's innovative products and technologies have positioned it as a leader in the semiconductor industry. The company's cutting-edge graphics processing units are in high demand, particularly in the gaming and data center sectors. NVIDIA's GPUs are renowned for their exceptional performance and energy efficiency, making them indispensable for modern computing applications. In addition, NVIDIA's expansion into new markets, such as autonomous vehicles and artificial intelligence, has opened up significant growth opportunities. The company's partnerships with major automakers and its development of advanced driver assistance systems have fueled optimism among investors. The market's positive response to NVIDIA's strategic initiatives and technological advancements has contributed to the surge in its stock price. As the company continues to innovate and capitalize on emerging trends, it is likely that its shares will maintain their upward trajectory. In conclusion, NVIDIA shares hitting a record high of 3.4% is a testament to the company's strong financial performance, innovative products, and strategic expansion into new markets. With a promising future ahead, NVIDIA remains an attractive investment opportunity for both institutional and individual investors. Meta Platforms, formerly known as Facebook, has made an announcement regarding its first ever quarterly dividend. The dividend is set at 50 cents per share, and will be payable on March 26 to shareholders recorded on February 22. With a dividend yield of 0.4%, it is significantly lower than the average yield of 2% for SP 500 dividend-paying stocks. This move comes after Meta's stock surged following better-than-expected Q4 earnings. Historically, dividend initiations by major tech companies like Microsoft and Apple have been associated with stock price appreciation. It is expected that Meta's dividend will also grow over time, potentially leading to further share price gains. This announcement signals a shift in Meta's strategy as the company looks to provide returns to its shareholders while maintaining its growth potential. While the dividend yield may be lower than average, the initiation of a dividend by Meta is a positive sign for investors. It indicates that the company is financially stable and profitable and is now in a position to share its success with shareholders. This move is likely to attract more investors looking for stable returns, which could further drive up the stock price. In conclusion, Meta's dividend initiation is a significant development for the company and its shareholders. It signals potential upside for the stock price and positions Meta as a stable investment opportunity. Investors can expect the dividend to grow over time, leading to further share price gains. Shiova Almanar Trighangar HF will release its 2023 annual report and fourth quarter results on February 8th. A briefing will be held at the company's office in Kringluni 5, 6th floor at 16:15 on the same day. The presentation will also be available online. Investors can submit questions to Fjarfastar at Shiova, the briefing, or during the event. The report will be published on the company's website after the presentation and will be accessible through the web page provided. As the psychedelic sector moves towards FDA approval, pharmaceutical companies are encountering various challenges. TD Cowen's Ritu Beryl delves into these obstacles and their potential implications for mental health care. UK Oil Gas plc shares have taken a hit, plummeting by over 30% following an unsuccessful testing attempt at the Turkish Pinarova 1 site. The company, which has a 50% stake in the site, reported no commercial rates of hydrocarbons despite extensive testing. This setback has undoubtedly shaken investor confidence in the company. However, UKOG remains optimistic about future targets, including a small oil accumulation and a deeper pool objective. The company's CEO acknowledged the uncertainty of exploration but kept costs low and accumulated valuable data. It's a tough blow for the company, but only time will tell if they can recover and prove fruitful in their future endeavors. ExxonMobil's Q3 earnings have taken a hit, dropping by 40% compared to the previous year. Despite this, the company's revenues still managed to reach $36 billion, which is above historical averages. However, the company faced regulatory challenges in California, resulting in a $2 billion impairment charge. Despite this setback, Exxon experienced growth in production, particularly in Guyana and the Permian Basin. The company is also making headlines in the U.S. media, as evidenced by its presence in Factiva's news items. Cocoa prices have soared to their highest level since 1977 amid concerns over supply restrictions from West Africa and the potential impact of El Niño on cocoa crops. The ICE Futures U.S. March contract rose by 0.9%, with prices potentially settling at a 46-year high. The market has seen a 15% increase in January, driven by the expectation of a third consecutive year of supply deficit in the 2023-24 crop year. Weather conditions, particularly the Harmattan winds and dryness in West Africa, have raised concerns about the mid-crop harvest, which could further impact supply. Citadel has expanded its international equities team in London by hiring 3 portfolio managers. The new recruits include Vadim Sepenyuk from Pelham Capital, James Wyatt from Egerton Capital, and Ashley Stewart from the same firm. This is the latest in a series of high-profile hires following the recruitment of Robert Bonham from Point72. The trio will focus on consumer and business services, financial firms, and various sectors, respectively. Citadel, managed by billionaire Ken Griffin, oversees $56 billion in assets and has experienced strong returns in recent years. In the financial world, the U.S. dollar has been gaining strength, and it's all thanks to the latest jobs data. This has caused sterling to experience a significant decline, marking it as the largest weekly drop since early December. The Bank of England's decision to hold on to interest rates and Governor Bailey's stance against an immediate rate cut has added to the instability of the pound. This shift in the currency market has certainly caught the attention of investors and economists alike. In a recent report, Goldman Sachs has upgraded the price target for Corvo to $117 while maintaining a neutral rating. This upgrade comes despite the challenges faced by the semiconductor industry due to the global chip shortage. The report highlights Corvo's strong financial performance and its ability to navigate through the industry's difficulties. The company's focus on innovation and its ability to capture market share from competitors have contributed to its resilience. Despite the positive outlook, the report maintains a neutral rating due to uncertainties in the industry. However, it recommends that investors keep a close eye on Corvo as it continues to position itself for long-term growth. Blue Bird Corporation CEO Phil Horlock sold 75,000 shares of the company's stock at $31 each on February 1, 2024. This sale was disclosed by Blue Bird Corporation. Honeywell has announced plans to expand its operations in Kansas, creating 156 additional jobs in the region. The company, which specializes in aerospace, building technologies, and performance materials and technologies, will invest $110 million in the expansion. The new jobs will be a mix of full-time and contract positions and will offer competitive salaries and benefits. Honeywell says it is looking for candidates with experience in engineering, manufacturing, and technical roles. The expansion is expected to be completed by the end of 2023 and will include upgrades to the company's existing facilities, as well as the construction of new buildings. Honeywell's decision to expand in Kansas is seen as a positive sign for the local economy and is expected to boost the region's manufacturing sector. Ford Motor Company reported a slight increase in overall sales for the month of January, with a notable 43% rise in hybrid vehicle sales and a 2.6% uptick in traditional internal combustion engine vehicles. Despite this, ICE sales dropped by 11%. In total, 152,617 vehicles were sold, with hybrids accounting for 730% of the total and EVs less than 5,000 units. The F1 disabilities, and visible minorities. This website displays information on workforce representation and pay disparities, allowing users to compare data across employers, sectors, and regions. The data is sourced from annual reporting under the Employment Equity Act for employers with over 100 staff. This new website aims to promote transparency and accountability in the workplace and help address pay inequities in Canada. AInvest, a prominent crypto trading platform, has recently made a groundbreaking move by introducing perpetual swaps on Base Network, a leading blockchain platform. This innovative move targets the retail traders and offers them high leverage trading with an unprecedented 75x leverage. This platform is unique as it allows trading without any expiration dates, giving traders the flexibility to execute their strategies without any time constraints. AInvest aims to bring balance to the crypto futures market by implementing a distinctive rebate system for contrarian positions. This system incentivizes traders to take positions opposite to the prevailing market sentiment, potentially mitigating market volatility and promoting stability. During the testnet phase, AInvest witnessed substantial trading volume and user engagement, indicating a significant potential interest in this novel approach to crypto trading. With this launch, AInvest is poised to revolutionize the crypto trading landscape, catering to the needs of retail traders and offering them a highly leveraged and unique trading experience. Jefferies has upgraded SAP-C stock, citing the answering of key questions. The firm urges users to engage respectfully and refrain from profanity or discriminatory language. Violations may lead to account suspension. English comments only will be allowed, and comments may be public and indexed by search engines. Here is the script for the news report. SP index shifts, Western Digital to replace Caesars in midcap, SST to replace Concord in small cap. Standard Poor's has announced changes to its indexes with Western Digital Corp, replacing Caesars Entertainment in the SP midcap 400 after Caesars is acquired by Harris Entertainment. SST Technologies Inc. will replace Concord Communications in the SP small cap 600, with the latter being acquired by Computer Associates International in Porky. An illegal gas-filling yard explosion in Embakasi, Kenya, has claimed 3 lives and injured hundreds, including Edwin Macchio, who suffered burns. The blast occurred at Taya, an unlicensed site, highlighting weak enforcement and corruption issues in the country. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority had previously rejected permit applications for their area due to its high population density. The head of the Federal Aviation Administration is set to face tough questions from the House on February 6th regarding the agency's oversight of Boeing. This comes after a series of incidents involving Boeing's 737 MAX aircraft, including 2 fatal crashes that claimed the lives of 346 people. Lawmakers are expected to grill FAA Administrator Steve Dickson on the agency's certification process for the 737 MAX and whether it was sufficient. They will also be looking into the FAA's role in the ongoing investigation into the crashes and what measures are being taken to prevent future incidents. The hearing is an opportunity for lawmakers to address concerns about the safety of Boeing's aircraft and the effectiveness of the FAA's oversight. It is also a chance for the public to hear about the progress of the investigation and what steps are being taken to ensure the safety of passengers. The hearing is scheduled for February 6th and will be broadcast live on C-SPAN. Jesper Svensson shot a 7-under par 65 at the Bahrain Championship, moving him into a tie for the lead with Joel Gerbach and Dylan Fratelli. Despite strong winds, Svensson's impressive round saw him climb from 6 shots behind to an overall score of 9 under par. Gerbach started poorly, but rallied to finish 2 under par, while Fratelli's birdie on the last gave him a round of 68 to join the lead. Tom Valent, who was initially in the lead, is now 2 shots behind after a 1 over par round. Chainlink, known as Link, is experiencing a bullish trend despite a drop in its NVT ratio. This suggests a positive development in the market for Link. However, the price is encountering resistance near the $20 mark, indicating potential challenges in the near future. This information was published on February 2nd, 2024. In recent times, the cryptocurrency market has witnessed a shift towards alternative digital assets, with investors looking beyond Bitcoin for potential opportunities. Among the altcoins gaining attention, Shiba Inu, Dogecoin, and Galaxy Fox have captured the spotlight. These digital currencies offer unique features and potential returns that make them appealing to investors seeking diversification in their portfolios. Shiba Inu, often referred to as the Dogecoin killer, has gained significant traction due to its low transaction fees and fast block confirmation times. This altcoin has positioned itself as a strong contender in the meme coin market with a loyal community of supporters. Its popularity can be attributed to its unique Shiba Inu-themed NFTs and decentralized exchange. Dogecoin, on the other hand, has been around since 2013 and was initially created as a joke. However, it has since gained significant attention and value, with Elon Musk's endorsement playing a significant role. Dogecoin has a strong community and has been involved in various charitable initiatives. Its popularity lies in its accessibility and low transaction fees, making it an attractive option for everyday transactions. Galaxy Fox is another altcoin gaining attention in the market. This cryptocurrency aims to bridge the gap between traditional finance and the digital asset industry. Galaxy Fox offers a range of financial products, including lending, borrowing, and staking, making it an all-inclusive platform for investors. Its partnership with renowned institutions like Binance and Huobi further solidifies its position in the market. While Bitcoin stability remains a key factor in the cryptocurrency market, exploring alternative cryptocurrencies like Shiba Inu, Dogecoin, and Galaxy Fox provides investors with a chance to diversify their portfolios and potentially benefit from the growth of these digital assets. As the crypto market continues to evolve, it's crucial for investors to keep an eye on these altcoins and consider them as part of their investment strategy. Simon Biestowring has released 2 apps for the new Apple Vision Pro on its launch. The first, Runestone Text Editor, enhances productivity with features like syntax highlighting, themes, and 25 language support. The second, Spatial Sprinkles, brings whimsy and celebration to Visionos with a confetti shooting app that allows users to celebrate virtually any event. Spatial Sprinkles is available as a one-time $0.99 download on the App Store. CEO Pantaleone acquires 1,600 Park Bancorp shares at $18 each. According to a recent disclosure by Park President and CEO Mr. Vito S. Pantaleone, has acquired a significant number of shares in the company. On February 1, 2024, Mr. Pantaleone purchased 1,000 shares and an additional 600 shares, each at a price of $18 per share. This brings the total number of shares acquired by Mr. Pantaleone to 1,600. The acquisition of these shares by Mr. Pantaleone demonstrates his confidence in the future of Parque Bancorp. It also aligns his interests with those of the company's shareholders, as he is now more directly invested in its success. This move may also be seen as a positive signal to other investors, indicating that the company's leadership believes in its potential for growth. Park Bancorp, Inc. is a financial institution that provides a range of banking services to its customers. With this acquisition, Mr. Pantaleone is further strengthening his commitment to the company and its future prospects. It is worth noting that the price of $18 per share at which the shares were acquired is the same price at which they were sold, indicating that Mr. Pantaleone views the company's valuation as favorable. In conclusion, the acquisition of 1,600 Parque Bancorp shares by Mr. Vito S. Pantaleone, the company's CEO, is a positive development for the company. It demonstrates his confidence in its future and aligns his interests with those of its shareholders. This move may also be seen as a positive signal to other investors, indicating that the company's leadership believes in its potential for growth. Relmada Therapeutics Inc. CEO Sergio Traversa acquired 100,000 shares of RLMD stock, as announced in. Furthermore, SEC filings released on January 31 showed statements of changes in beneficial ownership for RLMD executives, including insiders like the CEO buying additional shares as reported in. This indicates confidence from company insiders, which usually is a positive signal for the stock. In a recent report, Goldman Sachs has upgraded Tractor Supply's price target to $262 while maintaining a buy rating. This represents a significant increase from the previous price target of $238. The report cites strong financial performance and growth potential as the main reasons for the upgrade. Tractor Supply's stock price has seen steady growth in recent years, and the company has consistently outperformed industry averages. With a focus on rural lifestyle and agricultural products, Tractor Supply has positioned itself well in a market that is increasingly looking for sustainable and environmentally friendly solutions. The company's commitment to sustainability and its efforts to reduce its carbon footprint have also been recognized by investors and industry analysts alike. As a result, Goldman Sachs believes that Tractor Supply's Stock has the potential to continue its upward trajectory and recommends buying shares at the current price. Small cap equities have experienced a recent dip, but they remain attractive to investors, with some experts predicting a strong performance in 2024. The Invesco Nasdaq Future Gen 200 ETF tracks the Nasdaq Innovators Completion Cap Index, which includes over 77% of Russell 2000 companies, suggesting potential gains. Valuation discounts for small cap stocks are near historical highs, with small cap PV ratios falling by 16% to 1.8. This indicates the potential for significant returns and outperformance compared to large cap stocks. Factors such as strong consumer activity, tech and healthcare sector MA, and improving earnings support a positive outlook for small cap stocks. Despite the recent dip, the persistent appeal of small cap equities remains strong, making them an attractive option for investors in 2024. U.S. implements new sanctions against Iran for cyber warfare and missile programs. The U.S. has imposed sanctions targeting Iran's missile and drone programs as well as its cyber warfare capabilities in response to recent attacks by Iran-backed groups on U.S. forces in the Middle East. The sanctions include 4 entities and 6 officials linked to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. Treasury Secretary Brian Nelson emphasized the significance of addressing Iran's proliferation and cyber targeting of critical infrastructure. Bolivia and Brazil have formed a biofuels and biotechnology partnership to promote the production of corn and soybeans. This alliance is expected to stimulate demand for these key commodities, benefiting both countries. The partnership focuses on cooperation and information exchange, aligning with global efforts in renewable energy. Investors can leverage this trend through ETFs like Toikrium Corn Fund and Toikrium Soybean Fund, offering exposure to corn and soybean markets for various investment strategies. The start of 2024 has seen record bond issuance, leading to price drops and opportunities for inverse ETFs, with over $720 billion in bonds issued, and bond prices falling on average by 1 cent per dollar. Demand is attempting to catch up to supply. The Fed's cautious stance on rate cuts and high inflation indicate a gradual pace for potential rate reductions. Meanwhile, bearish traders can consider ETFs like the Direction Daily 20-Hour Tri Bear 3X ETF and the Direction Daily 7-10-Year Treasury Bear 3X shares to capitalize on further bond price declines. In the latest market update, Apple's stock has made a remarkable turnaround after experiencing a 4% decline due to concerns over weakness in China's revenue. The company's shares have now rebounded. This sudden change in fortune has left many investors and analysts scratching their heads, wondering what could be the reason behind this upward surge. Let's take a closer look at the situation. Apple's stock had previously taken a hit, plummeting by 4% in response to the news of weak sales in China. This decline had raised concerns among investors about the company's ability to maintain its growth trajectory in one of its most important markets. However, it seems that the tide has turned, and Apple's stock is now on the rise once again. The exact reasons behind this sudden shift are not yet clear. Some analysts speculate that the decline may have been overblown and that Apple's underlying strength in China remains robust. Others suggest that investors may have been reacting to short-term market volatility and have now regained their confidence in the company's long-term prospects. Whatever the reason, the rebound in Apple's stock price is certainly welcome news for the company and its shareholders. It remains to be seen whether this upward trend will continue or if there may be further fluctuations in the market. As always, it's important for investors to keep a close eye on the latest developments and stay informed about any potential changes in the industry. Honeywell International is investing $84 million to expand its aerospace manufacturing site in Olathe, Kansas. This expansion will create 156 new jobs and boost the facility's capabilities. The expansion will include construction and installation work, generating 268 temporary positions. The facility produces avionics, safety, and flight control components, aligning with the company's vision of adapting to future aviation trends. Samsung's Galaxy S24 series is currently facing connectivity issues with Android Auto on select Volkswagen, Skoda, and Seat vehicles. The root cause of the problem is reportedly within the car software, with updates being rolled out by the manufacturers to address the issue. Samsung has acknowledged the problem and provided some troubleshooting steps to help users resolve the connectivity issues. These steps include double-checking the car's settings and updating the Android Auto app. The issue arises from an incompatibility between hotspot connections in some Volkswagen models and newer Android OS versions. In the latest employment report for January, key metrics surpassed expectations, indicating robust job growth in the U.S. economy. Non-farm payrolls, private sector payrolls, the unemployment rate, and average hourly earnings all outperformed forecasts, with non-farm payrolls notably stronger than anticipated. The standout figure was the increase in January non-farm payrolls by 353,000, well above the consensus of 175,000. The three-month average for total non-farm payrolls also rose, reaching 289,000. Revisions showed December non-farm payrolls at 333,000 in November. At 182,000, private sector payrolls experienced a surge of 317,000 in January, surpassing the consensus of 150,000. Revisions for December and November private sector payrolls were revised upward. The unemployment rate for January was 3.7%, slightly beating the consensus of 3.8%. Average hourly earnings rose by 0.6%, exceeding the consensus of 0.3%. Over the last 12 months, average hourly earnings increased by 4.5%. Despite the positive indicators, the report had quirks such as a decline in the average work week and revisions in population estimates. These nuances may lead the Federal Reserve to interpret the report cautiously, aligning with its current stance that a rate cut in March is unlikely. While the labor market shows resilience and strength, the Fed's approach to monetary policy remains dependent on a holistic assessment of economic factors. The January employment report presents a mixed bag of strong job growth and peculiarities, leaving room for nuanced interpretations. Regarding the Fed's future decisions, Ford is making it easier for EV owners to access Tesla's supercharger network. The company plans to equip future EVs with Tesla's supercharging port and will provide free adapters for current Ford EV owners. This move is part of Ford's shift towards the North American charging standard, which aims to simplify EV charging infrastructure. While the adapter's capabilities for Ford's EVs at Tesla superchargers are still being determined, this development is a significant step towards greater accessibility and convenience for EV owners. In a significant development in the world of cryptocurrency, Tent Holdings and owner-roundtable partners have acquired substantial assets of the crypto custodian Qredo. This acquisition follows a bridge financing round and a reorganization of the company. The move has led to the administration of Qredo with the relaunch of its Fusion chain on the Cosmos platform. The Qredo tokens will also migrate to the new platform, providing a seamless transition for users. This acquisition is a game changer in the crypto space and is expected to bring about significant changes in the way digital assets are secured and managed. The team at Tent Holdings and owner-roundtable partners, led by Dan Tapiero, has a strong track record in the industry and is known for their expertise in blockchain and digital assets. With their acquisition of Qredo, they aim to revolutionize the crypto custody space and provide a secure platform for investors to store and manage their digital assets. The relaunch of Qredo's Fusion chain on Cosmos promises to be a major event in the crypto world, and it is one that investors and account enthusiasts alike are eagerly awaiting. As the industry continues to evolve and grow, this acquisition sets the stage for some exciting developments in the future of digital assets, i.e. Meta's stock price saw a significant increase of over 20% following the release of the company's strong quarterly results. Jefferies, a brokerage firm, maintained a buy rating on Meta and raised its price target from $455 to $550. This revision reflects an increase in Meta's revenue growth forecast for 2024 to 22%, with no changes to 2024 spending targets. The firm also raised EPS estimates for fiscal 2024 and 2025 by 13% and 18%, respectively, citing Meta's outperformance in digital advertising. Russian authorities have added 2 lawyers for opposition leader Alexei Navalny, Olga Mikhailova, and Alexander Fedorov to their wanted list. Mikhailova is facing extremism charges after fleeing Russia, while Fedorov has also left the country. This move comes after 3 other Navalny lawyers were arrested in October on extremism charges. The actions against the lawyers are seen as a means to further isolate Navalny, who is currently serving over 30 years in jail. In December, Navalny was relocated to an Arctic Circle penal colony. BP has successfully restored power and normalized operations at its Indiana refinery following a blackout. The refinery, which had been idle since the power outage, is now stabilized and operational. Although it may take several days before production resumes, BP has confirmed that no injuries were reported and air quality Monitoring has shown no elevated readings. The blackout at the Indiana refinery had a significant impact on the market, leading to increased demand for lower-octane gasoline and diesel. As a result, Chicago refined product prices have risen. BP has not yet provided a restart timeline for the facility, and it remains unclear when production will be fully restored. Despite the disruption, BP has taken all necessary safety measures to ensure the refinery's operations are normalized and safe for workers. The company has also expressed its commitment to providing updates on the situation and working towards a swift resolution. In a recent report, BTIG's Clark Lampen identified two companies that are expected to benefit significantly from the Super Bowl and the growing sports betting market. The first company is DraftKings, or $DKNG, which is a leading player in the online sports betting and gaming industry. The report suggests that DraftKings' strong market position and extensive partnerships make it well positioned to capitalize on the increased interest in sports betting during the Super Bowl and beyond. The second company mentioned in the report is Flutter, which is a global sports betting and gaming operator. Flutter's portfolio includes well-known brands such as FanDuel, Paddy Power, and Betfair. The report highlights Flutter's strong presence in the U.S. sports betting market, where it has established a significant market share through its partnerships and acquisitions. According to Lampen, both DraftKings and Flutter are expected to benefit from the growing popularity of sports betting, which has been fueled in part by the legalization of sports betting in several U.S. states. The report suggests that the Super Bowl, with its massive viewership and intense interest in sports, represents a significant opportunity for these companies to generate increased revenue and attract new customers. Overall, BTIG's Clark Lampen's report identifies DraftKings and Flutter as the top beneficiaries of the Super Bowl and the growing sports betting market. With the continued expansion of legal sports betting in the U.S., these companies are well positioned to capitalize on this trend and generate significant growth in the coming years. In a recent decision, the Central Bank of Tunisia has chosen to maintain the key interest rate at 8%. This decision comes as a surprise to some, as many analysts had predicted a rate cut. However, the central bank has stated that it believes this rate is still appropriate for promoting economic growth and controlling inflation. The impact of this decision on the Tunisian economy remains to be seen, but it is clear that the central bank is taking a cautious approach to monetary policy. The Federal Reserve is under pressure from the financial markets to make early rate cuts, despite the cautious stance of the Federal Open Market Committee. Despite officials' resistance, market speculation continues to drive expectations of rate cuts, resulting in market rallies. The current market sentiment seems optimistic, with expectations of rate cuts and a reduced securities runoff. However, this optimism is at odds with the FOMC's comments about the lack of urgency and the fact that inflation remains elevated. The resilience of the U.S. economy in the face of rate hikes adds to the uncertainty of market predictions. Despite the market's influence, the Fed is likely to remain cautious in its approach to monetary policy, prioritizing stability and sustainable economic growth over short-term market reactions. This week's market review for Ethereum, Ripple, Cardano, Solana, and Binance Coin shows mixed results in the crypto market. Ethereum demonstrates resilience at $2,200 with a 3.6% increase, indicating a bullish trend. On the other hand, Ripple faces a decline of 2.5%, exacerbated by the breach of Ripple's chairman's personal wallets, which could lead to further losses. Cardano outperforms with an 8.6% rise, and Solana shows strong buying interest with a 13% gain, approaching a crucial $104 resistance level. Binance Coin, however, remains in a flat trend, lacking significant price movement. The article concludes by highlighting the potential for a major breakout to push BNB toward the $360 resistance level. Hershey Company stock rose by 2.53% to $198.43, outperforming the market on Thursday. Despite this, it remains $78.45 below its 52-week high of $276.88 achieved on May 1st. The stock's performance was supported by a rise in the S&P 500 index by 1.25% and the Dow Jones Industrial Average by 0.97%. Trading volume of 1.8 M shares exceeded the 50-day average of 1.5 M. New York Community Bancorp's stock experienced a significant drop following a substantial loss and reduced dividend, causing investors to worry about the bank's exposure to commercial real estate. This decline in stock price also had a negative impact on other community banks, resulting in a sharp decrease in their bond prices. These events have raised concerns regarding the financial stability of smaller banks and the necessity for them to increase their loan loss provisions. Invest in Alphabet's high momentum stock with Zacks momentum and VGM scores. Alphabet is a top momentum stock with a Zacks style score of a 4 momentum. Despite a recent 7.1% decline, the stock has a one-year gain of 31%. The company's robust cloud computing, streaming, and autonomous vehicle businesses contributed to its innovation and growth, with 27.36 million shares traded on average and an average earnings surprise of 7.22%. Google's strong earnings performance in VGM score of a make it a potential buy for investors seeking momentum. K-12 or LRN has been outperforming the consumer discretionary sector with a 3.2% gain year to date, surpassing the sector's average rise of 2.4%. This is evident from the latest Zacks rank, which has upgraded K-12 to #1, indicating positive analyst sentiment and a favorable earnings outlook. The company has also seen a significant improvement in its full-year earnings estimate with an 8.6% upward revision. This suggests that K-12 is on track for continued growth and success. In the near future, in comparison, Netflix has also outperformed the sector with a 16.6% year-to-date increase. However, it is important to note that Netflix operates in the broadcast radio and television industry, which has experienced an average performance. K-12, on the other hand, operates in the schools industry and has outperformed the industry average. Overall, K-12's strong performance in the consumer discretionary sector, coupled with positive earnings estimates and analyst sentiment, makes it a promising investment opportunity. U.S. stocks rose following the Federal Reserve's decision to maintain interest rates. Despite no rate cut in March, positive earnings reports, particularly for Merck, bolstered investor confidence. The market showed resilience, driven by anticipation in the tech sector and economic data releases. Adtalem Global Education, a leading healthcare education provider, is a compelling value investment opportunity, with a Zacks rank of 1 and an impressive value style score. ADD stands out in the market. The company's forward P/E ratio of 10.5x is more attractive than the industry average, and its PEG ratios of 0.7, price cash flow ratio of 5.8x, and price sales ratio of 1.2x further highlight its value proposition. Moreover, Adtalem Global Education has a history of positive earnings surprises and has garnered attention from analysts, with one upward revision in earnings estimates for fiscal 2024. These factors, combined with the company's strong fundamentals, make it an appealing choice for value investors. In conclusion, Adtalem Global Education presents a compelling case as a top-notch value investment opportunity. Its attractive valuation metrics, positive earnings, surprise history, and an analyst's optimism make it a stock worth considering for investors seeking value in the market. Bloomin' Brands, Inc. has announced that it will release its Q4 financial results on February 23, 2024, at 6:45 a.m. Est. The company, which owns Outback Steakhouse and other popular restaurants, operates over 1,450 restaurants across 47 states and 13 countries. Following the release, Bloomin' Brands will host a conference call at 8:00 a.m. Est to discuss the results. The call will be webcast live on Bloomin' Brands' website with a replay available afterward. Clorox's stock surged by 6% following the company's decision to raise its annual earnings forecast. This upgrade was due to a faster-than-expected recovery in inventory levels. Despite facing supply chain disruptions caused by cyber attacks and inflation, Clorox's chief financial officer, Kevin Jacobson, reported a remarkable recovery in inventory levels. The company's gross margins increased to 43.5% from 36.2%, driven by pricing, cost savings, and reduced impact from unfavorable foreign exchange rates. This improvement in margins contributed to the increase in net sales by 16%. Clorox's ability to bounce back from the supply chain challenges and post strong financial results is a testament to the company's resilience and adaptability. The upgraded earnings forecast reflects the company's confidence in its future growth prospects. Investors are optimistic about Clorox's performance and are keenly watching the company's progress in the coming months. DZ Bank AG has decided to maintain its buy rating on Amazon stock, as reported by TipRanks. However, it is important to note that this rating is based on back-tested results, which reflect a strategy that has not been historically offered to investors. These results do not guarantee future actual returns. The back-tested performance is based on assumptions that may not be testable and is subject to losses. In fact, the actual performance may differ. significantly from the backtested results. Therefore, investors should exercise caution and conduct their own research before making any investment decisions based on this rating. On February 2, 2024, a System SA announced its share capital and voting rights composition as of January 31, 2024. The company reported 15,668,216 outstanding shares, with 25,248,255 theoretical voting rights, including 24,456,373 exercisable voting rights after deducting auto-detained shares. A System, a global independent engineering leader, focuses on accelerating the energy transition, providing engineering, project management, and digital solutions for complex infrastructure projects. With over 7,000 experts across 12 countries, the company is engaged in developing decarbonized electricity and green hydrogen, as well as promoting low-carbon electricity usage in industry. As the market rebounds, the real estate development industry is poised for growth. Companies like the Berkeley Group, Green Brick Partners, and Four Star Group are well positioned for growth in this context. Despite high interest rates and tight credit conditions, demand for residential, industrial, and retail properties is recovering in supply. Constraints are easing. However, macroeconomic uncertainty and geopolitical unrest may present challenges to the industry's performance. Arlo Technologies has announced equity grants to 24 new employees under NYSE's Rule 303A8. The company is granting 213,874 shares of restricted stock units as an incentive for their hiring. The RCUS cover 143,038 shares invest annually in 4 installments, while the remaining 73,536 shares vest over 5 years, with 15% vesting on the first anniversary and the remainder in equal annual increments. These grants are contingent on the employee's continued employment with the company. Kroger Company has committed a $1 million grant to Feeding America for enhancing the capacity of retail agencies. This grant will support 4 food banks across the U.S. by expanding food pickups, improving food rescue programs, and ensuring equitable access to nutritious food. This initiative is part of Kroger's Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation's mission to end hunger and eliminate food waste. Gentex Corp Director Richard Schaum has recently divested 6,022 shares at $33.93 each, resulting in a total value of $204,306.46. This sale follows a year of 11,446 shares sold and no purchases. Gentex, a company renowned for its auto mirrors and technologies, boasts a market cap of $788 billion with a price-earnings ratio of 1836. The stock is currently trading at a price-to-GF value ratio of 0.87, indicating that it is modestly undervalued according to the Guru Focus value chart. In a surprising turn of events, the U.S. employment report for January showed a significant surge in job growth, with 353,000 new positions created. Robust data suggests that there may be no need for an early Federal Reserve rate cut. The UK's central bank officials have also signaled that rate cuts are not imminent due to persistent inflation. This news has had a positive impact on investors who have responded well to Meta's cost-cutting measures and its first-ever dividend. Meanwhile, the upcoming Six Nations match sees Ireland and France looking to bounce back from previous tournament disappointments. Anticipated layoffs weigh heavy on American workers despite economic strength. U.S. workers are grappling with layoff anxiety amid a wave of corporate job cuts. Glassdoor's January data shows a record low of 45.6% positive business outlooks, indicating heightened worker uncertainty. Despite recent layoffs in tech and media, the U.S. labor market continues to show strength, with 353,000 new jobs added in January and unemployment near a 60-year low. The surge in layoff-related Glassdoor reviews suggests a pervasive fear of job loss, spurring employees to work harder and be more competitive in a challenging job market. Advances in cryogenic quantum control chip development and testing. FormFactor's upcoming Compass Japan event will feature presentations on the development of quantum computers, focusing on the cryogenic control of silicon spin qubits. Kainoa Kekahuna will discuss their advancements in low-loss silicon photonics technology for efficient V-groove edge coupling and automated calibration processes. Additionally, Takuji Miki's presentation will cover the design of cryogenic analog circuits for quantum control chips and their testing at temperatures as low as 4 Kelvin. Finally, Saiki Takao will address emerging challenges in probing advanced package devices and potential solutions for the next generation of semiconductors. Ripple's co-founder Chris Larsen has become the target of a $112 million XRP heist, with hackers stealing funds from his personal account. Binance has frozen $420 million of the stolen funds and is working with Ripple to recover the rest. The investigation, led by Ripple, was initially delayed due to the public disclosure of the hack by on-chain detective Zach CBT. This public disclosure was criticized for potentially influencing the attackers. The XRP Ledger Foundation is supporting the investigation and development of the XRP Ledger. Bristol-Myers Squibb has reported impressive earnings for the fourth quarter of 2023, surpassing market expectations. The company recorded an earnings per share of $1.70, excluding non-recurring items, exceeding the estimated 155 cents. With a 0.6% year-over-year revenue growth, Bristol-Myers achieved $11.8 billion in revenue, outperforming the estimated $11.19 billion. Looking ahead, Bristol-Myers has set ambitious growth goals for 2024. The company anticipates a non-GAAP range of $7.10 to $7.40, surpassing the estimated $7.02. Bristol-Myers also forecasted a low single-digit growth in revenues, targeting a range of $45.50 to $46 billion, aligning with the market's $45 billion estimate. In the fourth quarter of 2023, revenue increased by 1% to $11.5 billion, while the full-year revenue experienced a marginal decline of 2% to $45 billion. GAAP for the fourth quarter stood at $0.87, reaching $3.86 for the full year, a remarkable 31% increase. Non-JAPS for the fourth quarter was $1.70 and $7.51 for the full year, highlighting Bristol-Myers' resilience in adjusted earnings. Our Bristol-Myers growth is driven by its new product portfolio, which saw a remarkable 66% increase in Q4 revenues to $1.6 billion. The company's strategic acquisitions, including plans to acquire Karuna Therapeutics and Rhysabio, along with the completed purchase of Mirati Therapeutics, underscore its commitment to innovation. In conclusion, Bristol-Myers Squibb Novo Banco's CEO, Mark Bork, is preparing the bank for a potential IPO as it continues its recovery from the Banco Espirito Santos collapse. The bank reported an 83% increase in net interest income for 2021 and a significant decrease in non-performing loans. However, no IPO process is currently underway, and a dividend block must be removed before a possible offering. Speculation on a sale has arisen due to the bank's recovery and increasing interest rates. In a surprising turn of events, Church Dwight's stock took a dip despite the company surpassing sales targets and increasing dividends. The company reported a Q4 net sales of 1.53% increase, which exceeded expectations. This growth was driven by pricing and product mix, resulting in a 530% rise in organic sales. Additionally, the company announced a 4% dividend increase, meeting market expectations. However, despite these positive developments, the company's shares experienced a 2.25% decline. Sweetgreen has recently introduced an annual subscription tier to its loyalty program, SweetPass. This new tier offers customers a $100 discount in exchange for a yearly payment, as opposed to the monthly plan which has been in place previously. The introduction of this new tier aims to cater to customer demand, which has resulted in a significant growth of 25% in the program in the second half of 2023. The SweetPass loyalty program provides members with a $3 daily discount and various perks when dining at Sweetgreen restaurants. With the introduction of the annual subscription tier, customers now have the option to make a substantial upfront payment in exchange for the same benefits as the monthly plan. This new option is proving to be popular among customers, as the program has expanded its rewards to include in-store orders. Sweetgreen's decision to introduce an annual subscription tier to its loyalty program reflects the growing trend of subscription-based services in the food industry. By offering a discounted rate for an annual payment, Sweetgreen is able to attract and retain loyal customers while providing them with a range of benefits and discounts. This move is likely to further increase customer engagement and loyalty and could potentially drive further growth for the company. Atlantic County has issued a code blue alert for Sunday, February 4, 2024. due to the expected extreme cold weather. This alert is mandated by state regulations and is intended to assist municipalities in managing the welfare of vulnerable individuals who may be exposed to life-threatening weather conditions. If you are facing any emergencies, please call 911, while non-life-threatening issues can be reported to local emergency management offices. Surmodics reported adjusted break-even earnings in Q1, surpassing the consensus estimate of a loss. Revenues of $30.6 billion exceeded expectations, driven by a 22.5% increase in product sales and an 18.5% rise in IVD sales. The medical device segment, particularly SurVeil DCB, contributed significantly. Gross profit grew by 10.6%, yet the gross margin fell to 71.2%, lower than the projected 74.9%. Selling and administrative costs decreased 5.30%. Due to the strong performance, Surmodics has adjusted its fiscal 2024 outlook, now projecting revenue growth of 15% to 17% compared to the previous forecast of 10% to 12%. Ford's electric vehicle sales saw a decline of 11% in January, with a significant drop in demand for the Mustang Mach-E, which fell by 50% compared to the previous year. Despite this setback, Ford remains confident in its future in the EV market and anticipates growth with the introduction of its upcoming digitally advanced EVs and access to Tesla's charging network. The company has announced plans to transition its Rouge IV plant to one shift, potentially impacting around 1,400 employees in order to balance production, sales, and profitability. On February 10th, Antelope Park will host a free introductory tribal belly dance class led by the Belayara Belly Dance Troupe. The event will include a demonstration, instruction, and performance. This promotional event is linked to the weekly tribal belly dance classes held at Easter Day Recreation Center. All ages are welcome, and participants will learn basic moves without pre-registration. Comfortable clothing is recommended and accessories will be provided. For more information, contact the Easter Day Recreation Center. Unilever plc has announced the initiation of its search for a new CEO, following the leadership of Paul Polman for nearly a decade. This move comes at a time when the company is facing changing market dynamics and a recent $143 billion takeover bid from Kraft Heinz. Unilever aims to maintain momentum in a challenging consumer goods market. Polman's focus on sustainability and strategic acquisitions has shaped Unilever's direction, and he may depart before his anticipated exit in late 2018, depending on the outcome of the CEO search. iOS 17 users seeking enhanced privacy and location-based app exploration require reliable location spoofing solutions. Introducing iPhone Anyto as an optimal choice for changing GPS locations on iOS 17 in 2024. Key features include compatibility with the latest iOS and Android versions, versatility across apps, a joystick feature for gaming, and an import-export GPX file option. Step-by-step guides are provided for using Anyto on a PC and the iOS app without a computer, ensuring a seamless location spoofing experience. American Airlines is outperforming its transportation sector peers with a 4.4% year-to-date return, placing it in the top 40 of the Zacks industry rank. The transportation airline industry has gained 3.2% this year, but AIL has seen a 39.7% growth in its full-year earnings estimate over the past 90 days, indicating a positive earnings outlook. Comparatively, Matson has returned 130% and is part of the transportation services industry, which has fallen by 9.1% since the start of the year. Jude Bellingham is in hot water with La Liga after allegedly making an offensive comment towards Mason Greenwood. The situation has caught the attention of the football world, and News Now is here to keep you informed. The investigation is taking place to ensure that a professional and respectful environment is maintained in the sport. podcast, which is expected to be renewed soon. Rogan, who has been with Spotify since 2020, has been wooing advertisers at a recent private event in Austin, Texas, highlighting the reach and influence of his podcast. However, Spotify's billion-dollar beat on podcasting, which includes Joe Rogan's show, has yet to pay off. Despite the high-profile signings of Joe Rogan, Bill Simmons, and Call Her Daddy, the company's stock has dropped significantly this year, and the podcasting business is still struggling to make a profit. The challenges facing Spotify's podcasting business are numerous, including the increasingly crowded podcasting industry and pressure to monetize its podcasts. Despite these challenges, Joe Rogan remains a popular and influential figure in the podcasting world with a devoted following and high-profile guests. As Rogan's contract with Spotify nears its expiration, it remains to be seen whether he will renew with the company. However, given the continued popularity of his podcast and the ongoing growth of the podcasting industry, it seems likely that Rogan will continue to be a major player in the space for years to come. Regeneron Pharmaceuticals has reported earnings that surpassed expectations, driven by strong sales of its Eylea drug. Despite slightly lower than expected sales of the new high-dose version, the company's stock rose to its highest level in a year. The company's optimism is fueled by the potential of the new Eylea HD to become the standard treatment for age-related macular degeneration and diabetic eye diseases, despite the expiration of the patent for the original Eylea. Additionally, the company's Kelper partnership with Sanofi has led to significant growth in Dupixent sales. RBC Capital has adjusted the price target for Selective Insurance to $105, while maintaining a sector perform rating. This adjustment reflects the company's strong financial performance and growth potential in the insurance sector. Despite the recent increase in share price, RBC Capital believes that Selective Insurance remains attractively valued relative to its peers. The company's focus on expanding its client base and improving operational efficiency positions it well for continued success in the industry. WestRock Company received a positive rating from RBC Capital with a $42 price target. RBC Capital maintained a sector perform rating on WestRock, indicating that they believe the company will perform well in its industry. The $42 price target suggests that RBC Capital expects WestRock's stock price to increase to that level in the future. This news is significant for investors who are looking to make informed decisions about their investments in WestRock. Mid-Penn Bancorp Director DeSoto acquires 2,305 shares in January and February. According to a recent disclosure, Director DeSoto Matthew G. has purchased company shares on two separate occasions. On January 31, 2024, he acquired 1,120 shares at a price of $22 per share, and on February 1, 2024, he purchased an additional 1,185 shares at a cost of $21.13 per share. The European Union has pledged €50 billion to support Ukraine over the next 4 years. This commitment comes at a time when Ukraine is facing economic challenges and opposition from Hungary. The EU plans to allocate these funds for Ukraine's recovery and modernization, with the ultimate goal of potentially integrating Ukraine into the EU. The funding for this support package may come from the interest earned on frozen Russian assets. However, legal and contractual obligations must be taken into consideration before proceeding with this option. Canola futures are experiencing a decline due to several factors. Firstly, there's been an increase in producer deliveries, leading to a surplus in the market. Secondly, the export volumes have dropped compared to last year, which has affected the demand for canola. Additionally, the weakness in other agricultural commodities, such as soy, rapeseed, and palm oil, has also impacted canola values. Furthermore, the depreciation of the Canadian dollar has added pressure on canola prices. As exports have lagged and there is a lackluster demand from China, these factors have contributed to working. House Oversight Democrats are calling for a Government Accountability Office investigation into Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville's delay of military promotions. They argue that this delay is causing harm to national security and military families, as it is affecting military readiness and career advancement. Tuberville's actions, which have been ongoing for over 10 months, are in protest of the Pentagon's abortion policies. As a result, the confirmations of over 425 military officials have been blocked, impacting retention and family life. So far, there has been no immediate response from Tuberville's office regarding this matter. Coinbase analysts have observed a shift in the crypto market, suggesting that the downward pressure on Bitcoin and the wider crypto market is diminishing. This indicates a potential transition to a more supportive trading environment. Several factors contribute to this change in outlook. Firstly, the completion of FTX's bankruptcy estate selling its GBTC holdings has had a negative influence on the market. However, this pressure is now easing, which could contribute to a potential uptick in crypto performance in the coming weeks. Secondly, the recent meeting between the leaders of Russia and Ukraine has led to a reduction in tensions, which has had a positive impact on the market. This reduction in tension could lead to increased investor confidence and further support the potential shift towards a more supportive trading environment. Finally, the overall sentiment in the market has been improving, with increased interest from institutional investors and a growing acceptance of cryptocurrencies as a legitimate asset class, i.e., all of these factors combined suggest that the crypto market may be turning a corner, moving away from the downward pressure experienced in recent months. While it is still early to predict a significant upswing in performance, the potential for a more supportive trading environment is certainly there. Investors should keep a close eye on market developments in the coming weeks to see if this shift becomes more pronounced. Enel, the Italian energy company, is reconsidering its plan to exit the Argentine market. The company had previously announced its intention to sell its stake in Enel Generación Argentina, but now it is reportedly considering keeping the subsidiary. This decision comes as a surprise, considering the challenging economic conditions in Argentina and the company's previous commitment to exit the market. The change of heart can be attributed to the optimistic outlook for the new government of President Alberto Fernandez. Enel has expressed confidence in the new administration and its plans to boost the economy. The company's CEO, Francesco Steras, has met with President Fernandez and expressed his support for the government's initiatives. In addition to the positive outlook for the country, Enel's decision is also influenced by the potential impact on its employees and the local community. The company has a significant presence in Argentina with over 1,000 employees, and it wants to ensure a smooth transition and minimize any negative consequences. Enel's reconsideration of its exit plan is a positive sign for the Argentine economy, which has been struggling with economic instability and high inflation. The company's commitment to staying in the market demonstrates confidence in the future of Argentina and its potential for growth. As for the other news, the energy company is also optimistic about its partnership with Milei, an Argentine energy firm. The two companies have signed an agreement to collaborate on renewable energy projects, including the development of solar and wind farms. This partnership aligns with Enel's global strategy to invest in clean energy and reduce its carbon footprint. Enel's decision to stay in Argentina and its optimism about the future of the country and its partnership with Milei demonstrate its commitment to sustainable growth and its confidence in the potential of the Argentine market. In this report, we'll be talking about the latest updates to YouTube Music. The platform has recently increased the frequency of its notifications on both Android and iOS devices. Users can now receive alerts about new releases and personalized playlists. These updates include new release for you and energy mixes, notifications, and users have the option to customize their notification preferences in the settings. Furthermore, YouTube Music has introduced a new samples carousel in the home feed. This feature offers short video previews, allowing users to get a glimpse of what's inside a particular playlist or album. While these updates are certainly welcome, there are still some issues with the platform's notification system. It lacks consistent alerts for album and single releases from followed artists and offers inconsistent podcast episode notifications. Despite these shortcomings, the enhanced notifications and the new samples carousel make YouTube Music a more engaging and personalized experience for users. Train Technologies has received a positive update from RBC Capital, which has kept the company at sector perform. However, the price target has been raised to $246. This suggests that RBC Capital is optimistic about Train Technologies' future growth and performance. Hartford Financial rises after better-than-expected Q4 results. Hartford Financial, or HIG, has reported better-than-expected Q4 EPS and sales, beating analyst estimates. The company also saw growth in its commercial lines business. HIG shares rose after the strong results were announced as analysts had a positive outlook for the insurer. Lifetime stock declined on January 31st, following the company's announcement on January 29th that it will report Q4 and FY 2023 earnings results on February 28th. The market may have anticipated weaker than expected results due to rising expenses and macroeconomic headwinds facing the fitness industry. Confluent stock price has seen a rise as of January 31st, 2024, due to positive analyst coverage and the upcoming release of their earnings report. Needham has reiterated a buy rating and set a $30 price target on Confluent, while Loop Capital initiated coverage with a hold rating in $23. Target: Wall Street expects Confluent's earnings to grow in their upcoming earnings report, which is scheduled for late January. Kemper's Q4 2023 earnings, reported on February 1, 2024, met analyst expectations. However, the company's operating ratio for 2023 fell short of analyst estimates. Despite this, Kemper remains optimistic about its future prospects. REGENXBIO presented data on its MPS II program at the 20th Annual World Symposium. However, despite this positive pipeline news, the stock fell. It seems that positive pipeline news alone may not be enough to boost the stock given pipeline risks. Investors may be cautious due to the uncertainties and risks associated with drug development and regulatory approval processes. Century Aluminum, or CNX, has experienced a decline in its stock price since January 28. This is due to the news that Century Aluminum's Hawesville smelter in Kentucky is preparing to shut down. High energy costs and low aluminum prices have made it unsustainable for the smelter to operate. This is indicative of the ongoing challenges within the aluminum industry. Despite this, Zacks analysts had previously expressed optimism about CNX's value on February 1st. They viewed the company as a great choice for value investors due to its fast-paced momentum at a bargain price. However, the broader industry headwinds have continued to impact CNX, causing its stock price to decline. Herbalife shares took a hit today as investors expressed concerns over the saturated nutrition supplement market. Despite the recent news of over 1 million kilometers run by participants of Herbalife Nutrition, indicating growing consumer interest in healthy and active lifestyles, some analysts are worried about potential market saturation and slowing growth. These concerns have raised questions about the company's future prospects and profitability. Safety Shot Inc. has announced that it will be the official recovery drink for major events during the Super Bowl weekend in Las Vegas. This partnership announcement is driving momentum in Shot ahead of one of the biggest sports and entertainment weekends of the year. On the same day, Shot also announced its financial results for Q4 2023, showing growth across all key metrics. The company's stock price has risen as a result of these positive developments. EOS stock experienced a decline on January 31, 2024, following the announcement of a significant partnership on February 1, 2024. The partnership between EOS and SABIC Specialties aims to produce a specialty lightweight, conductive composite thermoplastic for EOS's Z3 battery. This initiative is expected to establish a sustainable supply chain for EOS's batteries. However, some investors may have been disappointed by the lack of specific details regarding pricing terms in the SEC filing, which could have influenced their decision to sell EOS shares. The UK has awarded Thales a £1 85 billion contract for the maintenance of its Royal Navy's equipment, including radar systems and communication networks. This contract highlights the strategic partnership between the UK and Thales, ensuring advanced defense technologies are available for the nation's defense forces. In a recent interview on Bloomberg, Lara Raim discusses the potential for interest rates to drop to 2%. This comes at a time when investors are being warned about the high-risk nature of EF's investments funds. Raim advises investors to carefully consider the prospectus and SEC reports before investing in these funds. It's important for individual investors and endowments to understand their investment needs and risk tolerances, as fees can vary between them. EONSE, a leading electricity and gas producer and distributor, has had its estimated earnings per share for 2023 significantly upgraded. The company's revenue comes mainly from selling electricity, accounting for 64.7%, distributing gas, comprising 33%, and other services, making up 6.3%. Net sales are geographically diversified, with Germany contributing 46.9%, the United Kingdom 24.5%, the Netherlands 4.6%, Sweden 2.5%, and Europe 21%. In the stock market today, Fuel Cell Energy saw a significant rise of 15.5%. This follows calls from the industry for more government support. Imperial Sugar's stock also saw a substantial increase of 16.7% after settling a $345 million insurance claim related to a 2008 accident. IRC Worldwide gained 8.4% after extending a debt for equity offer in order to stabilize its finances. Compugen's shares, on the other hand, declined by 11% after announcing a new cancer drug target. LGL Group's stock fell by 9% amidst broader tech weakness. Primaris's shares dropped by 17% as Aerogene Company terminated its acquisition tender due to financing difficulties. El Salvador has reaffirmed its commitment to Bitcoin despite the International Monetary Fund's concerns. Vice President Felix Ulloa stated that the country will not reconsider making Bitcoin a legal tender. Ulloa believes that the U.S. SEC's approval of spot Bitcoin ETFs strengthens El Salvador's stance, highlighting the global credibility of the law. The country's Bitcoin reserves have also seen a significant increase, fully paying off initial investments. Meta's stock price received a boost today as RBC Capital upgraded their price target to $565, maintaining an outperform rating. This comes after a strong earnings report from the company showing robust revenue growth and a solid user base. Analysts are optimistic about Meta's future prospects, citing the company's innovative approach to social media and its ability to attract a younger demographic. The upgrade also reflects confidence in Meta's ability to monetize its user base and capitalize on emerging technologies such as virtual and augmented reality. With the stock price up nearly 5% today, it's clear that investors are excited about Meta's future potential. In a recent report, RBC Capital has maintained its outperform rating for OpenText and has set a price target of $53. This indicates that the RBC Capital is confident in OpenText's future growth potential and believes that the company's stock is worth investing in. The outperform rating suggests that OpenText is expected to outperform its peers in the market. The price target of $53 indicates the level at which RBC Capital expects the stock to trade in the future. This news is significant for investors as it provides a positive outlook for OpenText and suggests that the company is on the right track. In a recent report, UBS has recommended investing in quality AI leaders as a potential opportunity for growth amid any market correction. The bank emphasizes the importance of respectful and constructive communication, warning against discriminatory or promotional content, spam, or personal contact information sharing. This recommendation comes at a time when the market is experiencing a downturn and investors are looking for opportunities to invest in sectors that have potential for growth. UBS believes that investing in quality AI leaders can provide a good return on investment in the long run. The NFL has issued a reminder to all teams that during Super Bowl Fade in Las Vegas, team personnel are prohibited from gambling or entering sports books. This policy applies to all employees and is in place to protect the integrity of the game. The league takes any violations seriously and may result in suspensions or other disciplinary actions. As sports gambling becomes increasingly popular, the NFL is taking proactive measures to avoid any appearance of improper conduct. Expedia is facing an antitrust lawsuit from the bankrupt hotel booker Amoma. U.S. Judge Barbara Rothstein denied Expedia's request to dismiss the case. Amoma claims that Expedia's Trivago unit harmed its business by altering listings, which affected 50% of its hotel bookings. Expedia argues that these changes were made to improve service, not suppress competition. This case is significant as it addresses the role of business adaptability and the limits of innovation under antitrust laws. The S&P 500 has gained 1% to reach a session high, while the Nasdaq 100 has climbed 1.6%. Both indices are experiencing strong gains, with the S&P 500 reaching a new all-time high. This is the latest in a series of positive sessions for the market, which has been buoyed by strong economic data and positive earnings reports. The Nasdaq 100, in particular, has been bolstered by the performance of tech stocks, which have seen significant gains in recent months. Overall, the market is showing strong momentum, and investors are optimistic about the future direction of the economy. Anglo-Eastern Plantations plc has launched Indonesia's first commercial biocane plant at Blankahan Palm Oil Mill. This project, a collaboration with Knowledge Integration Services, converts palm oil mill effluent into renewable bioxane, reducing CO2 emissions by an estimated 52,000 MT annually and generating 52,000 carbon credits. The plant, part of APF's commitment to ESG, will also use empty fruit bunches as feedstock to reach full capacity. The joint venture involves AIP receiving payments from KIS for methane sales and a share of carbon credit revenue, with KIS operating the plant for 15 years before ownership reverts to AIP. The House Judiciary Committee has issued a subpoena to Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis. The subpoena is related to allegations of misusing a $488,000 federal grant. The committee is seeking records and information regarding the misuse of the funds and the dismissal of a whistleblower. House Republicans are also examining Willis's personal conduct, including an alleged affair with a prosecutor in the Trump election interference case. Willis must respond to the subpoena and address these concerns in her ongoing investigation against Trump and others. Spotify, the popular music streaming service, has announced the renewal of its podcast deal with Joe Rogan, the host of the highly successful Joe Rogan Experience podcast. As a result, Spotify's stock price has increased by 2.5%. This move is seen as a positive one for Spotify, as the Joe Rogan Experience is one of the most popular podcasts on the platform. The deal, which is set to expire in 2024, is a 3-year agreement and is seen as a crucial one for Spotify's podcast business. The renewal of the deal with Joe Rogan is significant as it shows that Spotify is committed to building a strong podcast business. With the increasing popularity of podcasts, this move could potentially attract more listeners, advertisers, and talent to the platform. In addition to the renewal of the deal with Joe Rogan, Spotify has also been investing in original podcast content. The company has been producing its own podcasts and has been acquiring podcast companies to strengthen its position in the industry. Spotify's investment in podcasting is not surprising given the increasing popularity of the medium. According to a report by Edison Research and Triton Digital, the number of monthly podcast listeners in the U.S. has grown from 73 million in 2017 to 104 million in 2019. In conclusion, the renewal of the deal with Joe Rogan is a positive move for Spotify, as it shows the company's commitment to building a strong podcast business. With the increasing popularity of podcasts, this move could potentially attract more listeners, advertisers, and talent to the platform. Spotify's investment in podcasting is a strategic move to strengthen its position in the industry and capitalize on the growth of the medium. Ukrainian president set to convene security meeting amidst military leadership strife. President Zelensky is set to meet General Valery Zaluzhny amidst the power struggle over Ukraine's military leadership. Zelensky attempted to demote Zaluzhny, but was rebuffed, escalating tensions amid the ongoing conflict with Russia. Zaluzhny, as CNN op-ed, criticized bureaucracy hindering Ukraine's defense industry and called for a new warfare philosophy in 2024. The meeting, a Stavka, is expected to discuss the conflict and military plans with top security officials. Hopscotch Group has released its shareholder and voting rights status as of January 31, 2024. According to the report, the company had a total of 3,003,722 shares and 4,394,973 voting rights in its capital structure. The net voting rights, which exclude privately held shares, amount to 4,304,973. This information is in compliance with French financial regulations and provided to the public by the company. In a recent decision, Tunisia's central bank has decided to maintain its key interest rate at 8%. This comes at a time when the government has requested direct funding from the bank, amounting to 7 billion dinars, to tackle the budget deficit. While the government sees this move as a necessary step to address its financial needs, economists are expressing concerns about the potential impact on inflation and the value of the dinar. growth in the past year, despite a recent decline in private sector payrolls and a near 2 million claim for unemployment benefits. The unemployment rate remained at 3.7%. Hourly wages also rose by 0.6%, exceeding expectations and marking the highest increase since January 2022. This report raises doubts about the Federal Reserve's readiness to cut interest rates, challenging recent signals of a potential easing. Economists are now questioning the future path of monetary policy and the impact it may have on the economy. In the latest report, the iShares MSCI ASUAI ETF has seen a significant outflow of $326 billion, marking a 1.7% decrease week over week. This ETF, which tracks global equity markets, has experienced notable changes in its holdings, including Eli Lilly, AbbVie Inc., and Salesforce Inc. The 52-week range of ACUI is 84 to 94 cents to $103, with the last traded recorded at $102. ADTF's performance is closely monitored for inflows and outflows, which can impact the prices of its underlying holdings. Mexican discount retailer BBB Foods is planning to raise over $400 million in a U.S. IPO, offering 28 million shares priced between $14.50 and $16.50 each. The company, with over 2,200 stores across Mexico, will work with top banks like JP Morgan and UBS. If successful, BBB Foods could become the first Mexican consumer-oriented firm to IPO since 2016, amid a surge in local equity offerings, especially in manufacturing. Karuna Therapeutics CARX is projected to be the top-selling drug in 2028 with an estimated $2.80 beat in sales, according to EvaluateVantage. Awaiting FDA approval for schizophrenia treatment, CARX's success will be bolstered by its acquisition by Bristol-Myers Squibb. Other anticipated blockbusters include Eli Lilly's Alzheimer's drug, Madrigal Pharmaceuticals' NASH therapy, and Merck's sotatercept. Other notable drugs in the lineup include AstraZeneca's Dato-DXd, BridgeBio Pharma's acoramidis, and Moderna's RSV vaccine. Shopify stock experienced a significant rise following Amazon's impressive holiday performance report. This surge in Shopify shares can be attributed to the robust consumer spending, indicated by Amazon's record-breaking sales figures. With a 33% increase in the last 3 months, Shopify's stock reached near peak levels, reflecting a positive market response. Notably, Amazon exceeded sales growth forecasts, further reinforcing the notion of strong consumer spending during the holiday season. This positive trend suggests that Shopify's initial forecast of a 22% increase in sales during the Black Friday period may hold steady. Both companies' stocks are currently performing well, with Amazon shares also rising by 8%. Shopify's Q4 earnings report is scheduled for February 13th, and investors eagerly await further updates on the company's performance. Ethereum, the second largest cryptocurrency by market capitalization, is showing signs of a bullish trend. It is currently consolidating and aiming to break out of its current range. On-chain indicators suggest positive developments, and whales are gaining confidence in the market. Ethereum's classification as a commodity could lead to the approval of an ETF, which would further boost investor confidence. Additionally, Ethereum's deflationary phase, a decrease in net supply could fuel a price rally if demand remains strong. Despite recent rejections at moving average resistance, Ethereum's price sits at $2,305, up 0.49% in the last 24 hours. Analysts predict that Ethereum could consolidate within the $2,100 $2,400 range, with a potential push towards $2,700 $2,900 if it breaks above $2,400. Overall, the outlook for Ethereum appears promising, and investors are keeping a close eye on its potential price movements. Alto Neuroscience's stock saw a significant jump on its trading debut after the company successfully upsized its IPO and priced its shares above initial expectations. The biopharmaceutical company initially planned to offer 6.7 million shares at a price range of $14 per share. However, it ultimately priced 8.040 million shares at $16 each, resulting in a higher than expected opening price of $22 per share. The stock reached a high of $21.60, marking a 35% increase from its initial offering price. Underwriters were also granted a 30-day option to purchase additional shares. Nordic stocks declined today, with the Onyx Nordic 40 index falling 0.3%. Icelandair Group HF led the losses, plunging 8.30%, followed by Frontline plc with a 5% drop. The decline in Nordic stocks was notable, with several companies experiencing significant losses. However, there were some gainers in the region as well, with Afri AB and Adnode Group AB Series B leading the way, surging 14% and 10.30% respectively. Elsewhere in Europe, stock indexes were mixed, with some experiencing gains while others saw declines. The US dollar strengthened against major currencies, which impacted the performance of European stocks. Brent crude oil futures fell, while gold futures also dropped. Bitcoin, on the other hand, saw a slight increase. Overall, it was a mixed day for European markets, with some notable declines in Nordic stocks. Investors will be keeping a close eye on upcoming economic indicators and geopolitical developments to assess the future direction of the markets. Charter Communications stock plummeted by 15% after the company reported a significant decline in net income and a miss on earnings expectations. The company's net income dropped by 11.5% to $1.6 billion, with a profit of 7 cents per share, falling short of the expected $8.84, despite a slight increase in revenue to $13.7 billion. Higher interest expenses and a pension remeasurement loss contributed to the profit decline. The company also experienced a decrease in internet subscribers by 61,000, despite a 546,000 increase in mobile lines. This decline in internet subscribers, coupled with a decrease in video and voice customers, suggests a shift in consumer preferences towards mobile and internet services. Unity Software Incorporated has announced that its Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer, Carol W. Carpenter, sold 2,000 shares of company stock at $32 per share on February 1, 2024. U.S. politics turn against trade, leaving IPF talks in limbo. The outlook for the trade section of the U.S.-led Indo-Pacific Economic Framework looks increasingly dim, as American politicians woo voters skeptical of free trade ahead of this fall's presidential election. As a result, the U.S.-led effort to counter Chinese economic influence in the Indo-Pacific region is itself becoming a barrier to that effort. U.S. election politics stall progress on IPF trade initiative as the presidential election approaches. Political sentiments in the U.S. are shifting against trade, creating uncertainty over the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework negotiations. The Biden administration's Democratic Party is concerned about losing support in the Midwest due to trade-related issues. This shift in focus is hindering the U.S.'s goal to counter China's economic influence in the Indo-Pacific region. Chainlink's Link token has seen a significant increase in value, jumping 13% in the past 24 hours and 26.3% in the past week. Crypto analyst Ali Martinez predicts further gains for the token, but notes a key resistance level at $20. Despite this, over $1.20 billion in large transactions and 67% of holders in profit indicate bullish momentum. However, resistance could come from an end to a 2-year accumulation period. Sentiment data and derivative metrics show rising interest, positioning Chainlink for potential growth in blockchain adoption and tokenized assets. Aptera raises $34 million with Launch Edition Solar EV sellout advances towards production. Aptera has successfully sold all 2,000 production slots of its Launch Edition solar electric vehicle, raising approximately $34 million through its accelerator program. This funding will help Aptera advance towards scaled production of its sustainable mobility solutions. The program, aimed at committing customers and securing financial support, has ended, though existing customers can still invest to improve their delivery ranking. Aptera has not yet confirmed if it will honor the 40 extra reservations or disclosed its production timeline. Honda is taking strides to compete in the electric vehicle market with the announcement of an affordable electric Civic successor. The automaker aims to expand its lineup with a new Zero Series electric vehicle focusing on affordability and efficiency. This new model is set to be released by 2026 and will utilize next-generation batteries to reduce costs. While Honda has previously partnered with GM to develop an affordable EV, they have now decided to go it alone with this key model. France's Foreign Minister, Catherine Colonna, is set to travel to the Middle East on Saturday as part of diplomatic efforts to address the ongoing conflict in the region. The focus of her trip will be to encourage restraint and responsibility in the region, with a specific focus on avoiding a new front line on the Israeli-Lebanese border. French officials are also seeking the release of French hostages among the around 240 seized by Hamas militants. The international community is looking for ways to de-escalate the situation, and France, under Macron's leadership, is playing an active role in diplomatic efforts to bring an end to the conflict and promote stability in the region. Dynatrace's stock price received a boost today as GMP Securities upgraded their price target to $68, while maintaining an outperform rating. This represents a significant increase from their previous target of $50. In a research note, GMP Securities cited Dynatrace's strong financial performance and positive market trends as reasons for the upgrade. The company's innovative software solutions and impressive customer base have positioned them for continued growth in the IT operations management industry. This upgrade comes at a time when Dynatrace is experiencing increased demand for services, and analysts are optimistic about their future prospects. The HIMSS 24 Global Health Conference exhibition is set to explore cutting-edge health information and technology, scheduled to take place in Orlando, Florida from March 11th to 15th, 2024. The event aims to bring together industry leaders and innovators to showcase advancements in healthcare technology. Additionally, HIMSS 24 European Health Conference exhibition in Rome, May 29 to 31, 2024, will focus on improving patient outcomes and strengthening healthcare workforces by sharing insights and knowledge crucial for health system transformation. The federal prison system is stepping up its efforts to help inmates struggling with opioid use disorder. 2 upcoming healthcare events will address this issue. The HIMSS 24 Global Health Conference exhibition in Orlando, Florida will gather health information and technology experts to discuss solutions for current and future health challenges. The HIMSS 24 European Health Conference exhibition in Rome will focus on improving patient outcomes and enhancing healthcare workforces through collaboration and knowledge sharing. Solidian Technology Inc. has completed a business combination with Nubia Brand International Corp. This merger has created a publicly traded company that focuses on EV battery materials. Solidian aims to revolutionize the EV battery market with its unique, cost-effective process for manufacturing green graphite anodes. The company possesses a strong IP portfolio and extensive expertise in battery technology. With this merger, Solidian plans to expand its range of advanced battery materials and drive the transformation of the EV battery industry into a solid-state battery sector. Massimo Solbiati has resigned from his position as director of Algoat Spa, a green tech company specializing in energy and resource management. The company, formerly known as Turn Energia Spa, is focused on the development and integration of digital solutions for energy, smart cities, and green mobility. With a presence in both Europe and Africa, Algoat Spa is committed to expanding its offerings in the green tech industry. $8.33, surpassing the street consensus of $8.05. Despite falling slightly short of the revenue consensus, the company's strong sales performance and continued volume growth across all geographies in its high-touch solutions NA segment contributed to its success. Grainger also plans to open a new distribution center near Houston, Texas by 2026, further enhancing its logistics network and ability to serve customers more efficiently. The company's stock price has reached all-time highs following the earnings report, reflecting investor confidence and a positive market reaction.